221. In the governor's mansion in Yenji County. After stealing his father's geomancy candidate map, the family thief Lu Gaohua felt a little guilty. He felt that the 50 taels of silver were a little hot, so he wanted to make up for it. He left the bearded swordsman and the other 2 people in the living room and ran to the official hall where his father dealt with government affairs. He said that he had met the immortals in books during his travels. Among them, the bearded man who used a saber was a Jianghu hero who was famous in Jianghu. Even the best master in the county might not be his match. There was also a celestial master Zhang from Dragon Tiger Mountain. He carried a peachwood sword on his back and had a profound family history. It was easy for him to kill demons and subdue demons. The last one with the surname Chun was even more extraordinary. Although he looked like a teenager, he was actually 80 or 90 years old. It was just that he had achieved success in cultivation and looked like a young boy. His son Lu Gaohua's extravagant flattery made the prefectural governor skeptical. Feeling a little uneasy, he brought an experienced and knowledgeable aide to the living room to entertain the guests. As a result, prefectural governor Lu was greatly disappointed. It was true that his son had not seen many supernatural beings, but he had a good eye for people. After greeting them, he sat down and drank a cup of tea. He was not in the mood and asked Lu Gaohua to entertain the 3 guests well. Then he found an excuse to return to the official hall. Along the way, Governor Lu shook his head and said, "What celestial master of chivalry? He doesn't live up to his name. He swindled his way to my mansion. He is really bold. If he dares to make an unreasonable request in the future, I will make sure he stays in prison until he is full." The old aide laughed softly and said, "He won't go that far. It's hard to say about the young Taoist priest and the young man with the box. That swordsman does have some real skills. The guards in the mansion are definitely not his match. Lord Lu, before I entered the mansion, I traveled in Jianghu for more than 20 years and met several famous Jianghu grandmasters. In the south of our colorful robes country, they are all top masters. In terms of bearing, the bearded man is not inferior. His eyes are bright, and his bearing is strict." Governor Lu nodded and said, "If that's the case, it does make some sense." The old aide reminded him in a low voice, "Lord Lu, think about it. The general station in our province is a recognized great grand master of the 4 states. We once watched him from a distance at a banquet. At that time, even though he was drinking and laughing, he still had a dignified spirit. It was very scary. Think carefully. Isn't it similar to that Jianghu man with the surname Su?" Governor Lu frowned and said, "From what I heard, you mean to is not polite. I have always been an honest official. Official. I. When scholars looked at Jianghu people, especially those who were court officials, they didn't think highly of them. The old aide sighed in his heart. This county chief, Lu, couldn't even accept the Jianghu connections that he had delivered to his doorstep. He couldn't blame County Chief Lu for only being a 4th-rank official despite his good writing skills. Moreover, County Chief Lu's teacher, Master Fong, was now a high-ranking official in the colorful robes country. If he was the governor, not to mention borrowing money from rich people, he wouldn't hesitate to sell everything he had. If that big bearded swordsman was a great grandmaster of the Jianghu, as long as he had a connection, then there were many things he could do under the table. Furthermore, people... You are the one giving face to that family. However, Governor Lu didn't like to hear such things. He felt that it was a disgrace. After the old aide mentioned it a few times, he understood. Thinking about this, the old aide felt a little disheartened. The official world was so complicated. Wasn't the Jianghu the same? Before he had concealed his identity, he had actually been a trusted advisor to a southern Jianghu alliance master of the beautiful clothes nation. Although there were grudges and gratitude, there were even more trivial matters in the world. Even if you were an unrivaled hero and full of spirit, you would still be worn out in a few years. Back then, how heroic was the old alliance master? In the end, didn't he still end up with a broken family? After Governor Liu left indifferently, Liu Gaohua felt a little embarrassed. Plus, the governor's mansion was so shabby that it couldn't even spare a few guest rooms. The big-bearded swordsman asked Liu Gaohua to take him to the nearest inn to stay. As long as the old Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect entered the mansion in the county city, he should immediately inform the three of them. Liu Gaohua agreed repeatedly. Because of the good location and the old reputation, the inn's business was booming. Fortunately, the face of the governor's legitimate son was worth some money. He took out 3 guest rooms and didn't dare to raise the price. Liu Gaohua accepted this favor from the beginning to the end. He didn't realize that the inn's manager was feeling sorry for him. This made the big-bearded swordsman laugh. Even the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng shook his head. The ways of the world were also knowledge. This knowledge wasn't taught in the books of the sages, but there were many in the Jianghu. Chun Pingan saw it and remembered it in his heart. In fact, there were also such things in the streets, like Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. The 3 of them chatted in the room of the big-bearded swordsman. Naturally, they talked about this trip to the old mansion and Zhang Shanfeng's divine travel talisman. After Su Yuanxia asked about the price and found out that it was so expensive, she felt a little sorry for this Taoist priest from the Zhu Luzhou. She smiled and said that she must have some gains in the next trip to slay demons. Although Zhang Shanfeng was scared of being poor, he didn't complain at all. This made Su Yuanxia see him in a new light. The man knew how important it was for a qi cultivator to accumulate wealth on the path of cultivation. Su Yuanxia, who had traveled the north and south, knew the rules of some of the immortals on the mountain very well. Qi cultivators cultivated for a long time. They cultivated their mind and strength. What they cultivated was real gold and silver. If the young Taoist priest couldn't make ends meet, it would be difficult for him to go higher. No matter how good his mind was, he couldn't withstand such a blunt knife cutting his flesh. After chatting for a while, Chun Pingan understood the glory of the lower 5 realms for the first time. Previously, when he returned from the Great Sui Kingdom with his disciple Cui Dong, Lin Shuyi was already half an immortal on the mountain. Chun Pingan was a little curious about this. It was a rare occasion when the 2 of them chatted. For the first time, Chun Pingan took the initiative to ask about qi cultivation. In the end, the young Cui Dong rolled his eyes and said, "The lower 5 realms? They're all rubbish. How boring is it to talk about that? It's simply damaging to your reputation. Sir, why don't we talk about the upper 5 realms? Back then, I was at least at the 12th realm." At that time, Chun Pingan had a deep prejudice against him. He didn't want to listen to the white-clothed youth's boastful talk. He got up and went far away to practice the upright sword furnace. Now that Chun Pingan thought about it, did it hurt Cui Dong's self-esteem? In any case, he was once an immortal at the 12th realm. He even played chess with the city lord of White Emperor City in the colored clouds. Chun Pingan scratched his head and lowered his head to drink his tea. But what he was thinking was that he regretted sending the 2,000 taels of silver along with the letter to Cui Dongshan. To be so polite to the former immortal's disciple, he didn't pay attention. Wasn't this insulting? The lower 5 realms of qi cultivators were the ascending 5 realms, the copper skin realm, the grassroot realm, the willow tendon realm, the bonqi realm, and the hut building realm. The first 4 realms respectively cultivated the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Although they were called qi cultivators, in fact, cultivating a tough body was also very important. The logic was simple. If the human body was a water bowl, it could cultivate one gene of qi. If the water bowl could only hold 8 tails, the remaining 2 tails would be empty talk. The last realm was to master through a comprehensive study, smelting, and casting. It was the realm of great success for the qi cultivator. The general meaning was that one could officially ascend the mountain, because the ghost Yang Huang had mentioned the willow tendon realm many times, saying that it was the leaving man behind realm. The bearded man explained it to Qin Pingan, a layman. He spoke with great relish, full of the ridicule of a martial artist towards the immortals on the mountain. This made the young Taoist, who was stuck at the 3rd realm, feel very helpless. There was once a peerlessly talented cultivator, surnamed Lu. Just by cultivating his tendons, he directly ascended to the upper 5 realms, achieving a supreme immortal body. It could be said that no one before, and no one since. Therefore, this realm was named after the willow tendon realm. There is also the saying of the leaving man behind realm. This is because many cultivators who have extravagant hopes of taking shortcuts have gone astray. In this realm, they spend too much time on the incomplete secret manual left behind by the cultivator, surnamed Lu. If they delay for too long, it will affect their whole life. The bearded man drank his tea in a heroic manner, as if he was drinking wine. His words were full of ridicule. We martial artists are always looked down upon by the cultivators on the mountain. However, there is one thing that we are stronger than qi cultivators. That is, every step we take is solid. There are no messy shortcuts to take. We are the most down-to-earth. Therefore, this willow tendon realm has attracted who knows how many young cultivators in the world who are hoping for a fluke. Moreover, for qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms, as long as they are not military or sword cultivators, when they meet us 3rd realm martial artists, they will not have the slightest advantage. The young Taoist was the only qi cultivator present. He said sullenly, "You martial artists have ascended to the 3rd realm of qi cultivators. We qi cultivators have ascended to the middle 5 realms. We qi cultivators will definitely have a higher chance of winning." The bearded man laughed mischievously. "We only compete in the same realm. A 9th realm golden core qi cultivator. Isn't he immortal enough? Why don't you try meeting us peak realm martial artists? That vassal song Zhangqiang of Dali, you few 10th realm qi cultivators dare to be arrogant in front of him? This song Zhangqiang is the one among our Aquarius continent's pure martial artists." Ooh. The bearded man gave a thumbs up. He was still unwilling to retract his thumbs up. He praised, "This kind of martial artist is the true hero of the world. Although he is at the foot of the mountain, he can look down on the mountain. It's a pity that I, Su Yuanxia, can't meet him. Otherwise, I will shamelessly toast him with a bowl of wine." Chun Pingan had a strange expression on his face. Wasn't vassal Song Zhangqiang Song Jisen's biological uncle? Previously, when they passed by Mud Bottle Alley, Chun Pingan had even met Song Zhangqiang face to face. Besides, he was a pure martial artist who was similar to Song Zhangqiang. Just in his hometown town, there was Li Huai's father, not to mention Cui Dong's grandfather. Chun Pingan could only drink his tea silently. After that, the 3 of them went to the 1st floor of the inn to eat. There was a lot of discussion at the dining table in the hall. It turned out that there was an old immortal who was about to arrive at Yanji County. His magical power was unpredictable. The immortals in books could cast beans to become soldiers, but he could cast paper to become beauties. Those graceful and graceful women. After the yellow paper fell to the ground one by one, they were no different from living people. They could sing and dance and spoke fluently. The old immortal's journey to the south had already made the high officials and dignitaries of colorful clothes nation gasp in amazement. Therefore, before the old immortal arrived at Yanji County, this county city of colorful clothes nation, which was famous for its beauties, was already looking forward to it. The men were looking forward to those magical beauties that were transformed from paper. Did they have any special charm? The slightly beautiful women were all competitive. How could a thin piece of paper win against them? Chun Pingon was not very interested. The bearded man and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng were eager to give it a try. They said that they must go and take a look. One of them vowed that the old immortal might be a demon in human skin, while the other nodded vigorously in agreement, saying that they would not allow demons to bewitch people's hearts. Chun Pingon looked at the two guys who were full of righteousness and thought, "Can you two wipe your saliva before you speak? Don't you just want to see beautiful women? Just say it. I won't laugh at you." Alas, in the end, they had never seen a truly beautiful woman. Chun Pingon was very confident about this point, because he felt that he had already seen the most beautiful woman in the world. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. 222. On Luapa Mountain, there was a newly opened small pond behind the bamboo building. The water was clear, and there were no fish in it. No one knew what the empty pond was for. However, Weiba often squatted here and looked at it for an hour. He also asked the little boy in green and the little girl in pink to keep an eye on the pond for the next half a year and not let any outsiders come close. Probably because he was worried about the two of them. Weiba even had the black snake with the golden thread under its belly move out of the cave and wait near the bamboo building. After Chun Pingon left, the green-robed child had no comparison. Moreover, the cold of spring was gradually fading, and the sun was warm every day. Thus, he slacked off in his cultivation. The pink-dressed girl reminded him twice, but the green-robed child insisted that this was called relaxing in moderation and accumulating strength. It was not called being lazy for 3 days and 2 days. Today, Weiba came to the bamboo house again, and the green-clothed child followed behind him. Previously, no matter how he asked, Weiba only told him to wait and see. He was unwilling to reveal the truth, which made the green-clothed child feel very anxious all day long. He wished he could reveal his true body and jump into the pond to turn it upside down. However, he was afraid of Weiba's identity and cultivation base, as well as the mountain god's feminine temperament that hid a knife behind a smile. That was why the Royal River water snake forcibly suppressed his curiosity. He didn't want to live under someone else's roof and be made to suffer. Wei Pai still squatted by the pond today and carefully stared at the tiny water flow in the pond. It looked like a stagnant pond, but it was not. The foundation of Luapa Mountain under his feet was not in the mountain god temple at the top of the mountain. The root of the mountain was in the bamboo building, and the water was in the pond in front of him. Mountain deity Song Yuzhong was already on bad terms with this North Mountain deity, and on top of that, he was a loyal minister who worked for the Song clan of greatly wholeheartedly. Therefore, when he reported this secret to the Ministry of Rites and the imperial astronomer, the reply he received was that he should keep his mouth shut and not reveal anything. Since it was the order of the Dali imperial court, Song Yuzhong no longer entangled with it. As for his cultivation being restricted and unable to completely govern Luapa Mountain, Song Yuzhong was indifferent to it. However, the relationship between Song Yuzhong and his boss, Wei Pai, was getting further and further apart. The little boy in green was also squatting by the pond. He didn't even know where this pond of water came from. However, with Wei Pai's identity, as long as it was within the jurisdiction of Dali's North Mountain, it was easy for him to move mountains and water. The little boy in green stared at the pond of water eagerly. He hated that he couldn't find any clues. He didn't notice that Wei Pai, who was squatting beside him, had a tense face in his own territory. His forehead was sweating, and his shoulders were as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't get up even if he wanted to. Time passed like water. The bored little boy in green yawned. Only then did he notice that there was a stranger standing beside Wei Pai. The stranger was bending over with his hands behind his back, staring at the pond with a smile. He was wearing a Taoist robe and had a lotus crown on his head. He was young and quite handsome. However, His smile was not serious. At first glance, it seemed that he would take the opportunity to secretly touch the little hands of the girls under the guise of reading palms. If it was in the vicinity of Yujiang in the past, with the little boy in green's hot temper, he would have long told this young Taoist to get lost. Now that he had seen so many storms in Longquan County, the little boy in green was much more restrained. However, when he thought of the North Mountain god with a golden body beside him, and the extremely terrifying Marshal Dao, Peak Great Grandmaster in the bamboo building, what was there to be afraid of? The little boy in green hurriedly stood up and moistened his throat. Hey, Taoist, why are you so unethical? Why did you break in without saying hello? Don't you know that my master, Chun Pingon, is the master of this entire mountain? Moreover, there's a vicious black snake near the bamboo building that likes to eat people the most. The reason why you were able to survive is all thanks to my painstaking advice every day, persuading that black snake to abstain from meat. Otherwise, right now, humph. The little boy in green crossed his arms over his chest and raised his nose to the sky. He laughed loudly in his heart. Wah! After being sullen for so long, I've finally encountered a mortal that I can reprimand. It really wasn't easy. When he thought of this, the little boy in green found the young Taoist more pleasing to the eye. He wished for nothing more than to call him brother. I see. In that case, this poor Taoist has escaped calamity thanks to you. The young Taoist's smile was brilliant as he hurriedly expressed his thanks. In the eyes of the little boy in green, the unfamiliar Taoist's actions were much more sincere compared to Wei Pai's sinister smile that hid needles in cotton. However, the little boy in green was once bitten by a snake in this shitty Longquan County, and he was afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake. He had been muddled up to the point where he was slightly paranoid. He carefully sized up the Taoist again, and after confirming that he didn't have the slightest air of a Qi refinement warrior, he was so excited that he almost teared up. He swayed all the way over before jumping up and patting the young Taoist's shoulder. What are you thanking me for? Before my master, Chun Pingon, left the mountain, he said that when he wasn't at home, I would have to shoulder heavy responsibilities and be the master. As a guest, how could I let you be frightened? At the back window of the bamboo building, after the barefoot old man saw this scene, he chuckled and said, if you have the ability, pat this Taoist's shoulder again. The little boy in green became vigilant and raised his head to look at the young Taoist. He then glanced at the crazy old man at the second floor's window and then looked at the lotus crown on the Taoist's head. He asked tentatively, let's talk nicely. Are you a Taoist 10th realm spiritual master or a 11th realm or 12th realm heavenly monarch? The young Taoist smiled and shook his head. Neither. The little boy in green was half convinced and half doubtful. He whispered, brother, when we roam the pugilistic world, regardless of seniority or cultivation, we all pay attention to treating people with sincerity. You can't lie to people, right? The young Taoist nodded and said, I'm really not lying to you. If he was below the 10th realm, even if he couldn't defeat him in Luapa Mountain, there was still Wei Pai and the crazy old man. If he still cowered, it would really be inexcusable. The little boy in green quickly waited and felt that he was already in an invincible position. He immediately beamed and jumped up to pat the Taoist's shoulder again. I can tell that you have a good foundation. Don't be discouraged. You're just a Taoist earth immortal in the nascent soul realm. If you work hard for a few hundred years, there's still some hope. If you really can't do it, if you're bullied in the future, just say my name and say that, Little White Stripe in the Imperial River Waves, or Little Dragon King in Luapa Mountain. How about these two nicknames? One is romantic, the other is awe-inspiring. The old man on the second floor laughed wantonly and gave the little boy in green a thumbs up. Little water snake, you're capable. If you don't die today, You'll have enough to brag about for the rest of your life." The little boy in green swallowed his saliva, rolled his eyes, and coughed. He lowered his head and was about to retreat. He muttered, "Go cultivate, go cultivate. Today's cultivation can't be delayed." The young Taoist smiled and nodded. He said warmly, "You can't slack off on cultivation. Let's go. I have some knowledge about cultivation. You can ask, and I'll answer. I can give you some advice." Then the little boy in green's vision blurred. He suddenly realized that someone was walking beside him. This wasn't strange. What was strange was that there was also someone squatting beside Wei Pai. What was even stranger was that at the window on the second floor, there was someone standing opposite the barefoot, crazy old man. And behind the silly girl, who was sticking her head out of the bamboo building, there was another person who was sneakily looking over with her. All of them with a young Taoist with the lotus crown. The little boy in green closed his eyes and pretended to be blind as he moved forward. "I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I'm sleepwalking. I'm sleepwalking again." At the bamboo building, the girl in pink blinked her big watery eyes. Compared to the little boy in green's disrespect, she was more curious than fearful. The young Taoist standing beside her folded his sleeves and looked at the talisman characters that appeared on the wall. He said in amazement, "The characters are still so interesting, as expected of a helper. Ha! Heaven's secrets can't be revealed." On the second floor, the young Taoist leaned against the window sill and asked with a smile, "I heard that you want to fight?" The barefoot old man bowed, respectfully as a scholar of the Chui family. Then he straightened up and took 2 steps back. He cupped his fists and bowed, as a martial artist. There was no longer any respect. He said with a burning gaze, "I hope that Chief Lu can teach me a thing or two." The young Taoist pretended to be enlightened and relieved. He laughed and said, "Sure, sure. Just a thing or two is enough. If you want to teach me a thing or two, it's really difficult for me. After all, I'm in your vast world now. My 2 legs are like wading in mud. I can't walk fast, and I can't jump high." Beside the pond, the young Taoist squatted side by side with Wei Pai and asked, "Mountain God Wei, can you tell me the origin of the water in the pond and the golden lotus seed planted in it?" Wei Pai still couldn't get up. He could only smile bitterly and said, reporting to Chief Ancestor, "The water came from the 30,000 caddies of spring water that I secretly asked people to take out on the eve of the destruction of the Holy Water Country. The golden lotus seed was an antique in the Holy Water Country's royal treasury. Back then, even the royal family and the old man Kintiangian couldn't explain it clearly. They just passed it down as a treasure from generation to generation. After the Holy Water Country was destroyed, they fled through the Chiduan Mountain, and I met them. Finally, this seed was born. Therefore, I wondered if I could use the spiritual spring water to nurture a purple gold lotus that only exists in the small lotus paradise. This was because Wei Ba was the righteous god of the northern mountain, the master of all the mountain ranges. Their fates were one. Even though this was the right time, the right place, and the right people, sometimes natural disasters would become the burden of the righteous god of mountains and rivers. When the Taoist with the lotus crown appeared, Wei Ba was immobilized by the Taoist's foot. Even though the Taoist was only stepping on Luapa Mountain, it was no different than stepping on Wei Ba's head. If the Taoist stepped on Luapa Mountain and made it collapse, then Wei Pai's golden body on the peak of the cloud-covering mountain would lose half of its arm. The young Taoist shook his head and retorted, "It's not only in the small lotus paradise. The Taoist master mansion in the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the central divine continent also has 3 purple golden lotuses in excellent condition. They grow well and are more than 10 feet tall." Wei Pai was speechless. The Taoist was the 3rd disciple of the Taoist master, Lu Qin. The Taoist master in the green netherworld was divided into 3 sections. The 3 sect masters had a high status and were equivalent to the ritual sage, secondary sage, and literature sage. Lu Qin patted the head of the little boy in green and smiled. All right, stop pretending. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think it would work? Until now, the little boy still did not know Lu Chen's identity. But judging from the Lotus Crown Daoist's remarkable ability, and the fact that it was displayed in front of Wei Ba and Crazy Ol, the little boy knew that he had hit a wall again, and it was very likely that this time it would be tougher than any of the previous times. Hey, Lu Chen accompanied the little boy to the edge of the cliff and asked with a smile, "Have you heard of the story of deceiving oneself?" The little boy in green raised the back of his hand and wiped his forehead. He choked. "I've heard of it." Lu Chen asked again, "What do you think? Tell me the truth." The little boy in green sobbed. "I just think it's fun." Lu Chen sighed. "You're worth teaching." The little boy in green suddenly squatted down and held his head with both hands. He looked into the distance in a daze with a pitiful look. He missed Chen Pingan a little. If he was by his side, even if this master's realm was not enough, the little boy in green would feel more at ease. Lu Chen revealed an unprecedentedly kind look. He turned to the side and looked at the little boy in a daze. He asked softly, "Little water snake, do you want to follow me to the green netherworld?" The little boy in green raised his head. His face was filled with tears, and his face was wrinkled. The corner of his mouth curled down as he said bitterly, "If I refuse, will you raise your foot and crush my head?" Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. I'll only take away the pond, because whether it's the spring water or the golden lotus seed, they're all things that I've left behind in this world. Then Chen Pingan will lose a great opportunity. Don't you always call yourself a hero? You've been eating and drinking for free. Don't you have any loyalty? You should at least do something for Chen Pingan." The little boy in green shook his head slowly. His eyes were hazy with tears. "If I'm not loyal once or twice, Chen Pingan won't blame me." Lu Chen held his forehead. He was at his wit's end when he met such an ignorant fool. "Forget it, the opportunity hasn't come yet. Let's leave it at that." He sighed and said to the little boy in green, "Go back and tell Chen Pingan that he owes me a favor for the pond. He'll have to return it in the future. As for you, when you're crossing the river, you can go to the great blasphemy river that runs through the east and west of the Julu continent. If you can make it halfway, you'll have succeeded. When the time comes, you can ask Chen Pingan to escort you. Yes, this is the favor that he needs to return to me." The little boy in green asked tentatively, "Why are you so nice to me, immortals?" Lu Chen saw through the little boy's thoughts and said angrily, "Firstly, I'm not your long-lost father or ancestor. Secondly, I'm not interested in your dragon skin after you've turned into a dragon. Thirdly, the reason why I'm enlightening you this time is because your background is special. Furthermore, I might have to ask you again in the future if you want to go to the green netherworld." This Lu Chen disappeared in a flash. The little boy in green stood up and looked over. The lotus flower crown Taoist was no longer beside the silly girl and Wei Pai. His tears instantly turned into laughter. He swaggered over to the little girl in pink at the bamboo house and said arrogantly, "Silly girl, do you know, the old immortal praised me for my great talent and almost knelt down to take me as his disciple. He even said that he'll bring me to the world to eat and drink well. Who do you think I am? Since I've taken Chen Pingan as my master, I have to follow the rules of the pugilistic world, right? I rejected him without hesitation. You didn't see the sparkling tears in the old immortal's eyes at that time. Sigh, I pity the old immortal's sincere heart. If there's anything to blame, it's Chen Pingan's luck that he took in a little boy like me. It's also my fault for being too loyal." "Oh, right, silly girl. What did the old immortal say to you?" The little girl in pink raised a small hand that was glowing with a golden light. She said awkwardly, The old immortal talked to me about the rules of calligraphy. In the end, he said that you'll definitely spout nonsense, and asked me to do it for you. He'll give you a slap, a crisp and pleasant slap. The little boy in green was slapped hard on the face by the golden palm. He spun a few rounds in the air before landing on the ground. The little boy in green lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Wei Pai stood by the pond and looked at the quiet second floor of the bamboo house worriedly. In a private residence called Damao Residence in the ancient Yu Kingdom, a tall and handsome scholar with a sickly pale face was eating a steamed peach blossom mandarin fish. He had a special silver hook in his left hand and a pair of green bamboo chopsticks in his right. He was leisurely eating this seasonal delicacy. Beside him was a pot of fine wine from the ancient Yu Kingdom. From time to time, he would put down his chopsticks and take a sip. In front of the elegant scholar's dining table stood four of the ancient Yu Kingdom's top martial Dao grandmasters and Qi refinement warriors. One of them was a sword Dao grandmaster who was at the peak of the fourth realm of the martial Dao. He was self-taught and had a strong desire to kill. In the pugilistic world of the ancient Yu Kingdom and the surrounding countries, he had mixed reviews. It was widely acknowledged that this person was meritorious but not virtuous. His admirers firmly believed that this grandmaster could win against any sword cultivator from the lower five realms who were not from a sect. There was a fourth realm assassin who did not wear a mask. He was an inconspicuous and boorish man. However, it was obvious that he was wearing a fake mask. He was the owner of the Mai Liang brothel in the ancient Yu Kingdom. The Mai Liang brothel was an assassin organization that was famous in several countries. It meant that the price was fair. The client only needed to pay the price of the flower and would box to receive a pearl in return. He had once personally accepted a mission to assassinate a middle five realms Qi refinement warrior. He had almost succeeded. If not for the fact that the other party had a secret treasure from his sect, he would have succeeded. After that, the Mai Liang brothel suffered a round of thunderous revenge and almost disappeared. However, during this period, the Mai Liang brothel had displayed enough pugilistic world bloodthirstiness. They spared no expense in assassinating the disciples of the immortal family who had left the mountains to travel. After more than 20 years of entanglement, one was almost destroyed while the other was severely injured. Finally, the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu Kingdom personally mediated, and both parties stopped fighting. In that case, not only were the pugilistic world sects struggling at death's door and relying on others, they were also willing to sacrifice themselves to drag immortals down from the mountains. As for the other two Qi refinement warriors, the enchanting woman was an itinerant cultivator. She was good at using poison and had many tricks up her sleeves. It was impossible to guard against her, and she could corrupt one's soul. Regardless of whether it was the pugilistic world martial artists or the immortals on the mountains, no one was willing to provoke this lady snake and scorpion. However, the other Qi refinement warrior was an unfamiliar face that had never appeared in the ancient Yu Kingdom. The reason why these four important people were gathered together was very simple. The young man who looked like a scholar, who had come to the capital to take the imperial examinations, was the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu Kingdom. After eating the plump and delicious peach blossom mandarin fish, he took out 3 pieces of paper from his sleeve. Each of them had a portrait of a person. He bent his finger and tapped the young man in the middle who was carrying a wooden box on his back. He smiled and said, "There is a Xian-class magic treasure in the National Treasury. Whoever successfully intercepts and kills this person can take it away. Let me say this first. This young man is very likely to be a 6th realm swordsman. A pure 3rd realm martial artist is just an illusion. Don't be fooled by him. I only care about collecting the head. As for how I kill him, I don't care. As for the other 2, if I kill them, there will be some rewards. Everyone, please don't worry." The 3 of them left one after another, leaving only the Qi refinement warrior, who was not well known. He sneered and said, "Imperial tutor of Chu, it's not very good to be generous with other people's money, right?" The scholar smiled and asked, "Is it your idea or His Majesty's idea?" That person was silent. The scholar smiled and said, "As long as you take back the head, isn't it fine? The item will still belong to the Chu's national treasury. It's just a transfer from my side." That person snorted coldly and turned to leave. After stopping for a while in the Southern Stream Kingdom, the Kuan ship from the Daidan Mountain continued to rise into the sky and headed south. The Kuan ship sailed in the sky above the southern central part of the Aquarius continent. It was still a good season with light clouds and light winds. At dusk on this day, the old scholar with a mink hat who had knocked out a tooth walked out of his luxurious courtyard and came to the bow of the ship. As far as his eyes could see, the sun had set in the west. It was a magnificent scene. The old Confucian scholar continued to watch. Unknowingly, a woman who was also out for a walk was standing beside him. She had used the small and exquisite flying sword, Lightning Flash, which was famous throughout the continent of Jalizu, as a hairpin. She really had a strange idea. Of course, it was an incomparably extravagant gift. There was a pearl pendant at the end of the Lightning Flash. The reason was even stranger. The lady's father was afraid that the speed of the Lightning Flash was too fast for his daughter to control. Therefore, he found a dragon pearl he obtained from a secret realm of the Dragon Palace. For this reason, he did not hesitate to refine the sword so that he could pierce the pearl and use it to slow down the flying speed. The old scholar did not turn his head to look at the young lady who he had made enemies with not long ago. The old man smiled, and his lips did not move. He only secretly transmitted his thoughts. "Little girl, you shouldn't have come to see me. Be careful not to expose yourself. At that time, no matter how much your father dotes on you, he will not forgive you." The young lady's face was cold. She replied with her thoughts, "Mr. Jian Tun, why do you do this? You have no relatives, no children, and no disciples." The old scholar raised his hand and rubbed his mink hat. This time, he did not hide anything and spoke directly. He smiled and said, "Little girl, if you really don't like that Mr. Hulu, just say it. You don't have to think that just because a man is good, you have to like him. In the future, if you meet a man you like, he doesn't have to be a bad man. You don't have to like him." The young lady's face turned slightly red. The old man said emotionally, "After a bumpy life, the world is my home. In the end, I feel that this small courtyard on the Kuan ship can calm my heart. Fortunately, I brought a box of books before I boarded the ship. Every day when I open the door, there is this sea of clouds, mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. When I go back and close the door, there is a table full of books and moral essays that can cultivate the heart." The young lady sighed softly. This trip to the south was arranged by her father. He said it was for her to go out and relax. At first, she thought that her father wanted to matchmake her with that Mr. Hulu. It was not until the Dali dynasty's Wudong mountain fairy that she knew it was not so simple. Just yesterday, she knew the real inside story. Only then did she know that this Mr. Jian Tun was the key chess piece. What a huge chess game. She even thought that she would become an abandoned chess piece. The old man in the mink hat waved his hand. "Let's go, let's go. I'm not a handsome young man. You're a virgin, and you're accompanying an old man to watch the sunset. Even if you don't feel awkward, I feel uncomfortable." The young lady left silently and returned to the courtyard. She held her breath and quietly waited for the change to come. The old cultivator of the Ju-Lu continent, nicknamed Mr. Jian Tun, smacked his lips. He took off his mink hat and patted it twice. Then he threw it out of the Kuan ship and disappeared with the wind. "Let's go, old friend." The old man looked back at the north. When he was young, he was a scholar with the qualifications of a gentleman in the Ju-Lu continent. However, his temper was too bad. and he was arrogant. From day to night, from year to year, he would curse the courtiers for doing nothing. He scolded the generals for being good-for-nothings. He scolded the emperor for being a fatuous ruler. In the end, he scolded himself for being a useless scholar. Later, when his home and country were gone, the old man could no longer curse. Without his mink hat, the old scholar returned to the small courtyard. Along the way, the deacons and odd job workers were very respectful to him. The old man felt a little guilty, but he smiled as usual. He greeted them and joked with them, making them feel more amiable, compared to the serious Mr. Hulu and the gloomy Madame Chingu. This Mr. Gentun was much more cute. In the dusk, the old man returned to his house. He took a Confucian classic and sat in the courtyard. He did not flip through the book. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to nap. The territory of the Aquarius continent below the Kun ship was the territory of the Zhou dynasty, which was the strongest dynasty with the most sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent. It was said that when the Wind Snow Temple's land sword immortal Wei Jin first roamed the world, he stayed in the Zhou dynasty for the longest time and fought a few life-and-death battles. His opponents were all famous sword cultivators of the Zhou dynasty. The Zhou dynasty was the most prosperous power in the middle and south of the Aquarius continent. It had more than 10 vassal states. In terms of land area, it was second only to Dali in the north, which had swallowed the Liu dynasty. Among the many descendants of the old Zhou emperor, there were 2 ninth realm sword cultivators who had decided to give up the throne early on. Among the 4 imperial consecrators, there was a 10th realm sword cultivator. He had fought with Li Tuanjing of the Wind and Thunder Garden, who was known as the strongest person below the 5th realm in the Aquarius continent. He had lost all 3 times. However, the difference was limited. Otherwise, Li Tuanjing would not have agreed to the last 2 challenges. Previously, the 2 dynasties to the north of the Lakeview Academy had fought to the death. Both sides had suffered great losses. The Zhou dynasty, which was not far from the south, was watching the fire from the other side. Everyone in the court was gloating. There were many countries in the Aquarius continent. It was a true dynasty and could be counted with 2 hands. The Liu dynasty in the north was already a thing of the past. It was said that the descendants of the royal family had either hung themselves or jumped into a well. Those who survived had all become convicts and were forced to work for the Song clan of Great Li. The Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom was alone. Further south were the 2 rival dynasties that were fighting fiercely. Even the last bit of resources left by their ancestors had been used in the battle. Both sides suffered great losses. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. The place where the 2 countries fought was destined to be a battlefield that would go down in history. The north of the Aquarius continent, which was north of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the Lakeview Academy, was very lively. The south was still full of singing and dancing. But today, at dusk, on top of an unknown mountain in the Zhou Kingdom, thousands of strands of sword qi suddenly burst out, illuminating an area of dozens of miles as if it was daytime. The sword qi soared into the sky like a waterfall from the bottom to the top, and it just happened to rain down on a floating Kun ship. In an instant, the huge Kun ship that was traveling across continents was riddled with holes. Hundreds of people died on the spot. The heavily injured Kun fish wailed and writhed violently. The many formations that were used to stabilize the buildings on the Kun fish's back were already destroyed by the sword qi. The Kun fish's wobbling made things worse. In addition to the strong wind in the sky, hundreds of people were directly thrown off the Kun ship's back. They fell to their deaths on the land of the Zhou dynasty. The destruction of the Kun ship had already settled down. The qi cultivators of Mount Diao, including the owner of the ship, were helpless. They could only watch as the dying Kun fish continuously rushed to the ground. During this period, there were constantly great cultivators who flew into the sky in a panic. Madame Chingu and the others were among them. The slender and thin Madame Chingu's face was ashen. Her eyes were long and narrow. When she narrowed them, they were sharp. She held her son in one hand and her husband's neck in the other. She stared at the rapidly falling Kuan ship. Then her gaze swept to the origin of the sword Qi, as if she wanted to find the culprit. The cultivators, who were as small as grains of rice, flew into the sky and quickly left the Kuan ship. However, those Qi cultivators who could not fly were destined to resign themselves to fate. Moreover, if the Kuan fish turned over and crashed into the ground, all of them would die. There was no possibility of survival. At this moment, an extremely long golden rainbow hung in the sky from the north. The golden rainbow came under the Kuan fish's head. It was a middle-aged monk with a resolute face. He held the Kuan fish with both hands and shouted angrily. He bent his knees slightly, and a large patch of golden lotus flowers appeared under his feet. However, the Kuan ship's falling momentum was extremely powerful. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The monk's body sank continuously under the pressure. The golden lotus flowers under his feet shattered one after another. Although his appearance slowed down the Kuan fish's falling speed slightly, at this rate, the monk would probably still be smashed into the ground by the Kuan fish's head. The middle-aged monk was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, it was not bright red, but golden. He was actually a Buddhist golden arhat. The monk did not have the slightest intention of giving up. He roared and suddenly turned around. He arched his back and ran forward, as if he was carrying something. His freed hands began to form seals in front of his chest. This Buddhist monk raised his right forearm. His fingers were extended upwards like mountain ranges. His palm was facing outwards. It was the Buddhist seal of fearlessness. The middle-aged monk's body was covered in golden blood. However, his expression was still calm. He seemed to be indifferent to the immense pain he was suffering and the loss of his cultivation that he had painstakingly accumulated. When the monk's feet touched the ground, the Kuan ship's sinking momentum had stabilized. However, the monk was still pressed into the ground. When the Kuan ship rumbled and stopped, the monk was nowhere to be seen. After a long time, the soil loosened. The monk, who was covered in dust and golden blood, walked out from the bottom of the Kuan fish. The middle-aged monk's face was filled with compassion. He turned around and put his palms together. He lowered his head and chanted Amitabha. In the night, the monk walked on the back of the dead Kuan fish. Collapsed buildings, rubble, ruins, and corpses were everywhere. The monk did his best to take care of them. Finally, he came to the front of a young girl whose face was covered in blood. The monk sighed. Seeing that she was fine, he put his palms together and left silently. The young girl's eyes were lifeless. She carried a young girl of the same age in her arms. The corpse, whose face could not be seen clearly, had a beautiful embroidered bag hanging from its waist. The young girl, who was still alive, gently patted the corpse's back and muttered repeatedly, "Don't be afraid." Colorful Robes Country, Yenji County. The sun was shining brightly. The streets of the county were bustling with activity. The official road outside the city was filled with merchants and travelers. The old immortal stayed in a mansion not far from the county governor's office. The owner was very rich. He sent out invitations to all the influential people in the city to be his guests. For this purpose, a high platform was built in the middle of the lake. Before the sky turned dark, colorful lanterns were hung high. Guests filed in one after another. They brought their families with them. There were at least 300 people. Thanks to the county governor's son, Su Gaohua, Chun Pingon and company were able to enter. However, their location was not ideal. There were 2 long benches arranged in a corridor by the lake. However, at the very least, there was a small table for desserts and fruits. Compared to the nearby guests who only had a seat but did not receive any hospitality, it was much more impressive. The table was added at the last minute because Su Gaohua did not accompany the county governor and wanted to spend time with his friends. Chun Pingan originally wanted to practice his sword furnace. However, he was worried that it would be too eye-catching. He could only take off his wine gourd and drink slowly. Su Gaohua sat between the bearded man and the Taoist priest, Zhang Shanfeng. He whispered to the two about the family's wealth and the secret relationship they had with a general of the colorful robes country. The old immortal and his yellow paper beauty arrived as promised. First, they flew from a tall building in the distance and slowly landed on the high platform in the middle of the lake. When they landed, they were like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. They waved their sleeves, showing the charm of an immortal. This move won earth-shattering cheers. The clapping and cheering rose and fell one after another by the lake. The old immortal's face was flushed. He was thin and elegant, dressed in the attire of a famous scholar. After landing, he did not talk nonsense. He even skipped the formalities with the county governor and the general of the garrison. With a shake of his wrist, a yellow talisman appeared between his two fingers. If a Jianghu grandmaster had good eyesight, he would be able to see the lines of a woman drawn on it. It was far from being lifelike. The old immortal gently flicked his fingers. The yellow paper between his fingers shot out. When it touched the ground, it exploded into a cloud of green smoke that slowly spread out. A graceful woman dressed in colorful clothes slowly walked out of the green smoke. She curtsied toward a waterside pavilion where the main guests were. The bearded man and the young Taoist priest were amazed. Lu Gaohua clapped his hands and cheered desperately. Chun Pingan suddenly looked up. Someone happened to look over at the same time. That person was half squatting on the wall of the courtyard in the distance. He was grinning at Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan calmly stood up and told Zhang Shanfeng that he was going to find the latrine. The young Taoist priest asked him to come back quickly, so that he would not miss the wonderful scene. Chun Pingan smiled and nodded. When Chun Pingan walked out of the corridor and down the steps, the young man in black, who was about the same age as Chun Pingan, also walked on the wall. The distance between them was constantly closing. Chun Pingan took a deep breath, as if he was facing a great enemy. There were some parting that people did not want to meet again, but often they would inadvertently meet. For example, Chun Pingan and the guy called Ma Kushwan. There were some parting that people clearly wanted to meet again, but they would not meet again. For example, Chun Pingan and the girl called Qiushi. 2:23. When Chun Pingan walked down from the tall building and returned to his seat, he had missed two big battles. When Taoist Zhang Shan, who was sitting in the chair next to Chun Pingan, saw him, he quickly got up and cupped his hands to thank him. Chun Pingan had to return the salute and take the jade plate. For the sake of fairness, the battlefield of this public fight between mortal enemies was not set in the Wind Thunder Garden or the Jiang Mountain, but in the immortal platform, one of the 6 branches of the Wind Snow Temple. As the holy land of the military, the Wind Snow Temple had more friends than the Martial Mountain. In addition, the style of doing things was far more low-key than the Martial Mountain. When the disciples went down the mountain, most of them were wanderers rather than generals on the battlefield. Therefore, the Wind Snow Temple had a good relationship with both sides and would not take sides. As for why the Wind Snow Temple chose the immortal platform, firstly, it was because the immortal platform was located at the top of the mountain with a wide view and pleasant scenery. In terms of appearance, it was the best place for feng shui in the Wind Snow Temple. Secondly, there were few disciples on the immortal platform, and the incense was dying. It was almost supported by Wei Jin alone. However, Wei Jin was not close to the sect because of his master. Presumably, the Wind Snow Temple also wanted to take this opportunity to increase the incense for the immortal platform. When Chun Pingan got the result from Qiushi, he was shocked. The Wind Thunder Garden had lost the previous 2 big battles. a patriarch, and a famous sword practitioner of different generations died, one after another, under the sword of the opponent of the Xinjiang Mountain. In the second battle between the patriarchs, the two sides actually died together. However, because the patriarch of the Xinjiang Mountain fought with his last breath and died later than the sword practitioners of the Wind Thunder Garden, the Wind Snow Temple judged the Xinjiang Mountain as the winner according to the rules. On the vast, immortal platform, there was no crowded scene. A few buildings were densely clustered in the northeast corner. Only the Qi trainers of the Aquarius continent with high status and cultivation strength were qualified to climb the tower to watch the battle. The rest of the practitioners could only watch from the other peaks of the Wind Snow Temple. Such a huge immortal stage seemed to be reserved only for the two combatants. After the conversation, Chun Pingon realized that Daoist Zhang Shanji had never even heard of Xinjiang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden before this. This was not strange. The Qi refinement warriors of the Juluzhou had always thought highly of themselves. They had always looked down on the Aquarius continent, which was the smallest of the 9 continents. Perhaps only the Cliff Academy, Lakeview Academy, Dali Chui Dong, Wufu Song Zhengqiang, and Sword Immortal Wei Jin could enter the eyes of the Juluzhou cultivators. Moreover, with Daoist Zhang Shanji's cultivation and vision, it would be strange if he was familiar with the local customs of the Aquarius continent. The Wind Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain had a feud. The feud originated from the deepest part of the Wind Thunder Garden. On the sword testing field, there was the corpse of a female ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. After her death, it had been exposed to the sun until now. Not only was the Wind Thunder Garden unwilling to return the corpse, but they also asked the disciples of Xinjiang Mountain to help bury her. They did not even pull out the Wind Thunder Garden's standard long sword that was pierced into her head. It had been 300 years since they let the inner disciples and guests of the Wind Thunder Garden freely look at it. What was a great humiliation! This was it. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the continent, Xinjiang Mountain had been thriving for the past 300 years. In terms of the excellence of the youngest disciples of the 3rd generation, it had actually surpassed the Wind Thunder Garden. After Xinjiang Mountain's incident, someone would challenge the Wind Thunder Garden almost every 60 years. They would attempt to invite the ancestor's corpse back so that she could die in peace. However, the Wind Thunder Garden's master, who killed the female sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain, had lived for another 300 years. Even though Xinjiang Mountain had produced many geniuses in the past 300 years, they were still unable to defeat him. He was not as ruthless to those who challenged him later, but he was not merciful either. He would either break the longevity bridge or destroy the natal sword. Perhaps to the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain, death was worse than death. They would rather die a heroic death in battle. This was the origin of the allusion to the Wind Thunder Garden's master suppressing a mountain in the eastern Aquarius continent. Now, the master of the Wind Thunder Garden had finally died. In the spring of the new year, it was rumored that he had secretly reincarnated. It also happened to coincide with the generational battle, although the Wind Thunder Garden had kept a tight lid on it, hoping that this secret would not be leaked. Xinjiang Mountain somehow found out about it. The entire mountain was shaken, and everyone was agitated. Some people brought their families to the grave to offer incense and toast, while some decaying old men who were struggling at death's door drank themselves to death. The young sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain were even more eager to fight. They finally had the chance to vent their 300 years of humiliation and resentment. In fact, after the 2 battles, Xinjiang Mountain had indeed won, and it was a beautiful victory. They had earned a lot of face, so much so that the final battle between the youngest disciples was unnecessary. The maidservant, Qiu Shi, was a little worried. She felt that they would most likely not be able to fight the last battle. The sect called the Wind Thunder Garden had already lost 2 battles. In any case, the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Garden was only a little short of victory in the second battle. At least they had saved some face. If they lost the third battle, they would have lost 3 battles in a row. If word got out, the reputation of the Wind Thunder Garden would be completely ruined. If the Wind Thunder Garden stopped now, they could still get the consolation of being willing to accept their loss. Chun Pingon thought of Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator who had entered the mountain to search for Jiashu with him. He suddenly said, "The Wind Thunder Garden will definitely fight the third battle." To Chun Pingon, Lu Baqiao was neither a friend nor an enemy. Among the group of foreign immortals, he had left a deep impression on Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon simply felt that the sect that could teach Lu Baqiao would not back down so easily. As expected, after a secret negotiation between the Wind Snow Temple, Jinyang Mountain, and the Wind Snow Temple, the childlike and short sect master of the Wind Snow Temple walked to the center of the immortal platform with a man and a woman and announced that the third battle was about to begin. The representative of Jinyang Mountain was Su Jia. The woman wore a long sword and a blade-strengthening gourd on her waist. She was valiant and could be said to be beautiful. The representative of the Wind Thunder Garden was the last disciple of the Garden Master. His name was Huang He. He carried a huge sword case on his back. It was unknown whether he was hiding a huge sword or had many long swords. When almost everyone was paying attention to the 2 young sword cultivators, Chun Pingon was quietly circulating the true qi in his body. He focused on looking for a certain figure in those attics. Although the scroll was only so big, the reason why it was popular in the world was that the eyesight of qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists was far beyond that of ordinary people. When people saw a mustard seed, it was a mustard seed. When a Tao ancestor saw a world, it was a world. When a mortal saw a flower or a leaf, it was a flower or a leaf. Chun Pingon's eyes suddenly darkened. He grabbed a few pieces of sparrow tongue tea and put them into his mouth, chewing gently. In the corridor on the top floor of a tall building, a burly old man in white was overlooking the square of the immortal platform with his arms crossed. There was a delicate girl riding on the old man's head. The old man was on the right side of the center. On the floor behind the railing, there were many ancestors of Jinyang Mountain. There were both men and women. All of them were extraordinary. Sword qi gathered like rivers flowing into the sea. Chun Pingon stared at the old man in white. After a while, he looked away. Another tall building was the viewing point of the immortal platform for the Wind Thunder Garden. From top to bottom, there were only a few sword cultivators. Compared to the sword cultivators of the 5 states of Jinyang Mountain, there were only a few people accompanying the Wind Thunder Garden. Most of them were young juniors, such as Lu Baqiao, who was sitting on the railing casually. But after losing 2 battles, Lu Baqiao looked solemn. The shabby Taoist watched attentively and murmured, "It's starting." Qiu Shi smiled and said, "The previous 2 battles were all about killing the opponent. There's no need to determine the winner in this battle, and it has nothing to do with the overall situation. I think they'll fight back and forth. It won't be as bloody as before." Chun Pingon did not comment. His attention was mainly on the mountain-moving ape of Jinyang Mountain. Chun Pingon silently remembered the faces of the people in the loft of Jinyang Mountain. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one have a target, compared to beating around the bush and hearsay in the future. The scene in front of his eyes was the most direct and realistic. In the future, these people might be potential opponents who would stop him from ascending the mountain. Of course, that day was still far away. Chun Pingon was only a martial artist of the 3rd states. After all, no matter how strong a martial artist of the 3rd states was, he was still only a martial artist of the 3rd states. The old man in a Confucian robe wearing a mink hat clicked his tongue and said, "This little girl named Su Jia is a little dangerous." He hit the nail on the head. The young sword cultivator on the far Right patted his scabbard habitually. She lost. It's a pity that the blade-strengthening gourd met a bad person. I'm afraid there won't be a third blade-strengthening gourd in the entire Lu continent. His words came true. In just 3 moves, Su Jia had drawn her sword, and the natal flying sword in the blade-strengthening gourd. However, she was still beaten to the ground by the young sword cultivator named Huang He. It turned out that the big box on the man's back was filled with small swords. It was similar to carrying a hornet's nest. It was not a natal flying sword, but he was good at controlling the flying swords. Su Jia could not fight back at all. Once, her arm was pierced by a flying sword. Another time, the red string of the blade-strengthening gourd was cut off. The last time, her wrists were pierced by 2 flying swords. She fell into a pool of blood and fainted. There were not many fairies in the Aquarius continent who were truly convincing. He Xiaoyang, the fairy maiden of the divine grandeur sect, was undoubtedly the number 1. After her was Su Jia and 3 or 4 other fairies in the Aquarius continent. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless young Qi refinement warriors. Some people even joked that after Su Jia became famous, the number of disciples accepted by Xinjiang Mountain every 10 years increased by as much as 30%. Huang He, the sword cultivator, stood beside Su Jia. He lifted 1 foot and stepped on the blade-strengthening gourd that was in excellent condition. The sole of his foot twisted gently. The young sword cultivator of the Wind Thunder Garden curled his lips. He looked around and finally turned his head to look at the tall building where the Grand Master of Xinjiang Mountain stood. From between his eyebrows, a life-bound flying sword as black as ink flew out. It buzzed, and when this flying sword buzzed, the sea of clouds and mountain winds around the immortal stage turned from calm to chaotic. After the public provocation, the young sword cultivator withdrew his natal flying sword and said loudly to the tall building, 60 years later, I, Huang He, will ascend to the top of Xinjiang Mountain to test my sword. I will pluck a head and place it in the Wind Thunder Garden. The white-haired Grand Master of Xinjiang Mountain on the top floor glared at the young sword cultivator. He could not help but want to go down and beat the arrogant little bastard to death. The door to the top floor of the tall building where the sword cultivators of the Wind Thunder Garden resided suddenly opened. A handsome sword cultivator in black walked out. He smiled at the restless Grand Master of Xinjiang Mountain. Zhou, it's not good to take advantage of your seniority. Why don't I play with you? After the sword cultivator walked out of the door, not only the white-haired Grand Master, but everyone in the tall building of Xinjiang Mountain was stunned. Apart from shock, there was also a hint of despair that they did not want to admit. This person was the master of the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. He was extremely talented. He had reached the 10th level when he was 40 years old. However, he had not broken through in the hundreds of years that followed. It was inconceivable. However, even if he did not reach the upper 5 levels, he was still publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10th level sword cultivator in the Eastern Aquarius continent. Before Wei Jin broke through to the 11th level as a terrestrial sword immortal, he also admitted that he was no match for this person. Didn't they say that Li Tuanjing had died? Li Tuanjing no longer paid attention to the bewildered Grand Master of Xinjiang Mountain. He raised his head as if he was smiling at the people who were watching the battle behind the scenes. He put one hand behind his back and closed 2 fingers of the other hand. He twirled them gently. A wisp of breeze lingered. With a shake of his wrist, Li Tuanjing said one word with a smile. Slash. After the wisp of breeze left the sword cultivator in black, it instantly turned into a huge and majestic sword chi. It circled above the divine immortal platform and cut off the connection between the divine immortal platform of the Wind Snow Temple and the outside world. The people in the painting were dumbfounded. Outside the painting, they looked at each other. In the painting on the divine, immortal platform, Li Tuanjing did not find trouble with anyone on the tall building. He just stood there in a daze, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance that had resumed its unfolded state. This made the wind, snow, temple feel relieved. As the strongest 10th level sword cultivator, Li Tuanjing's killing power was obvious to all. When a Qi refinement warrior was praised as the strongest, especially in a continent, he would definitely be a terrifying existence. For example, the youngest pure 9th level martial artist, the vassal of Dali, Song Zhengqiang, had already displayed the legendary strength of a 10th level martial artist in the siege of the capital city. He broke Li Tuanjing's record and became the youngest 10th level sword cultivator. Wei Jin was now an immortal of the upper 5th level, high and mighty. Carrying the sword case on his back, the wind-snow temple slowly returned to the tall building. Xinjiang Mountain began to send people to rescue Su Jia. Li Tuanjing put his hands behind his back and smiled. Even if I only have one last breath left, I will still strangle your Xinjiang Mountain. Even if your corpse will be taken away from the Wind Thunder Garden by your disciples and grand disciples, I won't be happy at all. Look, 300 years ago, you betrayed my sincerity, so I taught the entire Xinjiang Mountain a lesson and made you unable to raise your heads for 300 years. Because of you, those juniors who were lucky enough to become sword immortals did not have the face to hold a celebration. They could only hide in the sea of clouds on the mountaintop and sigh. Even if I'm going to die now, so what? Are you satisfied now? Li Tuanjing collected his thoughts and turned to walk down the stairs. He patted the railing lightly. Li Tuanjing walked to the first floor and came to the side of a young man. Lu Baqiao, who had waited for the battle to end, had his lips trembling. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, Baqiao, you saw your beloved being humiliated and watched her sword heart crumble. Because of the enemy camp, you couldn't help but feel the same way. You couldn't control your emotions, right? Lu Baqiao snapped out of his daze and was about to jump down the railing when Li Tuanjing reached out and stopped him. Just sit. Lu Baqiao said guiltily. Yard master. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, It's all right, it's all right. You fell in love with a girl you shouldn't have. It's nothing. The sky won't fall, and you don't have to feel guilty. Lu Baqiao didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say something that went against his conscience, but he also felt guilty toward the sect and the yard master. Li Tuanjing asked, Since Su Jia has fallen into depravity, the blade-strengthening gourd will probably be taken away by Xinjiang Mountain. Once her sword heart is destroyed, this fairy, who made you kids feel ashamed of your inferiority, will have her spirit and qi destroyed. She won't be a fairy in the future. She might even be worse than a female cultivator in name on Xinjiang Mountain. Baqiao, I just want to know, will you still like her? Lu Baqiao sobbed. I'll like her for the rest of my life. Yard master, am I a good-for-nothing? Li Tuanjing sighed. Silly boy, very good. Then continue to like her, but don't delay your sword practice. You must know that I've always thought highly of you. You're not worse than Huang He. I didn't tell you this before, because it was useless. I can tell you now because there won't be a chance in the future. Lu Baqiao turned his head. Yardmaster? Li Tuanjing suddenly asked, Practice your swordsmanship well. In the future, try to bury my bones together with that corpse. Baqiao, if every dog has its day and Xinjiang Mountain is at its peak, suppressing all of us in the Wind Thunder Garden, what will you do? Lu Baqiao no longer had the face and courage to sit on the railing. He stood in the corridor and said solemnly, A swordsman will naturally use the sword to reason. Li Tuanjing teased, Oh, you're just like me when I was young. Li Tuanjing then looked into the distance and chuckled. Remember, this won't work between a man and a woman. Don't think that your swordsmanship is good, and everything is like this. When talking to the woman you love, you have to be gentle. You still have to say some words of love. Li Tuanjing turned his head and looked at the disciple in seclusion. Huang He, who was slowly walking over from the staircase. Looking at the two young people, the strongest 10th realm Qi refinement warrior in the Aquarius continent smiled. After I die, the Wind Thunder Garden will be under the two of you. Huang He's expression was cold. Master, I alone am enough. Lu Baqiao smiled, mischievously. That's good. Capable people do more work. I don't need to carry the burden. Li Tuanjing laughed heartily and pointed at Huang He. A swordsman's killing power is boundless, famous throughout the world. It's yours. Then he pointed at Lu Baqiao. A swordsman's elegance, wine, and beauty are yours. Li Tuanjing finally said leisurely. In short, it's all ours. On the Kuan ship to the Southern Stream Kingdom, the burly man beside the woman said sarcastically, except for the swordsman in black who appeared at the end, who had some real skills, the other three battles were ordinary. If they were in the Ju Lu continent, they wouldn't have the face to make such a big scene. The woman nodded and smiled. That blade strengthening gourd is really good. I wonder if there's a chance to buy it. The old granny who was standing solemnly with cupped hands smiled. Madam, you only need to tell us your house number. It shouldn't be difficult to get the blade strengthening gourd. On the leftmost seat, the old man wearing a Confucian robe and a mink hat could not stand the clamor next door and the endless criticism. Since the first battle, the people nearby had been nitpicking. It was so annoying. The old man tilted his head and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. The swordsmanship of these three people can't be compared to the sword immortals of the Ju Lu continent, but after 3 battles, they were full of pride and satisfaction. What else do you want? The burly man said sternly, Old man, do you have a death wish? The old man sneered. So what if I have a death wish? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? After watching the excitement of the Wind Thunder Garden and Jinyang Mountain, we'll let the others watch the show too. If I lose, I admit defeat. If I win, I'll F*CK your lover for 3 days and 3 nights. How about that? He did not nag and did as he said. The gentle, refined, and timid man beside the woman became the peacemaker. Let's talk things out. We're all from the Ju Lu continent. Why should we harm the harmony? The shriveled woman was not angry. Instead, she turned her head with interest and said with a smile, It's a pity that you're a little old. I reckon that old waist of yours won't be able to withstand more than a few blows from me. Fighting under the bed is very different from fighting on the bed. Isn't that right? Old bacon? Bah, the old man spat again. Not to mention a skinny woman like you, I'll F*CK, that pretty boy of yours as well. Chun Pingan was dumbfounded. Why did it feel like he had returned to Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley? Of course, he could not understand the words, but Chun Pingan was no stranger to the way they acted. The young sword cultivator on the rightmost side turned his head and said impatiently, If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting our time. Don't dirty our ears. Great. Another bad-tempered one. Not only did he not mediate the fight, he even added fuel to the fire. Chun Pingan felt a headache coming on. They wouldn't really fight, would they? The female sword cultivator with a small sword in her hair was indifferent to this. She only raised her head to look at the picture scroll, as if she was recalling the essence, energy, and spirit contained in the 3 deadly battles. Fortunately, the ship owner who had dealt with Wei Pai before walked over with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, starting from the old man in a scholarly robe. Every time he saw someone, he cupped his fists and called out, Mr. Jian Ern, Madam Qinggu, Mr. Hulu, can you give me some face and let this go? The 3 parties could choose not to give face to the ship's owner or even give face to Dashi Shan. However, when the ship's owner announced 3 simple names, the matter became simple. The old man in a scholarly robe, nicknamed Jian Ern, was an extremely famous and strange sword cultivator in the south of the Ju Lu continent. His realm wasn't too high, only at the Jindan realm. He didn't belong to any sect, but he was good at nurturing swords and ancient urns. He often helped sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms to nurture their flying swords for free, so he had friends all over the world. Madame Qing Gu wasn't a sword cultivator, but she had a 10th realm sword cultivator as her godfather. She was extremely protective of her son and had an extremely unreasonable divine weapon. In addition, she was a 7th realm martial arts master who was proficient in close combat. She was infamous for her ferocity. As for the young sword cultivator with the surname Hulu, he was even more famous in the Julu continent. He was the only one with no other branches. There was a land sword immortal ancestor in the family who was at the unpolished Jade realm. He was one of the sword immortals who had led the team to Inverted Hanging Mountain. He had a straightforward personality and was close friends with the continent's Taoist master, Xiesher. The current head of the Hulu family was the governor of one of the largest dynasties in the east of the Julu continent. As he was born unsuitable for cultivation, he was a weak scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. But in the end, he had 300,000 soldiers and gathered nearly 1,000 sword cultivators under his command. He had the reputation of being the 1,000-sword commander. Deus Han wasn't afraid of the 3 parties. It wasn't that they were strong enough to wrestle with the Hulu family, but that they were too far away to reach. As for Madame Qinggu, who liked to keep male companions, and Mr. Jian'ern, who was a rogue cultivator, Deus Han wasn't afraid of them. But they were guests. How could they make enemies out of doing business? The old man exclaimed and leaned forward. He turned his head to look at the young sword cultivator and asked loudly, "Young man with the surname Hulu, who is Hulu Inzi to you?" The young sword cultivator said, unhappily, "He's my uncle. He's been in seclusion for many years. You know him?" The old man slapped his leg. "Ha ha! When Hulu Inzi was young, he was a boring block of wood. The first time he went to a brothel, I was the one who took him there. After that, TSK, TSK, TSK. He followed me everywhere. I've only heard of freeloaders in the world. I've lived for so many years, but I've only met one freeloader like your uncle." The young sword cultivator's face flushed red. He hurriedly and carefully glanced at the female sword cultivator beside him. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he let out a sigh of relief. He said sternly to the old man, "My uncle isn't that kind of person." The Confucian-robed old man rolled his eyes. "Your uncle and I have a true friendship where we help each other push the butts. What the hell do you know?" The young sword cultivator seemed to have been struck by lightning. The female sword cultivator finally couldn't take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Shut up!" The old man chuckled. "Wah, what a fierce woman. All right, you're going to have a hard time." The young sword cultivator knew he was in trouble, but he didn't have time to warn her. The female sword cultivator's face was as cold as frost. Speaking rudely and speaking without thinking, "I'll break your dog teeth." The hairpin flying sword, which was already very small to begin with, had no sharp edges and was exquisite and slender, used to tie up her fine black hair. But when it left the black hair above its master's head, the tail of the sword blossomed with a snow-white light. The flying sword's trajectory stretched out an extremely long, dazzling white line in the air. The flying swords of the world were known for their ferocity, speed, and difficulty to defend against. But this woman's small sword was even faster to an unimaginable realm. Too fast. It was an eye-opener. Chun Pingan's thoughts moved slightly. "Ouch, mother, it hurts." The Confucian-robed old man covered his mouth. Blood flowed, and his words were unclear. As it turned out, the flying sword had pierced the skin of his mouth and broken one of his front teeth. The old man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed happily. He slapped his thigh with both hands and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He shouted with all his might, "What a good lightning flash!" As expected of one of the fastest flying swords of my Julu continent, It lives up to its name. Lives up to its name. Even Madame Chingu was somewhat frightened. This was another ancestor, the descendant of an otherworldly sword immortal. Moreover, compared to the powerful Hulu clan, the previous owner of the lightning flash was not weak. His battle prowess was extremely tyrannical. He had once walked alone in the Central Plains where there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. His sword was called Tiger Roar, and his flying sword was called Lightning Flash. Although Chin Pingon didn't know the secrets of the mountaintops of the Julu continent, and they were all speaking in the language of the Julu continent, Chin Pingon couldn't understand them at all. But there was no doubt that this was a fight between immortals that was brewing before a storm. So he obediently sat where he was, prepared to flee at any time if the situation turned bad. Fortunately, after chatting for a while and listening to Chunshue Chiosher's explanation, he understood that it wasn't too strange to encounter any immortals on this Kuan boat that crossed 3 continents. As for the underbelly of the Kuan boat, in the marketplace of the Aquarius continent, there weren't so many shocking existences. It wasn't just the small Aquarius continent that was like this. Even the vast Julu continent, where there were as many swordsmen as there were hairs on a cow, was the same. After the female sword cultivator returned her flying sword to its sheath, she smiled apologetically at the owner of the boat. The latter's heart calmed down. Actually, with her help, things wouldn't be complicated. It would only end early. As expected, the 3 sides quieted down. There was no longer the tense atmosphere from before. At this moment, Chun Pingon didn't feel that the Jianghu was dangerous when he was in the small town or Luapa Mountain. He was far from the despairing state of mind of the green-clothed child, but after seeing the battle between the sword cultivators in the flower and bird banner and the immortals close by, Chun Pingon told himself in his heart, Chun Pingon, don't just focus on drinking. You have to practice your fist more diligently and practice your sword earlier. Chun Pingon subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky outside the Kuan boat. Flying on a sword, passing through the clouds and rain, accompanied by birds, made him yearn for it. 224. On the platform in the middle of the lake, the old immortal made another strange move. He used 4 pieces of yellow paper talisman to create 4 beauties, each with their own merits. Their looks and bearing did not lose out to the woman in colorful clothes from before. Then, he had the well-prepared odd job workers bring in a guqin table, a chess set, a large desk, and a dazzling lineup of the 4 treasures of the study. Ordinary people focused on firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Famous scholars focused on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The old immortal pointed at the woman sitting quietly in front of the chessboard and cupped his fists. Are there any chess masters in Yenji County? As long as you beat her, you can take away the chess set and 2 boxes worth thousands of gold pieces. None of the items in this house were cheap. Anything that dared to be taken out in front of a county's rich was definitely not ordinary. The culture of Yenji County in colorful clothes country was flourishing. There was no lack of chess masters. Soon, a green-robed old man stood up and walked towards the platform in the middle of the lake. When the old man appeared, some chess masters who thought highly of themselves could only sit down obediently. It was obvious that the green-robed old man was recognized as the #1 chess master in Yenji County. The old immortal and the green-robed old man nodded at each other. The latter walked straight to the chess set and sat down. Before the game, both sides had to guess who would go first. It was unknown whether the old man was conceited because of his 7th rank, or because he was an elder of the same rank. He grabbed a handful of white chess pieces without hesitation. The woman in yellow paper who was playing chess smiled faintly and bent down to pick up 2 black chess pieces. In the end, the old man went first. Cheers immediately resounded through the lakeside. As one of the few chess masters in colorful clothes country, the green-robed old man was the pride of Yenji County. It was reasonable for the spectators to cheer for him. Of course, they would help each other. Then, the old immortal pointed to the two women sitting in front of the desk. He pointed to the one on the left. I heard that the county governor has been worried about something recently. The newly built temple is still lacking a couplet. After she finishes writing, whether to use it or not, the county governor's brilliant writing is renowned throughout the country. You have a unique insight. You can make a decision after reading the content. The county governor stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was reserved and gratified. The old immortal then looked at the general sitting next to County Chief Lu in the waterside pavilion and laughed. General Ma, you are a fierce general who has made outstanding contributions on the battlefield. You were once one of the cornerstones of the colorful clothes country at the border. Although I am an outsider, I admire you very much. I specially asked her to draw a picture of a bow full of snow for you. Ooh. The general gulped down the wine in his cup and laughed wantonly. If it's drawn well, it can really draw out the boundless atmosphere of the battlefield. On the day old immortal leaves the city, Ma, will personally send old immortal off for 30 miles. The old immortal cupped his fists and thanked the general first. Finally, he walked to the front of the zither and took out an incense stick from his sleeve. He inserted it into the empty brass incense burner and lit it with his own hands. The incense smoke rose in spirals and purple gas lingered. He nodded at the woman playing the zither. The latter smiled sweetly and lowered her head to prepare her emotions. When the melodious and ethereal sound of the zither rang out, the hundreds of people in the audience felt their minds relax. In the ancient times, the saints created zither to correct the sound of the world. As the saying went, the zither was used to restrain lust and evil. In the veranda, the bearded man was eating melon seeds. He clicked his tongue and said, "You have a lot of tricks. It's just a little boring." He did not pay much attention to the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was not interested in them. He was more willing to watch women dance with swords, the swaying waists of the beauties in colorful clothes, and the girls in white clothes were the beautiful scenery he liked to see. The scholar Lu Gaohua was also a chess fanatic. He was very curious about the situation between the old man in green and the woman. He only hated that he was a useless eunuch's son and did not have the chance to see the high platform in the middle of the lake. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was really anxious. He waited and waited, but Chen Pingan did not appear. He could not have fallen into the latrine pit. He did not have time to roll his eyes. After notifying the other two, he got up and went to find Chen Pingan. The old immortal stood with his hands in his sleeves. His smile was tranquil and unfathomable. He took in the scene by the lake and knew that his plan had mostly succeeded. On the small street, Ma Kushwan took out a porcelain bottle and poured out 2 silver pills. He tossed them into his mouth and said helplessly, "Master, you're really haunting me." It seemed that his master had been secretly watching him during this trip. Ma Kushwan felt helpless. He knew the temperament of the man beside him. He was like a stone in a smelly latrine pit. He was smelly and stubborn. Once he decided on something, he would follow it to the end. Ma Kushwan did not feel guilty. An ancestor of Marshall Mountain, who taught him the secret of the military and gave him treasures, had explained the rules of the sect to Ma Kushwan. Other than the mountain master's order, the rules of Marshall Mountain were not real. However, the sect master of Marshall Mountain had been in seclusion for 100 years, so the rules were lax. The man did not say a word. The purpose of this trip was to escort Ma Kushwan to find trouble with the commander of the Tide Iron Cavalry. It was related to the death of Ma Kushwan's grandmother. The Tide Iron Cavalry's dynasty was in a fierce battle with their mortal enemy. The two sides fought fiercely. One side even sent out the god of golden body, while the other side sent out a nation-guarding earth bull. It turned out that the nation-guarding earth bull was used by the immortals in ancient times to suppress water. The Ocean Wave Iron Cavalry had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Ma Kushwan had snuck in and assassinated 3 mid-level generals in a single night before leaving. After that, Ma Kushwan said that he wanted to explore the Jianghu and sharpen his body. The man did not refuse, but he still secretly followed him. Ma Kushwan wiped away his tears and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He held the back of his head with both hands and asked, if Chun Pingan had the chance to kill me, would you kill him? The man finally spoke. I don't dare to kill him, and I don't want to kill him. The reason why he did not dare to kill Ma Kushwan was that someone had gone to the imperial palace of Dali and caused great damage to the flying sword White Jade Tower. Apparently, that person had a close relationship with Chun Pingan. If that was the case, as time passed, some people would be tempted to kill Ma Kushwan. However, he did not expect that a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms would return to the mortal world so soon. Although it was said that Ma Kushwan was the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor, who was the invincible cultivator, there were only a few people in the world who were qualified to take a punch from the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor. The man did not want to kill Ma Kushwan because he had a good impression of Chun Pingan. If it were not for the rules of the sect, he would think that the young man from the Mud Bottle Alley who had comprehended the true essence of the fist art early was more suitable to be his disciple. However, accepting Ma Kushwan as a direct disciple was a strict decree issued by the sect master when he was in seclusion. He wanted the entire Marshall Mountain to treat Ma Kushwan seriously and not make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be held accountable when he came out of seclusion. Therefore, Marshall Mountain sent him to the Pearl Grotto Heaven. In the process of fighting with the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Divine Grandeur sect for Ma Kushwan, the man did not back down at all. He was even aggressive and arrogant. However, the man was regarded as Ma Kushwan's master in name. In Buddhism, there were preachers, ascetic monks, Dharma preachers, Dharma protectors, and so on. However, the man's real identity was a Dharma protector. He was the guardian of Marshall Mountain's disciple, Ma Kushwan. As for whether Ma Kushwan's path was the same as his, it was not important. The man suddenly said, "But you can kill Chun Pingan provided that you can do it." Of course, the man was not instigating others. He was just stating a fact. Ma Kushwan sneered. "Do it? Why can't I do it? Others might not know how many magic treasures there are in an object, but master, don't you know?" The man laughed. "You have it, but others don't." Ma Kushwan grinned, his face full of disdain. "Even if he has it, how can he compare to me? Not to mention the golden body immortal molt passed down from Marshall Mountain's ancestors. The 2 heroic spirits in my body are the most powerful sword cultivators. As long as I haven't reached the middle 5 realms, no matter how many times he stabs me with his flying sword, he won't be able to hurt me at all." The man asked, "Then why didn't you use it? Why did you get beaten up so badly?" "This fight is much more interesting than the small scuffles on Marshall Mountain. How could I bear to use that stupid artifact to make that guy die with a grievance?" Lu Ming thought to himself, "This is not my temperament. I don't want to bully Chun Pingan like this. Therefore, I want to defeat him where he thinks he's the strongest. Isn't he a pure martial artist who has an innate advantage in terms of physique? I'll only use my body tempered by the military to fight him head-on. Master, do you really think I'm drawing a circle? Don't you know how strange Chun Pingan's punch is?" Ma Kushwan laughed. "I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have deliberately avoided Chun Pingan and avoided his attack. But now that I think about it, if I had to go around a 3rd realm martial artist, wouldn't I have to go around a 6th realm or 9th realm martial grandmaster, or even a limitless realm martial grandmaster like Song Chongjing, even if I have the advantage of a higher realm?" The man asked, "Then what's your answer?" Ma Kushwan looked back. The master and disciple had walked far away and were about to reach the city gate. The young man with the case was long gone, Ma Kuxuan retracted his gaze, his eyes filled with determination. In the future, when I fight other people, I can decide whether to avoid their strongest opponent based on the situation. As long as I win in the end, it's fine. But that guy can't. I want to have a fierce fight with the physique of a Realm 5 Chi refinement warrior and the physique of a Realm 3 martial artist. The man didn't say anything. Ma Kuxuan frowned and asked, why is Chinpingan's third realm physique so tough? Although I didn't do a good job in tempering my physique and spent most of my time on summoning the spirits of Marshall Mountain's ancestors, I only said that I didn't do a good job. Why does Chinpingan have such an unreasonable physique? The man shook his head. Everyone has their own opportunities. You, Ma Kuxuan, can't take all the good things in the world. Ma Kuxian sneered. As long as I can see, all good things should belong to me, Ma Kuxian. The man laughed it off. It wasn't that Ma Kuxuan didn't do the right thing. It wasn't that Ma Kuxuan didn't do a good job either. A Tao protector only needed to ensure that the person they were protecting walked on the path of the great Tao. They couldn't die halfway, and Ma Kuxuan was destined to walk on the path of the great Tao. As for how far he could walk and who he could stand side by side with in history, many of the big shots in Aquarius Continent were looking forward to it. As he walked, the black-clothed youth covered his abdomen with one hand and held his cheek with the other. He cursed, "Damn, it hurts." Chinpingan took a deep breath to prevent himself from collapsing. He then looked around for the so-called assassin. There was no trace of the corpse on the street. He could only jump onto the wall and run. Suddenly, he stopped and floated down. Just below the wall where he and Ma Kuxuan were facing each other, there was a pile of ashes. There was a small white bowl and a small piece of charred ebony. Chinpingan didn't get close. He stood in place and looked at the small white bowl. There was a picture of the 5 sacred mountains on the outside. He couldn't see anything wrong with the ebony. The assassin should have been killed by the military cultivator in an instant, and then burned to ashes by the true Marshall Mountain's secret technique. But the man purposely left behind the 2 treasures that the assassin kept and didn't destroy them. Is this his way of expressing his apology? Chinpingan hesitated for a moment, but still went over and squatted down. He picked up the ebony that was only a foot long. It was extremely heavy, about 8 to 9 caddies. He then picked up the small white bowl and twisted it with his fingers. He looked at the 5 mountains on the white bowl, looking at the name. If Chinpingan remembered correctly, it should be the 5 sacred mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom. It wasn't difficult for Chinpingan to guess the identity of the assassin. He was most likely a subordinate of the scholar from the Chu family. That person had said that even the emperor of the ancient Yu kingdom had to be on equal footing with him. Before his death, his body had turned into rotten wood. It was obvious that he had used a scapegoat technique. He even said that he wanted to cause trouble for Chinpingan. Later on, the ghost Yang Huang had talked about his wife's female elm core. It was easy to understand. The foundation of the Chu family scholar's great way was a body formed from an ancient elm and the female elm core of the female ghost in the ancient house. That was why the tree demon had used the word continuous. Since it was a relic left behind by his enemy, Chinpingan had no qualms about taking it. Not only that, he also complained that the assassin's family was too poor. Why didn't he even bring a few dozen snowflakes with him? Chinpingan put the light bowl and the heavy ebony into the square-inch object. He really couldn't walk anymore. He staggered for a dozen steps and came to a thick apricot tree by the wall. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. He took out a clean shirt from the 15 flying swords and carefully wiped the blood stains off his body. He couldn't tell people that he had gone to the toilet and ran back covered in blood. Not only would the bearded man and the young Taoist be suspicious, but the whole corridor would also be in an uproar. On such a lively day, Chinpingan didn't want to be the center of attention. He also didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Gaohua. Chun Pingan was able to endure pain and suffering, but that didn't mean that this feeling was easy to bear. After fighting with Ma Ku Xian in the circle, Chun Pingan's internal organs had been injured quite heavily. Right now, all he wanted to do was sit there and not think about anything else. On the high platform in the middle of the lake, the curtains had not yet fallen. Cheers continued to ring out. Chun Pingan's field of vision was blocked by a corridor and a crowd of spectators. He couldn't see anything from here, so he could only look up. The old apricot tree next to him had a large crown and luxuriant branches. The apricot flowers were in full bloom, taking advantage of the spring breeze. People were too different from each other. Ma Kuxuan also came from a small town. He especially didn't care about things that he didn't care about, such as people calling him a fool and stepping on his shoes. But when it came to things that he cared about, Ma Kuxuan couldn't bear to see others doing better than him. Lu Xianyang would directly choose to give up on things that Chun Pingan did better than him, such as making bamboo bows, making traps, and so on. Slug Gu of Mud Bottle Alley was eager to see Chun Pingan do better. Then he would only need to follow behind and bask in the glory. Of course, other than one's natural temperament, it also had to do with distance. Chun Pingan took off the sword-nurturing gourd and drank a mouthful of strong wine. This made the burning sensation in his chi dwelling even worse, but the world was just so strange. Even though he was in so much pain, Chun Pingan, who was grimacing in pain, actually wanted to drink even more. He no longer drank big mouthfuls, only sipping small mouthfuls. For a drunkard who didn't have much money, even distilled grains were delicacies. Moreover, the wine in Chun Pingan's gourd tasted very good. Today's battle in the small street had been quite sullen, but even more satisfying. Although Ma Kuxuan had been careless this time, and the two had barely managed to fight to a draw, Chun Pingan had never cared much about winning or losing. Just like Alliance had said, you must not die. You must first live. Only then can you live well. Chun Pingan felt that Alliance's words were crude, but they were reasonable. Therefore, Chun Pingan picked up the wine gourd and raised it high above his head. He shook it a little, then froze for a moment. With a sullen face, he resentfully took back the wine gourd. Some of the bold words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach. So it was because the wine was gone. Chun Pingan lowered his head and pinned the wine gourd to his waist. He suddenly remembered something and connected with Flying Sword 15. Very quickly, an embroidered bag appeared in his hand. After opening it, there were 3 pieces of peach blossom cake inside. Chun Pingan lowered his head and sniffed. They were not damaged at all. Things were really magical. After so long, the pastries were still as fresh as when they were taken over by Luo Pamountain. Chun Pingan held the bag with one hand and picked up a piece of cake with the other. He put it in his mouth and chewed carefully. His head leaned against the wall, and he looked up at the apricot flowers. After eating an entire piece of cake, he couldn't bear to eat it again. He carefully wrapped the bag. Chun Pingan's face was full of smiles. He thought that the peach blossom cake in his shop was delicious. His first thought was to let Miss Ning try it. Imagining the scene of their next meeting, Chun Pingan foolishly laughed to himself for a while. Suddenly, he slapped himself in the face. "Are you stupid?" Without the medicine barrel that Wei Pai carefully prepared for him to soak in, Chun Pingan's recovery speed was simply the difference between riding a sword and walking. However, after a short rest, there were no obstacles to walking normally. Just as Chun Pingan was about to get up and return to his seat in the veranda, sparse footsteps sounded in the distance. One was deep and one was shallow. Most of them were men and women. Chun Pingan thought about it and chose to continue sitting at the foot of the wall. With the cover of the apricot trees, it wouldn't be too late to move after they left. But something happened that stunned Chun Pingan. The man and woman, the man didn't seem to be from the colorful robes empire. The two sides spoke in the language of the Aquarius continent. When they reached the dimly lit apricot trees, they began to hug each other. The man and woman were panting heavily. The woman gently rejected him, but the man was thick-skinned. He wildly nibbled on the woman's face, and it was likely that his two hands were not content with their place. Chun Pingon was a little restless. What should he do? Should he warn the wild lovebirds? Or should he hope that they would stop while they were ahead and leave this place? It was better not to join in the fun. If someone noticed, it would really be like yellow mud falling from one's pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it would still be shit. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment before deciding to get up and cough. The young woman on the other side of the apricot tree screamed and then hid behind the man. The man took large strides around the apricot tree. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Chun Pingon's blurry face. When he saw that it was a thin young man who wasn't tall, he immediately became courageous. Don't be afraid. This is a flower thief who covets your beauty. Even if he beats me to death, I won't leave you far away. In short, if he wants to take advantage of you, he will have to step over my dead body. The woman was about to cry. It was unknown whether she was afraid or touched. Her shoulder nestled against the man's broad and warm back. She whispered infatuatedly, "Lu Lang, you are so good." Chun Pingon was stunned on the spot. He wasn't angry, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, you two were also hit by a cow's tail when you were young, right? It wasn't a good thing to be in a deadlock like this. Chun Pingon found an excuse and pretended to be shy. He said, "Young master, young miss, you may have misunderstood. I arrived here before you. Because this is the first time I entered the house, I didn't know where the toilet was, so I had to—" Unexpectedly, the man shouted, "Lecher, flower thief, why aren't you fastening your belt? What are you doing? Disgusting. There is actually such a lecherous person in this world." At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort the woman behind him. "Miss Lu, just hide behind me. Don't let this guy dirty your eyes." In the end, the man secretly winked at Chun Pingon. He was full of pride and had an expression that deserved a beating. It was as if he was saying, "Today, I am going to be a hero and save the beauty. Strike while the iron is hot, and take down this little girl. If you have the guts, come and hit me." Chun Pingon looked at him. He was a handsome young man with a slender figure and a jade-like face. He was a typical weak scholar. It was no wonder that the bearded man often said that there were not many good things among the scholars. There were only a few young ladies of noble families and pretty daughters of humble families in the world who were not blind. Unexpectedly, they looked down on him, Mr. Su. Instead, they all liked those sickly scholars. Then, Chun Pingon took a step forward and arrived in front of the scholar in an instant. He slapped him across the face, causing him to fall to the ground and pass out. The young woman stood in place with her mouth wide open. Her eyes were lifeless. She wanted to scream, but she didn't dare. She was bitterly suppressing herself. She was afraid that this villain would kill her as well. At that time, wouldn't she and her beloved young Master Lu, whom she had just met, become a pair of dying mandarin ducks? But in the books of scholars and beauties, weren't the parents supposed to be against it? There were all kinds of ups and downs, but in the end, the bitterness would be over, and the happiness would come. Wasn't it? There wasn't any book that said that a scholar and a beauty would be beaten to death by a bandit. Chun Pingon left in large strides. He shook the sword case on his back and didn't look back. 2:25. Not long after Chun Pingon returned to the veranda and sat down, he did not see Zhang Shanfeng. The bearded man was a joker. So he said that the Taoist met a beautiful girl and went for a night walk. Lu Gaohua followed suit, but Chun Pingon did not believe him. Looking at the face of the son of the county governor, Chun Pingon had a strange look in his eyes. He thought that there could not be such a coincidence in the world. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you have any sisters who are married?" Lu Gaohua was confused. "No. Each sister has one. Now that I'm not married and they're not married, there all eating and drinking at home. My father always complains that we're a bunch of good-for-nothings and that we've wasted his salary, especially the dowry and betrothal gifts. It's been years since he's been able to buy a clean document. Chun Pingan was relieved. It was good that they were not married. Otherwise, if the girl who looked similar to Lu Gaohua was really Lu Gaohua's sister, she would have an affair. Whether he said it or not, Chun Pingan would be in a difficult position. The curtain on the high platform of the pavilion in the middle of the lake soon came to an end. There was thunderous applause. County Governor Lu and General Ma did not take advantage of their official status to walk out of the waterside pavilion. They went to the high platform and asked about the old immortal's well-being. The old immortal answered them appropriately. One was a civil official and the other was a military official. Both of them felt refreshed. During this time, there was a young man who looked like a descendant of an aristocratic family. He wanted to be apprenticed to the old immortal, but he was soon dragged away by the steward of the house. Taoist Zhang Shanfeng came back a few steps later than Chun Pingan. When he saw Chun Pingan sitting there safely, he was relieved. He joked, "I thought you fell into the latrine." Chun Pingan did not want to reveal the battle in the small street. He said in a low voice, "I didn't find the latrine," and was too embarrassed to ask the steward of the house, "so I wanted to find a secluded place secretly. It took me a long time to find it. When I came back, there were many people in the veranda. I was too embarrassed to squeeze in, so I stayed outside for a while." The bearded man mischievously asked, "You've been hiding in the dark, but haven't you seen any intimate scenes?" Let me tell you, in this beautiful robes nation, especially in Yanji County, there are many scholars and beauties. When they have nothing to do, they all like to read some gaudy forbidden books. After reading too much, they will follow the path written in the books. When the man said this, Lu Gaohua couldn't help but laugh. He nodded vigorously and said, "Take my little girl, for example. She was only 13 years old, but because she secretly read a few books about sex, she had a wild temper. Since she was young, she always wanted to be chivalrous in Jianghu. She always complained that the men in Yanji County were all women, and she was unhappy. She only learned the tricks of sneaking out of the embroidery house and climbing over walls. Fortunately, she was smart. My mother was smarter than her. So the little girl never succeeded once." Ew. The bearded man's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "It's good to yearn for Jianghu. I have a belly full of Jianghu stories. Just 1 or 2 stories are the best in the world." Lu Gaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Don't. My sister is still young. Hero Su, our friendship is only in Jianghu. Besides, if you become my brother-in-law, you won't lose out in terms of seniority." The man smiled and said, "Don't you have an elder sister?" Lu Gaohua didn't dare to say anything. It seemed that he had something he couldn't say. Chun Pingan wanted to say something, but stopped. The bearded man laughed and slapped Lu Gaohua's shoulder. "Look at how scared you are. I, Su, have been in Jianghu for so many years, and I can't count the number of female confidants with my 2 hands. I've never been interested in the women in the embroidery house." The banquet ended. The 3 of them walked out of the house amidst the crowd and returned to the inn. Lu Gaohua was caught by his father for social activities. Although his son was a good-for-nothing with poor craftsmanship and his career prospects were basically ruined, he was the only son in the family after all. County Chief Lu still hoped that Lu Gaohua would be able to support the family's reputation in the future and not be too disgraced. On the way back, because he had obtained 2 items, Chun Pingan asked Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng about the Dharma treasures. If there was someone to blame, it was Chun Pingan's fault. The people he met in the past were too ignorant of the Jianghu. Alliance casually hung a bamboo knife on his waist. As for the young man Chui Dong, when he occasionally talked about realms and Dharma treasures, his tone was frighteningly arrogant. It was as if the chi refinement warriors of the upper and middle realms and the Dharma treasures they carried were all children's toys that were not worth mentioning. The barefoot old man in the bamboo house was even more straightforward. He said that martial artists of his generation would rather stay at home and work in the fields and be farmers if they relied on external items to travel the world. Chun Pingan was also very helpless. Fortunately, after Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng's introduction, he had a rough understanding of the division of the Dharma treasures. It turned out that the Dharma treasures were equally strict and were not inferior to the official ranks by much. The Dharma treasures were a very general term. The items at the bottom were the craftsman's tools. They could only be regarded as well-made non-living objects. Jianghu sayings such as cutting hair with a single blow and cutting iron like mud were mostly used to describe the weapons in this category. Also, the items symbolically given by the immortals on the mountain to their disciples were usually craftsmen's tools that looked good, just like Taoist Zhang Shanfeng's peachwood sword. Of course, if it was the peachwood sword given by the Taoist master residents of the Dragon Tiger Mountain to the Taoist master at the foot of the mountain, it would be far more than that. Above the craftsman's tools were the heavy weapons. Most of the divine weapons of the Jianghu grandmasters belonged to this category. The materials used were rare, generally qi refinement warriors, especially those unaffiliated cultivators who had no roots and did not have the inheritance of a master, were regarded as pure martial artists who did not belong to the sect of Taoism. On the path of cultivation, if the mountainside people were lucky, they would have one or two heavy weapons. It was really not easy. For example, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng dreamed of having a heavy weapon and hoped that he could have a handy magic sword in the future. The saber that the bearded man carried was actually one of the best among the heavy weapons. The following spiritual weapons and magical weapons were the real Dharma treasures. Spiritual weapons were divided into innate and acquired levels. Innate spiritual weapons were even rarer and favored by heaven and earth. They nurtured abundant spiritual energy and allowed the cultivators to control them with twice the result with half the effort. At the crucial moment, they could even pay the price of destroying the foundation to return the favor to the owner. Small snow coins could be considered as such. However, the spiritual energy contained in a small piece of snow coins was too little and could be ignored. No qi refinement warrior would be foolish enough to absorb the spiritual energy of a small piece of snow coins to enhance the realm of cultivation. Acquired spiritual weapons such as the high-quality yellow paper talisman and some magical weapons that were carved and forged by qi refinement warriors. For example, the jade pendant of the young master of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, was called Old Dragon Rain. It was a first-class item among the spiritual weapons and was priceless. There was also the mountain prawn pot that he bought from Song Jisun. It was extraordinarily precious compared to the Old Dragon Rain pendant and the mountain prawn pot, the demon-binding rope, demon-subduing wood, ghost-beating bamboo whip, and so on carried by the qi refinement warriors of Xinguang sect. Although they were all acquired spiritual weapons, there was a world of difference in terms of price and value. Above the spiritual weapons were magical weapons. Dharma had always been a very big word. Otherwise, there would not be such a thing as Tao, Dharma, and Buddhism. Magical weapons contained the invisible rules of heaven and earth. The blade strengthening gourd, which was specially used to nourish flying swords, was firmly in its place. Of course, the silver blade strengthening gourd that Alliance took from the Wei and Jin dynasties and the gourd hanging from Su Jia's waist of Xinjiang Mountain were the most precious among the blade strengthening gourds. It was said that the Tao ancestor had personally planted a string of gourd vines before he ascended. The 6 gourds were then made into 6 vessels for nourishing swords by the experts at the peak of the mountain. Naturally, the blade strengthening gourds were not comparable to the ordinary ones. Above the magical weapons were immortal weapons. Most of the qi refinement warriors on the mountain would not be able to see an immortal weapon in their lifetime. Even the immortal mansions with the word sect in their name might not have an immortal weapon guarding the mountaintop. The Xinguang sect, the leader of the Xinguang sect, had successfully broken through and became a heavenly lord. That was why he was given an immortal weapon by the great sect of the central continent. Qiao Shi, the sword immortal of the South Saw continent, had a natal flying sword tied to his wrist. He had come across a great opportunity and refined it from the water of a great river. It could be considered a half-immortal weapon. This was the reason why people feared Qiao Shi the most. However, the most outstanding immortal weapons in the world were all legendary existences. The people who owned them were even superior and famous in the world. For example, the Taoist Master Seal and the immortal sword of the Taoist Master Mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the small bronze cauldron that the ancestral patriarch of the Chun family in Yingyin obtained by chance when he traveled the world when he was young. It was said that it was an imitation of the mountain river cauldron that hung around the waist of the ancient saints. Among the rare immortal weapons, there was an even more legendary kind that, after a long time of accumulation, gave birth to a god with self-consciousness. This kind of god was definitely not the kind of god of mountains and rivers that was conferred by the mortal court. The so-called immortal golden body of the righteous god was inferior to this kind of high and mighty god. Chun Pingan knew in his heart, even if he did not mention the 5 mountains, he was still very rich. His current wealth was solid, the porcelain bowl, and ebony that he had just picked up from the roadside tonight, the wooden sword exorcism made of locust wood, the snake gallstone that Lu Qin returned to him through He Xiaoyang was definitely the best spiritual weapon material, even if it was not mentioned that it was the favorite of the flood dragons in the world. As for the 3 seals that Mr. Qi had left for him, they were all carved from the best snake gallstones. Li Shisheng gave him the snow wind cone pen and a large stack of precious talisman paper. The blade-strengthening gourd that was extremely special among the magic weapons at his waist was a treasure that most sword cultivators in the Middle 5 realms coveted. The 2 natal flying swords that temporarily recognized him as their master, number 1 and number 15. Therefore, when Chun Pingan walked back to the house alone, there was wind under his feet. He looked very much like a green-clothed child who had not met so, and so on the road. Although he could not be sure for the time being, drink, 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 the sword-strengthening gourd was out of wine. So Chun Pingan went to the inn to ask the waiter about the price of the wine. He heard that the worst local wine in Yanji County cost at least 8 taels of silver per caddy. As for the inn's signature rouge wine, it cost 10 taels of silver per caddy, and there was no bargaining. Chun Pingan's wine gourd could hold about 10 caddies of wine. 10 caddies of the most expensive rouge wine only cost about 100 taels of silver. It was not like he was spending money on 100 snowflakes that were specially used by the immortals in the mountains. If he did not drink this kind of wine, how could he live up to the mountains of spiritual weapons and magic weapons he had on him? Therefore, Chun Pingan decisively asked for 10 caddies of local wine. Originally, the 3 of them had already returned to their rooms, but Lu Gaohua came to the inn again. He knocked on Zhang Shanfeng's door first. This son of a heaven-class official in Yanji County had an awkward expression on his face. Behind him was a young man and woman who looked like Lu Gaohua. The woman's face was somewhat similar to Lu Gaohua's, so she was probably his sister. He told Zhang Shanfeng about the matter. It turned out that he had come to ask for some Jianghu men's medicine. He said that Lu Gaohua had gone to see the old immortal tonight. There were too many people, and it was night time, so he accidentally fell and hit his head. His head was still dizzy. The medicine shops in the county city had long been closed. His sister was really worried about Lu Gaohua. After hearing that her brother knew the heroes of Jianghu and the immortals in the mountains, she wanted to help take a look at him so that he would not fall ill. She would pay for all the expenses. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng led the 3 of them to Su Yuanxia's room. The bearded man also felt refreshed. He showed the weak scholar to take a look and said that it would not be a problem. Seeing that the woman was unwilling, the bearded man was experienced and ruthless. He smiled and took out a cooling ointment from his bag and had the scholar with the surname Lu apply it to his temple. He guaranteed that the ointment would cure the illness and that there would be no side effects. Only then did the woman relax. She sat on the stool and looked at the scholar with soft eyes, full of love and tenderness. The scholar comforted her not to worry. He spoke in a genteel manner. The bearded man could not stand this the most. He felt his teeth ache. Although Zhang Shanfeng was a monk, he was not careless about joining in the fun. It was better to have fun together than to enjoy alone. He immediately ran over and dragged Chen Pingan over. He said that she was Lu Gaohua's sister. She was a girl with a decent appearance. Tonight, she had brought a refined scholar. He guessed that he would soon become the son-in-law of the governor's manor. Chen Pingan had just finished pouring wine and filling the blade-cultivating gourd. The room was filled with the smell of wine and empty wine jugs. Seeing that Zhang Shanfeng was not going to let him go until he saw a good show, he did not want to give himself away. He could only give up on the idea of practicing the sword furnace and follow him to Su Yuanxia's room. When Chen Pingan entered, the scholar and beauty, who were having a rendezvous under the moon, gasped at the same time. "If the enemy does not move, I will not move." Chen Pingan pretended that he did not know anything. He sat down at the table, took off the wine gourd, and began drinking. The scholar surnamed Lu didn't know whether to stand or sit. Lu, Gaohua's elder sister, the girl who had been poisoned by the story of scholars and beauties, felt even more guilty. After all, she was a virgin from a wealthy family. She was only one step away from being engaged to a strange man. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't a good thing to talk about. Although Yanji County's customs were open, the fact that the eldest legitimate daughter of a county governor was seen hugging a foreign scholar was likely to be spread across half of the county city by tomorrow. If it was someone she knew, Lu Gaohua was puzzled. "What, you three know each other?" The scholar surnamed Lu was good at making things up. He coughed and explained, "Tonight, your sister and I were strolling by the lake when we happened to meet this gentleman. He was carrying a sword case on his back. He was really walking with the vigor of a dragon and had an extraordinary spirit. I was immediately subdued by his bearing. Naturally, I could not forget him. It is an honor to meet him again." The scholar cupped his hands and bowed to Chen Pingan. His eyes were full of pleading and pity. At that time, he had only seen the youth under the apricot tree. He had thought that the heavens had bestowed him with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be the hero and save the beauty. If he missed it, wouldn't it be a waste of the matchmaking? Thus, there was a misunderstanding with an unpleasant ending. Chen Pingan did not like or dislike this person. He definitely did not have a good impression of him. He chuckled and did not expose the scholar's background. It could be considered that he had left some leeway. In the end, Chen Pingan still did not want to get involved in Lu Gaohua's family matters. Whether this marriage was good or bad, whether it was a match made in heaven or an ill-fated relationship, it had nothing to do with him. But then again, if Lu Gaohua was replaced by Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, whom Chen Pingan regarded as a true friend, Chen Pingan would definitely not mince his words. Even if he did not say it in front of Lu Gaohua, he would have reminded Zhang Shanfeng in private that his future brother-in-law was not a very decent person and did not look like an elegant young master who came from a scholarly family. In the end, it was said that this scholar, surnamed Lu, who had traveled all the way to study, met Miss Lu at a temple fair. He was so poor that he had to share a room with others. Because the inn could not spare a room, Lu Gaohua smiled apologetically and begged the bearded man and Zhang Shanfeng to take him in. This opened Su Yuanxia's eyes. It was rare for a brother-in-law to act like this. Not only did he not dislike the scholar surnamed Lu's family background, but he also helped his sister hide the fact that their families were not well matched. The scholar surnamed Lu did not dare to share a room with Chin Pingon, nor did he want to share a room with the bearded man. He always felt that his skin was soft and tender, and the bearded man's unrestrained appearance was too frightening. He chose the most ordinary and pleasing young Taoist priest. Zhang Shanfeng did not have any objections. Lu Gaohua left the inn with his reluctant sister. The siblings walked on the lonely street that was about to be closed at night. When Lu Gaohua was about to reach the gate of the county manor, he whispered, "Sister, I don't like that person very much, but since you like him, I will do everything I can. If one day you find out that you're wrong, don't think too much about it. The sky won't fall. It doesn't matter if father scolds you or scolds you. It doesn't matter if he goes overboard in his anger. When the time comes, you don't have to be afraid." The woman gently kicked her younger brother and angrily said, "Lu Gaohua, can't you think of your sister a little? What are you talking about?" Lu Gaohua turned his head and made a face. The woman pretended to be frightened and shouted that there was a ghost. She picked up her skirt and ran to the gate of the county manor. Lu Gaohua sighed and quickly followed her. Lu Gaohua suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head abruptly to look at the empty street. Looking around, he still didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He shook his head and continued walking, because at that moment he felt a chill on the back of his neck and on his back. Lu Gaohua kept comforting himself in his heart. What was there to be afraid of? He had seen the old immortal with his father, and even chatted with the old immortal face to face. Even if there were filthy things in the world, such as the tree demon in the old house, they would not be able to get close to him now. The moment the odd job worker closed the side door of the mansion on a secluded and empty street in the distance, a night watchman just happened to start the night watch. But for some reason, even though it was clearly the third night watch period, the gong was sounding for the fourth night watch period. On the street of Yanji County, a hoarse voice sounded faintly. "The weather is dry. Be careful of candles." The blind night watchman who had been on night watch for many years was holding a copper gong. He was supposed to have a mute companion who was in charge of holding the clapper to ring the gong. They had worked together for many years and were very familiar with it. But the night watchman did not know that his companion had been replaced by a woman in white. She rang the gong again and again, and blood would splatter on the surface of the gong. But before the blood could splash on the street, it would turn into wisps of black smoke and quickly dissipate. The blind night watchman was still shouting hoarsely about the weather being dry and being careful of candles. 226. I can only guarantee that this month's update will reach 120,000 words, which is no less than the first month's update. On average, it will be around 4,000 words per day. I will definitely have to take more days off, so please forgive me. The night passed peacefully in the inn. Chun Pingon stayed alone in the room at the end of the corridor. Before going to bed, he practiced the six-step stance and the sword furnace stance for 2 hours each. In the end, he took out the porcelain bowl with the true shape of the 5 great mountains and the charred ebony. He studied them carefully for a long time, but he didn't find anything. Hoping that the 2 items would be worth 1 or 200 snowballs, Chun Pingon put away the heavy ebony and poured the strong liquor from the sword-nourishing gourd into a small white bowl. Then he flipped through the 2 travel books that Lu Gaohua had given him under the lamp. From time to time, he would take a few sips. After turning off the lamp and going to bed, Chun Pingon closed his eyes and began to recall the fight with Ma Kuxuan in the small street. He reflected on the pros and cons of each punch. Chun Pingon didn't dare to hide the moves taught by the barefoot old man. He fought to his heart's content, and his life was hanging by a thread at every moment. He had to give it his all, and his understanding of the moves in the Iron Horse Chisel Formation had deepened. The most unfortunate thing was that he only used 15 punches in the god's drum-beating style. Chun Pingon's intuition told him that if he had to use 20 more punches in one go, Ma Kushwan would probably have admitted defeat early on, just like how he fought the tree demon scholar in the ancient house. However, Chun Pingon thought that letting Ma Kushwan think that he won by a narrow margin was the best choice at that time. However, Chun Pingon barely managed to tie with Marshall Mountain's Heaven's Pride. He didn't really care about the outcome of the battle. Firstly, he didn't know the significance of Ma Kuxian breaking through 3 realms in a single year. Secondly, Ma Kuxian loathed Chun Pingon from Mud Bottle Alley. Chun Pingon also loathed his peers from Apricot Blossom Alley. Fate was indeed important between people. Some people would have a good impression of each other at first glance, just like the sunshine in the cold winter, such as Mr. Qi Li Shixing and Zhang Shanfeng. Some people would be like the sun in the hot summer, glaring no matter how they looked at it, such as Ma Kushwan, Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City, and Madame Su from Clear Breeze City. Before Chun Pingon fell asleep, he was thinking that the deity drum beating style was definitely his most powerful move. However, he did not know if he could punch out 50 or 100 punches in one go. Would he be able to cut a huge river in half and create a path for himself? Would it be possible that a canyon would be carved out of a mountain? At dawn, Chun Pingon got up and practiced the 6-step stance in his room. Not long after, he found someone reading aloud in a courtyard with fake mountains and green trees. It was the scholar surnamed Lu. He had the demeanor of someone who had studied hard. Everything he read was from the teachings of the sages. Chun Pingon continued to practice. As expected, the guests in each room of the inn began to curse him. Some hot-tempered Jianghu guests jumped out of their beds naked, grabbed the wine bowls and plates on the table, and threw them out of the window. The scholar surnamed Lu also became stubborn. He jumped around to dodge, and his voice became louder and louder as he read the classics of the sages. Many guests who couldn't cover their heads with their quilts got up and cursed. They began to talk to the scholar, surnamed Lu's ancestors, at the window. It was a complete mess. Half an hour later, Chun Pingon and the bearded man were sitting in Zhang Shanfeng's room. The young Taoist priest was bandaging the scholar surnamed Lu's head. The innkeeper had just walked out with a black face. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He couldn't scold or beat such an ignorant bastard guest. After all, he was a distinguished guest brought by the son of the county governor. He had to suffer in silence. He was really sullen. The problem was that the people who stayed in this inn were not simple. They were either rich merchants from all over the country or heroes from all walks of Jianghu. They were all powerful people who couldn't be underestimated. How could he do business in the future if he was disturbed by the scholar so early in the morning? Would he still have repeat customers? The scholar surnamed Lu was called Lu Qicheng, and he was from Baishan. When the scholar introduced his hometown, he emphasized the words near Lakeview Academy, as if it was more glorious than the prefix of the Chun family of Dragon Tail Stream. After that, they had nothing to do in the inn. Lu Qicheng would sneak out secretly to have a spring date with Lu Gaohua's sister. The bearded man took Chun Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng to the scenic spots in the county city. They had to go to the civil and martial temple, and they also had to go to the gathering of the City God Pavilion in Yanji County. When they came back, Su Yuanxia looked a little gloomy. When Zhang Shanfeng asked her, she only said that she was tired from the long journey. This time, they got off the boat at the ferry of Nanjing Kingdom and headed south. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was going to Old Dragon City with Chun Pingon. The bearded man was going to the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. He said that he was escorting something to a friend who they met in Jianghu. They hit it off very well, so they were going to the same place temporarily. As for when they would part ways, it would depend on the destination of the next ferry. They waited for 3 days in Yanji County, but they didn't see the old woman from the old house. She went all the way to the county governor's mansion and met Lu Gaohua. Lu Gaohua then led them to the inn and told them the good news. It turned out that for some reason, the fate of the mountains and rivers around the old house seemed to have been turned upside down. The dirty chi was replaced with pure chi. Now, not only did the mistress no longer have to worry about becoming an evil spirit, but her skin also began to heal. After feeding Yang Huang, who was a starved ghost, the mistress also began to nourish his spirit. His realm gradually rose, and he even had a glimmer of hope to break through the bottleneck and enter the middle 5 states. It was really good news. As for the reason, the old woman only said that she guessed that one of the ancestors of the divine grandeur sect secretly took action. The bearded man and the young Taoist priest couldn't think of any other reason. Chun Pingan listened from beginning to end. Although his stomach was filled with shock, his expression remained the same. Before the old woman left, she said that she helped Chun Pingan carry a jar of good wine that he bought on the way. The two of them then returned to Chun Pingan's room. Chun Pingan had just closed the door when the tearful old woman was about to kneel down. Chun Pingan was so scared that he hurriedly supported the old woman. He refused to accept this big bow no matter what, because Chun Pingan purposely revealed the secret of heaven when he put the wine into the gourd in the kitchen. It wasn't strange that the old woman knew some of the inside story and had some speculations. The old woman didn't ask much, and Chun Pingan didn't say much either. Before the old woman left, she took out a package wrapped in silk and carefully put it on the table. She explained softly, the golden body of the mountain god with the surname of Qin collapsed. From then on, there was no god in the world who ruined the mountains and rivers. Of course, it was a great thing. At that time, my master heard the news and hurried over. Before the immortals of the Divine Mission sect arrived, he secretly picked up most of the golden body fragments of the mountain god with the surname of Qin. There were 8 pieces in total. According to my master, there shouldn't be so many golden body relics of a mountain god with the surname of Qin. I think that Qin must have had a strange lucky chance when he was alive. Anyway, these golden body fragments are good things that can only be found by chance. Even the secret treasury of a country may not have so many treasures. Child Chen, please accept them as a way of repaying your kindness. Speaking of this, the old woman's eyes turned red again. In fact, your kindness can't be repaid by a few golden body fragments. It's just that the house doesn't have much money now, so my master set up a memorial tablet in the ancestral hall for Child Chen. If you pass by the colorful clothes country in the future, you must visit the house. Chun Pingan could only nod his head. Finally, the old woman whispered, Madam is now equivalent to half a god of the mountain god. Looking at the atmosphere of Yanji City from afar, she found that for the past 2 days, there have been strands of yin qi rising in spirals in the city every night, making her uneasy. I hope that you can leave the city soon, no matter how powerful you are. My master often says that on the road of cultivation, it's better to be safe than sorry. Don't meddle in everything. Even if you're not in danger every time, it will inevitably delay your cultivation. It's not good. Chun Pingan agreed without hesitation. After sending the old woman to the door of the inn, the old woman smiled and said, I only hope that your journey will be smooth and safe. From the beginning to the end, the old woman didn't look at the red wine gourd on Chun Pingan's waist. Chun Pingan watched the old woman's figure disappear into the sea of people. He turned around and jogged back to the bearded man's house, calling for Zhang Shanfeng. Chun Pingan roughly explained the old woman's discovery of the strange atmosphere in Yanji City. The bearded man grasped the hilt of the knife on his waist and nodded. This is also what I'm most worried about. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you 2 young people would be hot-blooded and insist on getting involved in this muddy water. If it's really a demon who dares to openly commit murder in the county city, completely disregarding the 3 gods of the city god pavilion and the civil and martial temple, it must be a great demon. With our cultivation, we might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. However, The county city of a country is such a large territory that there are often hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are even experts in charge. If we really fight, we might have a chance of winning if we have the right time and the right place. In the end, it still depends on the relationship between the imperial court of colorful clothes country and the mountain. Chun Pingon asked, how far are the river gods and mountain gods that are closest to Yenji City? If something really happens, will they be able to rush over immediately? Oh, the bearded man pondered for a while and calculated. The water god is 300 miles away from here. The southern mountain god is about 700 miles away. It's just that the mountain gods of colorful clothes country won't have a high cultivation level. After all, their territory is too small and is far from those dynasties with vast territories. I'm afraid that at most they will be of the cave abode realm in the middle 5 realms. Zhang Shanfeng frowned and said, then once they leave the mountain boundary, won't their combat power be equivalent to a 5th realm Qi refinement warrior? Su Yuanxia said helplessly, this is the rule of heaven and earth. There's no other way. Zhang Shanfeng asked, can you inform Lu Gaohua's father? He's the governor of the county city after all. Previously, General Ma, who was stationed near the county city, also seemed to be a cultivator. If we make early preparations, we might be able to let the demons and evil spirits lurking in the dark know the difficulties and retreat. Su Yuanxia sighed. I'm not scaring you, and I'm definitely not afraid of death. This matter is very troublesome. Not to mention that the county city will definitely not believe it, even if the governor and general believe it and are willing to take the huge risk of being stripped of their official status after reporting false military intelligence to the imperial court. Do you know how long it will take for the news to be transmitted from the county city to the capital of colorful clothes country, then to the examination of the 6 departments, the decision of the imperial study, and finally to the imperial court to issue an imperial edict secretly ordering the mountain gods to rescue the county city? Let's take a step back and say that once the imperial edict is issued, the Qi refinement warriors in the nearby mountains and the mountain gods will all leave their territories and rush over. Once there's any movement, the county city will be preemptively attacked by the demons and demons with profound Dao techniques. They will leave after plundering, and then in the end, who will be the one to blame? Su Yuanxia pointed at the young Taoist priest and the young man with a wooden box. Do you believe that when the time comes, the 3 of us will be regarded as accomplices who are in cahoots with the demons? The person who will expose and impeach us will either be Governor Lu or that General Ma. The worst result will be that the demons have other plans from the beginning. They want to lure us away from the mountain. When the time comes, we'll be peaceful here. Some immortal sect or other large city will be turned upside down. I'm afraid that the 3 of us won't need anyone to expose us. We'll be killed without mercy by the colorful clothes country on the spot. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng's face was blank. He did not dare to believe it. Su Yuanxia poured a cup of wine and sighed. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. This kind of thing that makes people want to cry but have no tears. Not only have I seen it with my own eyes, I've also experienced it myself. A few of my friends died because of the word kindness. Su Yuanxia pointed at the bag, not far away, and said indifferently, I won't say the details. Anyway, out of the 4 friends, only Su Yuanxia survived in the end. One of them didn't even have a corpse. The other 2 can at least let me collect their corpses. Of the 2 urns, one has already been given to his family. The remaining one is the reason why I'm going to Qingluan country this time. No wonder the bearded man asked Zhang Shanfeng and Chun Pingon to quickly leave the old house. Chun Pingon suddenly asked a question. Hero Su, do you regret your choice that time? The man lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. When he raised his head, the corner of his mouth twitched. The dead don't know. Anyway, those who are alive are about to die of regret. This might be the first time this heroic swordsman was so unheroic. Chun Pingon did not directly say that he would stay or leave. When he brought Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, Chun Pingon needed him to make decisions for everything. He could not allow him to show the slightest bit of cowardice and hesitation. Now that he was traveling alone in Jianghu, there was no need for Chun Pingon to do anything for others. Zhang Shanfeng was obviously helpless. He looked around and asked, "Then what should we do?" Su Yuanxia fell into silence and kept drinking wine. Chun Pingon asked again, "If we stay and something happens, and the three of us take the lead, won't it be very likely that we'll have problems protecting ourselves?" Su Yuanxia carefully chose her words and said slowly, "I'm afraid that the other side will cooperate with us. If it were me, I would definitely try to suppress the gods of the civil and martial temples. Moreover, it seems that the gods here have been affected by the old house's tactical formation and the mountain god of lust. They are already weak and easy to make mistakes. Fortunately, when I entered the Xing Wang temple, I saw the incense, architecture, and atmosphere. It doesn't seem bad." Chun Pingon asked, "Can we directly find this Lord Xingwang? Explain things to him clearly?" The prefectural governor and the general do not understand how powerful these gods and gods are. Furthermore, if something really happens, they can probably use their official methods to shirk responsibility. However, this Lord Xingwang is closely related to the safety of the prefectural city. To put it bluntly, Governor Lu can hide, General Ma can bide his time, but Lord Xingwang will definitely not be able to run away. Furthermore, if the fiendish demons really have any ulterior motives, they will definitely target the local Lord Xingwang first. The bearded man's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Taoist Zhang Shanfeng smiled and gave Chun Pingon a thumbs up. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. After Chun Pingon opened the door, he saw Scholar Lu and Lu Gaohua in panic. Lu Gaohua sat down and poured a cup of wine. "Don't you think it strange? Just now, half of the heavenly official statue in the Xing Wang temple was cracked and blood was oozing out. Not only that, inside the Xing Wang temple, there are snakes, rats, and scorpions everywhere. It's so disgusting. Now, my father has sent people to close the door of the Xing Wang temple to avoid scaring the people." The bearded man's face was dignified. He was silent and looked at Chun Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng. Chun Pingon asked, "What's the situation in the civil and martial temples?" Lu Gaohua was stunned and shook his head. "I'm not sure. We locals don't like to go there. There's nothing to see there." Facing Chun Pingon, the woman was still a bit uncomfortable. She only dared to sit beside Lu, who was the furthest away from Chun Pingon. She said softly, "Once when I was serving tea, I heard my father mention to an old Taoist who came as a guest. Although the incense in the two temples is flourishing, there are people worshipping but no one eating. The old Taoist was also quite helpless. He said that the imperial court really can't do anything about it. The colorful robes kingdom only has such a small share, and it's impossible for there to be another mountain god overseeing this place. He also said that if a scholar can appear in Yanji County and successfully enter Lakeview Academy, the feng shui here might change." My father sighed and shook his head, saying that such a scholar is not something that Yanji County can ask for. Lu Qicheng was confused and asked, "What are you talking about? What civil and martial temple? What mountain god? I'm familiar with Lakeview Academy. It's at the border of our Baishan kingdom. I've visited it several times. Can I be considered half a scholar?" "Miss Lu, don't worry. Every year, Lakeview Academy recruits a scholar from Baishan kingdom. It's a preferential treatment for Baishan kingdom. Maybe one day I can—" Lu Gaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Forget about it. The amount of ink in your stomach is not much more than mine." Lu Qicheng resentfully stopped talking. His jumbled assortment of knowledge was useful to women, but not to scholars. After chatting for a while, the brother and sister left. Before leaving, Lu Gaohua remembered something and reminded them. I heard from my father at the City God Pavilion that Yanji County will be under martial law starting tomorrow. It's easy to leave the city, but difficult to enter. But it might be difficult to leave the city the day after tomorrow. So Lu Qiqing planned to leave today. What about you three? Let's make it clear in advance. If it's really under martial law, General Ma will definitely intervene. At that time, as the son of the county governor, I won't be able to help you. If you want to leave tomorrow at the latest. Lu Qiqing had already left the house with Lu Gaohua's sister. They said goodbye to each other in Zhang Shanfeng's house. Fortunately, Lu Gaohua was waiting for them, so the young man and woman didn't dare to be intimate. After Su Yuanxia closed the door, she tapped the table with her fingers and said, "The City God Pavilion most likely has a problem. It seems that this group of heterodox doctrines has a big plan. I just don't know if the Lord City God of Yanji County is currently restrained in the City God Pavilion because his cultivation has declined, or he has been completely killed. The situation is bad now, but it's becoming clear. The county governor's mansion and the nearby garrison should be vigilant. If we inform them now, it will be more credible." The young Taoist priest looked at Qin Pingon and asked tentatively, "Why don't we inform the county governor's mansion before leaving the counties?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Then you and Hero Su follow Lu Gaohua and go to his house together. I'll go to the City God Pavilion to find out the truth. The sooner we know the truth, even if it's just a small part, it'll be more beneficial for us to make the right decision." Zhang Shanfeng didn't wonder why they had to go their separate ways, but he didn't understand why he didn't replace Qin Pingon to go to the City God Pavilion that was full of danger. Qin Pingon smiled and explained, "You and Hero Su, one needs to use his saber, preferably with strong winds, to show that he has the demeanor of a master. The other needs to use his peachwood sword to fly around, to show that he's Celestial Master Zhang, who's the best at subduing demons in Mount Longhu. Why should I go? To show off to the county governor?" The bearded man laughed. Zhang Shanfeng had also thought it through. He told Qin Pingon to wait for a while, then got up and went to the house to take out 3 talismans. 2 of them were the lowest grade, but the most practical. Once there was evil, the yellow paper would burn. The one at the bottom was a spirit travel talisman, also known as the Armored Horse Talisman. After pouring spiritual energy or vital energy, it would be able to gallop like a horse within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chun Pingon didn't refuse. He put the 3 talismans into his sleeve and joked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" The young Taoist priest glared at him and said, "Chun Pingon, you can't run away." Chun Pingon quickly waved his hand. Zhang Shanfeng laughed to himself. If Chun Pingon ran away alone, Zhang Shanfeng wouldn't feel bad about the expensive spirit travel talisman, but he would feel bad about losing a good friend. The 3 separated at the entrance of the inn. Su Yuanxia took Zhang Shanfeng and followed Lu Gaohua to the county governor's mansion on the west side of the city. Chun Pingon happened to be going in the same direction as Scholar Lu, but one went straight to the east gate of the city, while the other went to the Xing Wang Pavilion on the northeast side. Without Miss Lu, Scholar Lu didn't have the psychological burden of a scholar. He bowed his head and followed Qin Pingon. He asked curiously, "Young Master Qin, are you one of the legendary martial Dao masters? Although you're young and inexperienced, you're already one of the top masters in Jianghu because you're so talented and come from a famous family. That's why your slap that night was so illusory. I didn't even see you make a move. There wasn't even the slightest bit of smoke and fire. Does that count as reaching the stage of perfection?" Chun Pingon said helplessly, "As long as you're a martial artist, you won't even see your opponent make a move when he punches you." Scholar Lu felt that he had been greatly insulted. "Impossible! Young Master Qin, you must be a Jianghu master who lives in seclusion in the marketplace. If I were to guess, you might be the sword god of the beautiful robes nation, who is renowned throughout several nations. You must be his last disciple. Otherwise, who would carry two swords when they go out? One of them is the sword that the sword god used to travel Jianghu, right? Can you let me touch it? Chun Pingon admired this person's imagination. He didn't want to be entangled with him. He nodded with a straight face and said, "Yes, yes, yes, it's the candle. You have to be careful. The scabbard is full of sharp sword qi. As soon as you pull it out of the scabbard, your skin will be cut open. Are you afraid?" "No, I'm not afraid." Lu Qiqing shook his head and said, he originally wanted to touch the scabbard, but now he put his hands behind his back. After the two separated, Lu Qiqing continued to walk along the street to the city gate. This weak scholar suddenly raised his head and glanced at a figure standing on the city gate tower. It was the old immortal on the high platform in the middle of the lake. At this moment, the old immortal was standing beside General Ma in armor and two old strangers. The old immortal was pointing at the county city. Lu Qiqing clicked his tongue and said, "You don't know that you've let a thief into your house." On the other side, Chun Pingon soon arrived at the square outside the city god pavilion. He looked at it attentively. As he was not a qi cultivator, he couldn't see any clues. However, as a pure warrior, Chun Pingon's intuition told him that the city god pavilion with red walls, green tiles, and a glazed roof with dragon fire was more peaceful and quiet than before. It was more bloody and gloomy, as if someone threw a piece of charcoal on the ground on a snowy day. Ordinary passers-by might not notice it, but as long as they had good eyesight, they could see it, and it was very eye-catching. The gate of the city god pavilion was guarded by constables from the government office. They didn't allow pilgrims to enter. Chun Pingon took a deep breath and looked around. He found a relatively secluded high wall and walked over quietly. At the same time, he took out an evil flame talisman. When he reached the other side, Chun Pingon took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to jump over the wall. He flipped over and landed on the other side of the wall. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the talisman on his fingertips burned to ashes. It was obvious that there was no need for him to probe the situation. It was already a real demon causing mischief. Chun Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd with one hand and drank a big mouthful of liquor. He put one hand behind his head and patted the wooden scabbard behind him. The locust tree sword was named Exorcise Demon. The sword made by Master Wan was temporarily named Exorcise Demon. No matter how much the little boy in green and the girl in pink looked down on it, saying that it was too common and vulgar, Chun Pingon still felt that the names of these two swords were very good. Since he had chosen such a good name, he couldn't let it go to waste. Chun Pingon lightly kicked away the venomous snake that was darting towards him. It looked like he had casually kicked it away, but the venomous snake had already turned into minced meat in midair. Chun Pingon's attention was more on the two painted statues of the heavenly official outside the red lacquer gate. One on the left and one on the right, they were covered in blood. There were also countless colorful poisonous snakes wriggling around. There were also scorpions as big as palms standing on the heads or arms of the statues. Their bodies were as black as ink, showing off their might. There were even rats that burrowed in and out of the abdomen and cheeks of the statues. They were extremely bold. For some reason, Chun Pingon recalled the bleak scene in the deity's graveyard in his hometown. He was immediately infuriated. He walked slowly along the wall, trying to keep his head clear and his breath steady. After all, the strength of his punches, the thickness of his spiritual gas, and the speed of his circulation had nothing to do with the fury in his stomach. Chun Pingon thought to himself as he walked, "Chun Pingon, if you can't beat them, you have to run fast enough." (227) Yanji Region's city god pavilion worshipped Lord Chenghuang, named Shenwen. Before his death, he had been the imperial censorate of Tsai Kingdom. He was renowned for his upright and plain-spoken character. He had left behind the famous saying, "Live as a loyal subject, die as a straight ghost." For the past 300 years, his incense had flourished. Because he had previously visited the city god pavilion with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, Qin Pingan was familiar with the place. Yanji region's city god pavilion was divided into 4 halls. 2 originally majestic painted clay statues of heavenly officials stood in front of the door. However, they were now in a tragic state, plagued by snakes and rats. Qin Pingan walked along the perimeter wall. For several dozen steps, there were still no signs of evil in the plaza of the city god pavilion. Qin Pingan no longer hesitated. He took out a Yang Qi lantern-raising talisman hidden in his sleeve. The yellow paper talisman hovered an arm's length in front of Qin Pingan. It fluttered slightly. When Qin Pingan took a step forward, it automatically flew slowly towards the door. Qin Pingan was greatly reassured. Although the city god pavilion had met with disaster and the entire plaza had changed beyond recognition, the building behind the pavilion definitely still had remnants of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the lantern-raising talisman wouldn't have moved forward. It was destined to retreat towards the high wall. The lamp-raising talisman emitted a faint yellow glow, enveloping Qin Pingan's entire body in its pure radiance. Wherever his feet passed, the 5 poisonous creatures on the ground, including the centipedes and scorpions, all fled. When he passed by the East sect, the snakes, rats, and scorpions on the left and right Taoist statues of the celestial official all circled around to the back of the clay idol or hid in its hollow abdomen, perhaps because of the ripples of light from the lamp-raising talisman. Qin Pingan held his breath and focused his mind. He continued to slowly walk forward. Behind the door was a large hall. A golden plaque hung from it. The deity worshipped in the hall wasn't Lord Qinghuang, but rather a statue of one of Tsai Kingdom's founding generals. To the left and right were civil and military judges, as well as a total of 8 subordinate officials. Most of the gold paint on the plaque, personally written by the late emperor of Tsai Kingdom, had peeled off. There was a large black snake as thick as a bowl coiled on top of it. Its body hung from the bottom. It stuck its head out and flicked its forked tongue at Qin Pingan. It hissed as if it was demonstrating its power and warning. When Qin Pingan stepped over the threshold, the black snake suddenly leaped and opened its bloody mouth. Qin Pingan turned his body. Without raising his head, Qin Pingan turned, twisted its waist. His 5 fingers grasping the snake's head, he shook. He shook his wrist. Qin, the snake. Qin Pingan followed the swaying, light-raising talisman and continued forward. After passing the large hall, there was another plaza. It was smaller in size. Ancient trees were dense, and a stone tablet stood tall. It was the Tsai Kingdom's emperor's inscriptions for conferring the title of Tsai Kingdom's deity. At the time, Qin Pingan had stood in front of the tablet and sized it up for a long time. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the handwriting was really ordinary. It couldn't even compare to the young Cui Dong. Fortunately, the Dali imperial tutor, who had already changed his name to Cui Dongshan, wasn't by his side. Otherwise, he would definitely be furious. On the left and right sides of the plaza were the Temple of the God of Wealth and the Hall of Taisui. The Temple of the God of Wealth burned incense and kowtowed, praying for a wide flow of wealth. The Temple of the God of Wealth worshipped the God of Wealth, praying for no disasters. Thus, the common people kowtowed here, seeming to be more sincere than kowtowing in the main hall. The light-raising talisman flew straight ahead. Qin Pingan followed closely, not stopping in the slightest. Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head to look. There seemed to be a white shadow flashing past the tall stone tablet standing under the ancient cypress tree. On both sides of the God of Wealth's Hall of Taisui's hall, there was a faint female voice. It was extremely soft, as if they were teasing each other. Behind the charm, There was a chill, as if female ghosts from the netherworld were speaking to the world of the living. The laughter seeped through the boundary between yin and yang bit by bit, under the cover of the ancient trees. It passed through the windows of the two halls and entered the plaza. Under the sparse sunlight, it melted like snow. It was much lighter, but it still reached Chun Pingan's ears. Chun Pingan frowned and turned his head to continue forward. If he walked a dozen steps forward, he would be able to enter the main hall of the Tsai Pavilion, the Tsai Hall where the former imperial censor Shen Wen was enshrined. Other than the wooden box and the twin swords that were temporarily for show, the two flying swords in the sword-nourishing gourd could be said to be the absolute main force besides the fist technique. However, among the external objects like the Yang light-raising talisman, which came from the ancient book Li Shishin gave him, Chun Pingan also had two demon-suppressing pagoda's talismans made of golden material. After destroying the copper coin otherworldly item in the oil paper umbrella in the old house, Chun Pingan was afraid that there would be an accident, so he drew the talismans at the last minute. Later, in the battle with the ancient tree demon surnamed Chu, he didn't have time to use them before he was killed by Chu, Yi, and Shiwu. Then there was the Yang light-raising talisman and the three distance shrinking talismans. The latter was mainly used to coordinate with the deity drumming style. Of course, it was definitely not inferior to the divine travel talisman that Taoist Zhang Shanfeng lent him. The moment Chun Pingan turned his head, on the stone tablet, a woman in white appeared. She sat at the top of the stone tablet. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered by a head of black hair. Her face could not be seen clearly. However, she stretched out a finger that was only left with bones and no flesh. Her bony finger gently tapped on the top of the stone tablet. In an instant, a fountain of blood gushed out and flowed down. Soon, the thousands of simple words on the stone tablet seemed to have turned into a scarlet letter of blood. However, the strange thing was that the woman's white clothes were still spotless and not a drop of blood was stained. The woman raised her head. Her face was still covered by black hair. She began to sing softly. It was unknown whether it was an ancient folk song that had long been lost in the colorful clothes country. As the woman in white sang in a low voice, she raised her arm and stretched out two bony fingers. She twirled a roll of black hair and shook it gently. Her feet were not wearing shoes and boots. Between her bones and flesh, there was more flesh and blood than her fingers. Her feet swayed and splashed blood on the stone tablet. Compared to the blurry laughter of the two palaces on the left and right, the woman in white sang clearly. The ancient cypress tree above her head rustled in the wind, as if it was singing with her. The woman seemed to have reached a happy point. She raised another bony hand and gently turned it over. The closed doors of the Taisui Palace of the god of Wealth Palace on both sides opened with a bang. A man staggered out from each of them. The man who walked out from the god of Wealth Palace was young. One of his arms had been cut off at the shoulder and was missing. However, the bleeding had stopped. His remaining hand was dragging a long green sword. His face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. The middle-aged man who walked out from the Taisui Palace of the god of Wealth Palace limped over the threshold with his head hanging down. Upon closer inspection, this person's neck had been cut off by a sharp weapon. His head was only attached to his body by a bit of flesh. As the woman in white on the stone tablet turned her wrist, the two staggered men suddenly became agile and vigorous. They began to dance on the square. It turned out that the woman in white's bony fingertips had threads of transparent light hanging in the air like snow-white spider silk. The spider silk wrapped around the limbs of the two dead men and controlled their every movement. In the two palaces that had opened their doors, there were constantly women in white dragging billows of black smoke. They quickly drifted around the doorways. Looking at the men's appearance, They giggled, full of sarcasm and hatred. However, the sunlight outside the door was like a natural moat that prevented them from easily crossing. However, there were still 4 or 5 women in white who couldn't hold themselves back. With bursts of black smoke, they quickly rushed out and flew around the 2 men's corpses. They constantly used their fingers to tease the men's pale faces. They went around their backs and flew up under their armpits. However, for this momentary pleasure, they paid the price of completely disappearing after being exposed to the sunlight. Chun Pingan stood outside the threshold of the main palace. The Yang Qi lantern-lifting talisman seemed to have hit a wall. It shook and swayed again and again, unable to move forward. The Yang Qi contained in the yellow paper talisman gradually disappeared. Chun Pingan stretched out his hand. His palms seemed to be stuck to a layer of ice in a winter river. He slightly increased his strength, but still couldn't break it. Chun Pingan put 2 fingers together. As he turned around, he suddenly twisted his wrist. The lantern-lifting talisman, which didn't have much spiritual chi left, hurriedly flew to the square and circled around the heads of the 2 puppet corpses. The 2 men fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The rays of light on their bodies snapped. After the corpses fell to the ground, blood flowed freely. The woman in white withdrew her hand. She wasn't angry. On the other hand, the women in the 2 palaces bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They looked at Chun Pingan with eyes full of hatred. As long as you fell into evil, no matter how merciful you were in life, you would no longer have the so-called kindness of human nature of the Confucian school's second sage. In the end, not a single drop would be left. This was the will of heaven in the unseen world. Chun Pingan looked at the back of the woman on the stone tablet and said softly, "Miss, the dead are more important. No matter what grudges you had in life, let's just forget about it." The woman in white turned a deaf ear to him and continued to sing. This time, she used the language of the Aquarius continent. Chun Pingan could understand it. Like a skeleton, like a dead heart, truth is actually known. Don't hold yourself back. The media is cryptic, unintentional, but not conspiring. Who is that? The woman's tone was gentle. There was actually a hint of peace and tranquility. There wasn't any resentment or hatred. Chun Pingan could roughly understand the words, but he couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind them. Chun Pingan also didn't have the mind to speculate about this. Currently, the main hall of the city god pavilion was isolated from the outside world by some kind of technique. It should be that the city god pavilion was detained and couldn't go out to patrol the county city to help Yenji County get through the upcoming calamity. In the main hall behind Chun Pingan, there was the city god hall where the 3 statues of the city god Shenwen were enshrined. The statue of Shun, one was more than 30 feet tall. Pilgrims and tourists had to raise their heads to look at it. The civil and military statues on the left and right were also 20 feet tall. They held an iron mace and an official seal respectively. It was rumored that 200 years ago, there was a Taoist priest with the surname Zhang from another continent who traveled here. He felt the simplicity of the people in Yenji County. After returning to his hometown, the current Taoist master of Mount Longhu bestowed him with the seal of the city god protecting the beautiful clothes country's Yenji County. At that time, everyone knew that the young Taoist priest was actually the Taoist master of Mount Longhu. This beautiful story was known by half of the continent. It was rumored that the golden seal of illustrious origin had long been secretly kept in the national treasury by the emperor of Mount Longhu. There was also a huge mural inside. It depicted 81 beauties with big sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was praised by later generations as the ink is like life, the breath is like life. Chun Pingan saw that the white-clothed woman was indifferent, so he didn't say anything more. He quietly patted the sword-nurturing gourd at his waist. He turned around and smashed his fist on the layer of ice. Waves of ripples spread out. The 3 statues of the city god pavilion inside the threshold seemed to be shaking. Chun Pingan walked slowly with the six-step walking stance. He smashed his fist on the ice surface. It was the deity drumming style. Of course, he also had to be on guard against the woman on the other side of the stone tablet. A sigh sounded from a towering ancient tree. It was the voice of a young girl. "Idiot! That's a formation set up by two great cultivators of the fifth realm. Even my master can't do anything about it. For a while. Otherwise, how could Lord City God not be able to come out? You're just a martial artist, yet you want to forcefully break it? Save your strength. Take advantage of the fact that the female ghost hasn't developed any killing intent towards you, and leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the next time an idiot barges in, you'll be a dancing puppet." Maybe it was because Chun Pingan's boxing was too casual, so it didn't show any power. It made the strange young girl hiding in the tree look down on him. After the battle with Ma Kuxuan in the small street, Chun Pingan's fist intent became more and more restrained. Normally, when he practiced his boxing, his walking stance became slower. It was more in line with the word gentle. Generally, the martial arts of the lower level of the Jianghu, the reason why external martial arts would attract evil spirits to the body was because they didn't know the method and hadn't reached a higher level. As a result, the more diligent one practiced, the more it hurt one's body and soul. However, although Chun Pingan's walking stance was slow, when he practiced the stance sword furnace, the speed of his qi circulation was countless times faster. If in the past he could only send messages at a normal relay station, then now he could send messages at a speed of 800 miles. This kind of mysterious state of withdrawing, if one wasn't a solid 6th or 7th stage martial artist, they definitely wouldn't be able to see the depth of this. The white-clothed woman suddenly stopped singing, turned her head, and stared at Chun Pingan's 18th punch. When the punch landed, it was as loud as a great bell. The qi in the entire plaza rumbled. The steels, which were soaked in blood, immediately gave off a cracking sound. She screamed, and it pierced the eardrums. Like a general giving an order, the floating women in the two halls turned into two streams of thick smoke. One of them merged into the layer of ice and used the remnants of their otherworldly souls to strengthen the filthy array. The other stream of black smoke rushed towards Chun Pingan, trying its best to interrupt Chun Pingan's continuous fist intent and prevent him from delivering the 19th punch of the deity's drum-beating style. "I'm going to die because of you, reckless brat. If I die here today, when the time comes, we'll walk on the road to the underworld together. See if I won't curse you to death. You're already dead. I haven't died yet, but I'm already annoyed to death." At the top of the ancient tree, the young girl finished, grumbling angrily, and didn't hesitate any longer. A graceful figure dashed out and emitted a string of clear and melodious tinkling sounds. Along with the tinkling sounds that lingered around her body, it brought along circles of light golden flowers, and her graceful figure could be said to be pleasing to the eye. The white-clothed woman's face, which was covered by thick black hair, slightly raised the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were cold and mocking. She stretched out two bony palms and lightly clapped. Within the main hall of the Xingwang Pavilion, the civil and martial deity statues beside Lord Xingwang creaked, as if they had come alive. They shook off large amounts of dust and dirt, and at the same time stepped out of the altar, stepping onto the blue stone floor of the main hall. Then, two statues that were 20 feet tall charged towards the doorstep. One of the statues that held an iron mace smashed down towards the head of the young man who had punched out. The other statue that held an iron official seal stepped out of the doorstep without any hesitation, holding a large iron official seal and smashing it towards the young girl. Originally, breaking the array would allow Lord Xingwang to regain his freedom. This was the logical development of the situation. Who would have thought that the real danger wasn't in the square outside the Xingwang Pavilion, nor was it in the white-clothed woman, but in the Xingwang Pavilion where hope was? Then, where did Lord Xingwang, who should have had the golden body of a god, go? Within the Xingwang Hall, the tallest and most majestic god statue, which was originally shining with a golden light, was now dim and lifeless. The ground was covered in golden fragments, leaving only a pair of eyes that shone with a golden light. None of the locals of Yanji County dared to believe that this was the golden Xinguang of Yanji County that they were so proud of. This was because, according to the county records of Yanji County, close to 100 taels of gold had been used to cover this statue. The county governor of that generation had begged the rich and powerful in the county for this. After the donation was successful, he had even specially carved a good person's tablet to record the names and families of all the donors. The main statue, which was covered in golden foil, spoke with difficulty, and its hoarse voice traveled to the door. "The two of you, leave quickly. There are many of these evil people of unknown origins. There is only one white-clothed ghost here. If you can escape, you must find the immortal master of the Divine Grandeur sect or the gentleman and sage of Lakeview Academy. Tell them that the Colorful Robes Kingdom is in great trouble. Once the kingdom is destroyed, the 6 neighboring kingdoms, including the ancient Yu Kingdom, will not be spared." It turned out that the Xinguang Pavilion, which was supposed to protect the people of the county, was clearly a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It could not even protect itself. Outside the door of the main hall, first, it was the young girl with silver bells on her arms and ankles that helped Chun Pingon block the black smoke. Where the 4 bells rang, countless faint golden flowers bloomed, dazzling the eyes. The originally aggressive black smoke was cut into pieces, but the young girl was also hit by strands of black smoke. She vomited blood, but she insisted on not retreating. She stood near the reckless person and shook her wrists. The bells rang, and the golden petals continued to eliminate the black smoke that was mixed with wails. Chun Pingon, on the other hand, casually threw out the 19th punch. Then, the remaining black smoke surged wildly into the ice surface that separated the main hall from the outside, helping the formation to remove the accumulated power of the deity's 19 punches. Then there were the 2 traitorous clay statues. One of them waved an iron mace to smash Chun Pingon's head, and the other held an iron official seal to hit the back of the young girl's head. Chun Pingon's expression was composed as he punched out the 20th punch with lightning speed, causing the formation to shake violently. Even though it hadn't been broken, it was already on the verge of collapse, and it was only a single punch away. But Chun Pingon was helpless. He could not throw the 21st punch of the deity's drum, but he could not watch the young girl be killed by the civil official statue that rushed out of the door. Otherwise, he would have the opportunity to throw the last punch. The stone floor under Chun Pingon's feet cracked, and he disappeared in an instant, dodging the iron mace that the general statue had smashed down on his head. In an instant, he arrived at the side of the civil official statue. Using the iron cavalry chisel formation, he punched the waist of the statue. This punch was to save a life, so Chun Pingon did not dare to hold anything back. When he punched, his arm was surrounded by a snow-white fist intent. The fist aura vibrated, and there was a vague and mighty sound of wind and thunder. A 2-foot-tall clay statue was stunned by Chun Pingon's punch. The feet of the huge statue plowed a gully on the ground. The young girl heard the noise behind her. She turned her head and roughly guessed the reason. Then she looked at the ordinary-looking young man with the box. Her eyes were somewhat sluggish. Chun Pingon did not care about the young girl's thoughts. His arms paused. It looked like he was going to punch, but in reality, 2 golden pagoda demon-suppressing talismans slipped out from his sleeves and quietly stuck them to his palms. The general statue holding the iron mace missed and smashed the bricks on the ground. It straightened its back and once again swung the iron mace at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon's journey to the south this time had taken countless slow punches, but when he wanted to be fast, it was really fast. The iron mace still missed. Chun Pingon had unknowingly arrived in front of the general statue. With a tap of his foot, he jumped up and heavily slapped the statue's forehead with his palm. The golden light was dazzling. Around the general statue, a golden pagoda that was slightly taller and larger than it appeared out of thin air. Lightning flashed like dragons. The statues seemed to be enshrined in this pagoda, but the specific feeling could be seen from the crumbling of the statue's huge body. No matter how it struggled, how it swung the iron mace, the demon-suppressing talisman firmly suppressed it. After Chunpingan took out the first golden pagoda demon subduing talisman, his feet tapped on the chest of the divine general statue, borrowing the momentum. He bounced back and disappeared in a flash. With an even faster speed, he arrived in front of the divine civil official statue that was sprinting towards the young girl. With another slap, he just happened to stick the golden talisman onto the fine iron official seal. The tall statue was like a mountain pressing down. Its knees were bent, and debris constantly fell from them. It almost staggered and fell. Chunpingan's feet still did not touch the ground. After taking out the golden talisman, his body continued to rise. He stepped on the top of the statue's head and looked at the white-clothed girl who was already standing at the top of the stone tablet. The two faced each other. Chunpingan did not stop at all. Like riding the wind, he rushed towards the stone tablet under the ancient cypress tree. In the air, he stretched out his hand and lightly patted the sword box. He softly said, "Exorcise the demon." The scholarwood sword shot out of the box and was grabbed by Chunpingan with one hand. The sword flew out. It was done in one breath, somewhat elegant. "228. Chunpingan wielded the scholarwood sword and slashed down at the white-clothed woman on the stone tablet. Ignoring the sword moves, the wooden sword did not have enough spiritual light to intimidate otherworldly items. The white-clothed woman with black hair pulled the corners of her mouth. Although she looked down on him, she did not want to be too arrogant, since he could successfully suppress two statues. It was fine to play with him. In any case, it was best to protect the city god pavilion. It did not matter if they lost it. There would be an expert who would take it back. She reached out to her waist, and a sheathless sword appeared. The sword was scarlet and filled with a nauseating smell of blood. She must have used a camouflage technique before. When her bony palm brushed past the long sword, it came into contact with the blade, causing a string of sparks to fly. Not only that, a jade green bracelet slipped off her wrist and spun around her rapidly without any trace. It was so fast that the bracelet could not be seen in an instant, and only waves of jade green fireflies could be seen. For the cultivators in the world, the more magic weapons they had, the better. This was the same logic as the common people who didn't mind money. But after all, the spiritual weapons and magic weapons were too rare. If one was lucky enough to have two of them, they would generally pursue both offense and defense as much as possible. One was used to kill and retreat the enemy, and the other was used to protect one's life. It could be used to attack and retreat, and it was absolutely foolproof. For example, the military armor pill of the tree demon surnamed Chu in the old house could transform into a radiant armor. It was one of the best defensive magic treasures. The white-clothed woman's scarlet sword and the green bracelet, one for offense and one for defense, was the same principle. From the moment the foreign youth, carrying the sword box on his back, used the strange talisman of extremely high quality to forcefully suppress the statue of the civil official to the moment, he stepped on the statue's head and pounced over with the wooden sword in his hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The scholarwood sword arrived in the blink of an eye. The white-clothed woman quickly raised her sword and swept it horizontally. A scarlet sword chi appeared above her head. If the young man did not dodge in time, he would be cut in half by the sword chi. However, the young man suddenly disappeared. Mind talisman. The white-clothed woman knew something was wrong. Ding. The sound of metal and stone rang out in the square without warning. After that, there was a series of rapping sounds, as fine and hurried as raindrops falling on the roof. The white-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. She twisted her waist and quickly flew away from the top of the stone tablet. White clothes and red swords, one red and one white. They revolved around the ancient cypress tree, as if they were avoiding something. The woman had already deliberately distanced herself from the jade bracelet by about 20 feet. Not only could she control it as she wished, but she could also avoid being caught in the crossfire. It was a flying sword. The young man was actually a sword cultivator who could kill with a flying sword. What wooden sword? What exorcism? They were all just a pretense to confuse people. The real killing move was the sinister flying sword that had yet to reveal its true form. At such a young age, his thoughts were meticulous, ambitious. It was no wonder that he could become the most difficult swordsman to achieve results among the chi refinement warriors. Based on those continuous sounds, the white-clothed woman's heart ached. No matter how spiritual the bracelet was, it could not withstand such a flying sword. It was no different from ruthlessly destroying a flower. The bracelet, named Bing Nuo, was a superior spiritual weapon personally bestowed by the old ancestor. It was not known for its toughness and firmness. It was mainly used to defend against the unexpected killing moves of the so-called righteous immortal masters. After all, the old ancestor had long predicted that this conspiracy to seize the national treasure of the Colorful Robes Kingdom would inevitably be a bloody battle with heavy casualties. The chi refinement warriors of the famous immortal families did not have the courage to fight with their lives. However, the mysterious secret skills and magical weapons that had been passed down from generation to generation were endless, so they had to be on guard. The white-clothed woman could not deduce the trajectory of the flying sword for the time being, and she did not dare to take back the bracelet. This made her extremely resentful. For the first time, she was furious. If the bracelet was broken, then in this trip to the Colorful Robes Kingdom, not to mention the other allies, she was destined to lose more than gain. Even if she succeeded in the end, in terms of rewards, the reward she received would not be as valuable as this bracelet. The white-clothed woman's black hair fluttered wildly, revealing her true appearance. She was the woman in colorful clothes who had taken the lead on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. At that time, she had shocked countless men in Yenji County. They only hated that they could not hold her in their arms and love her tenderly. In that case, the old immortal who looked very sage-like was at least one of the masterminds. However, this group of people was so ostentatious. Did not a single cultivator in the Colorful Robes Kingdom see through the truth? Chun Pingon, who was standing in the square, was stunned for a moment. With a heavy heart, he put the scholarwood sword back into the wooden box and habitually took off the wine gourd to drink. Seeing that the youth was still in the mood to drink, the white-clothed woman was so angry that she laughed. Her sleeves fluttered, revealing her wrists and ankles, which were all white bones. Presumably, the delicate body under the white clothes was also in the same condition. Only the face was still intact. Moreover, it was exceptionally beautiful. It turned out to be a beauty of withered bones. No, it should be a beautiful ghost of withered bones. After confirming that the flying sword was unable to break through the bracelet and get close to her, the white-clothed woman made up her mind. In order to catch bandits, she had to catch the leader first. She would kill the youth first. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, she wanted to tease him for a while. Who would have thought that he would be such a difficult person to deal with? So what if he was a sword cultivator? As long as he was not an illusory great sword immortal. Even if he was a small sword immortal in the middle 5 realms, as long as he dared to show his face in Yenji County City, he would die imperceptibly. The small square outside the city god hall was divided into 3 battlefields. The two demon-suppressing pagoda talismans made of golden materials were slowly depleting the devil chi of the two clay statues. Debris flew everywhere, dust flew, and cracking sounds were constantly heard. No matter how the two statues roared, the demon-suppressing pagoda manifested by the demon-suppressing pagoda intertwined with lightning. It was like the thunder-sex Lord of Heaven was holding an electric whip to whip evil spirits. It was steadily suppressing them. Next was Chunpingan's flying sword Chu-yi. This time, he did not care about leaving the blade, strengthening Gord's ostentatious display. He quietly flew out without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, the white-clothed woman had the bracelet to protect her. It helped her block the disaster of the sword piercing through her head. It was unknown whether Chu-yi was really angry or a mischievous child who had found an interesting plaything. He no longer paid attention to Chunpingan's intentions and focused on pestering the emerald bracelet. He struck it again and again as if he was forging iron. The flying sword even deliberately slowed down its flying speed. Every time, it affected the range of the bracelet's rotation. Finally, of course, the white-clothed woman, who was full of murderous intent, was determined to kill Chunpingan, the sword cultivator. She held a bright scarlet long sword in her hand and rushed down. Before that, she shouted angrily at the two side halls. The female otherworldly ghosts, who had been ready to take action, swarmed out. For a moment, black smoke billowed and covered the sky. They all rushed toward Chunpingan, who was standing alone in the square. The young girl, who had silver bells on her hands and feet, wanted to enter the scene to help. However, Chunpingan immediately signaled her with his eyes, telling her not to get involved. The young girl did not let her emotions affect her decisions. She stood in the first battlefield obediently. She just waved her hands and feet, constantly shaking the bells to make clear spiritual sounds. She tried her best to make the golden flowers float out of the eaves of the main hall. Even though she was pale, she still insisted on helping Chunpingan to kill one female ghost. For Chunpingan, it was enough for the young girl to do so. Chunpingan swung his hands quickly and fiercely. His fists were surging with bright light. It was the cloud-steaming swamp style taught by the old man's surname Chui. In an instant, abundant chi leaked out and shook the surroundings. Dozens of ferocious female ghosts who had rushed out of the side halls were instantly wiped out. They already had the sun above their heads and were burning fiercely. Coupled with this punch, they walked the domineering path of one man guarding the pass. It was no different from adding frost to frost. Their fingernails, which were as long as fingers, could not get within one zhang of Chunpingan. Chunpingan did not only have the ability to launch a single punch. His body leaned back, and with a tap of his toes, he immediately retreated several feet away, dodging the sword of the white-clothed ghost. The white-clothed ghost was also like a maggot attached to a bone. Her toes did not even touch the ground. She leaped into the air like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Her body leaned forward, and she followed Chunpingan with a stab of her sword. However, during this interval, Chunpingan swung his fists again, making the same ancient boxing stance as before. In just a short while, more than 10 otherworldly ghosts were killed on the spot. The white-clothed beautiful ghost, whose black hair was fluttering in the wind, said with a stern face. She took small steps in the air, moving faster and faster. "You really deserve to die." The long sword in her hand was only a few inches away from piercing Chunpingan's heart. Chunpingan twisted the tip of his foot and imitated Ma Kuxuan, who had fought in the small street. His body spun like a top and dodged the sword. He took the opportunity to get closer and punch the withered bone, beautiful ghost's face. The latter could instantly turn into white mist and dissipate in all directions. In the next moment, she reappeared several zhang away, her 5 fingers pulled back, and the scarlet long sword that had not disappeared with her turned half a circle and slashed toward Chunpingan's arm. Chun Pingon did not hesitate to use the last mine talisman. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the beautiful ghost again. His powerful fist was like the sun, making the beautiful ghost scream in pain. She did not have time to control the long sword in the distance. She used the same trick again. Once again, she turned into white mist and disappeared quickly. Chun Pingon's face was resolute. He said in his heart, "First sword." Although it was reluctant, flying sword number 1 still left the original battlefield. A white rainbow streaked across the sky and stabbed at the withered bone-gorgeous ghost who had just revealed her true form. The moment she disappeared for the second time, the green bracelet and the scarlet long sword showed a trace of imperceptible stagnation. It was as if they had lost the connection with their master's mind and were somewhat hesitant. When the flying sword first soared pierced between her eyebrows, the beautiful ghost finally panicked. She covered her face with her hands, and her black hair frantically rolled back to cover her face. The snow-white pocket-sized flying sword hovered quietly in front of her eyes and did not continue to rush forward. However, she felt a chill at the back of her head. The withered bone-gorgeous ghost was frozen in place, as if she had been cast by an immortal. Her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her head stiffly and stared at the young man who was rushing towards her. "It's fine if you're a sword cultivator, but why do you have 2 flying swords? Why are you pretending to be a pure martial artist? You can dodge first sword, but you can't dodge 15th sword." However, even though she had been pierced by the 15th sword, Chun Pingon did not lower his guard. He ignored the otherworldly items and let them attack him. Chun Pingon just rushed to the beautiful ghost's side as fast as he could. He made a prompt decision and punched her with the god's drum-beating style. One punch, one punch, one punch. After 20 punches, the bones under her white clothes were smashed one by one. In the end, the beautiful ghost's body and white clothes exploded together. A yellow talisman with a woman's figure on it fell from the sky. As soon as she died, the otherworldly items lost their backbone and hid in the halls on both sides of the hall. Many of them were burned to death by the sun before they could escape. This time, there was no more charming laughter coming from the side hall. Instead, there was only a whimper. The scarlet long sword fell to the ground. The green bracelet was like a lost person, spinning slowly in the place where the beautiful ghost had disappeared. Chun Pingon stood still. He was not in a hurry to catch the bracelet or the yellow talisman. Looking around, there was nothing strange. Chun Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd. Chu-yi and 15th sword jumped in. Squatting down, Chun Pingon carefully observed the yellow talisman. Chun Pingon took out the other evil talisman that Zhang Shanfeng had given him. He put it near the yellow talisman on the ground and shook it. The talisman was not quiet, but it was very quiet. It only burned a corner of the talisman and then stopped burning. Chun Pingon picked up the yellow talisman. When Chun Pingon pinched the yellow talisman between his fingers, he realized that it was not an ordinary yellow paper talisman. The paper was very smooth and soft. It was also very tough. He guessed that it was not afraid of being torn by a strong young man. Chun Pingon thought about it and put the beautiful talisman into his sleeve. In fact, he hid it in the square-inch object. The reason why the square-inch object was precious was that it could isolate the outside world. Although nothing was absolute, it was still the general rule. When Chun Pingon put away the yellow talisman, the green bracelet also took the initiative to stick to him. Chun Pingon held the fire talisman in one hand and found that there was no movement at all. He took the opportunity to hold the bracelet and put it into his pocket. However, when he went to pick up the scarlet long sword, the fire talisman was just a little closer and it burned out. Chun Pingon was a little hesitant. This sword could be sold for a lot of money, but he was more worried that if he put it into the square-inch object, it would affect the flying sword, 15th sword. In the end, Chun Pingon picked up the sword and looked around. He looked up at the ancient cypress next to the stone tablet. He ran forward, tipped his toes, and rushed to the ancient cypress. He temporarily hid the sword in the shade of the tall tree. The girl shyly shouted, "Immortal!" Chunpingan looked down. The girl pointed to the ground at her feet. The clay statue had collapsed and broken into pieces, piling up into a small, sharp mound. A few silver fragments were shining in the soil, very eye-catching. What was more surprising was that the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman was floating quietly beside the mound, except for the slightly dim golden luster. It was not damaged at all. The other mound of soil was in a similar situation. However, unlike the iron mace in the hands of the general statue, which had been completely melted by the thunder and lightning, the civil official statue had only the golden demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and the silver fragments. The square iron official seal was also gone. Instead, there was a simple and unadorned small green wooden box, which was just enough for a child's 5 fingers to hold. Chunpingan was pleasantly surprised and quickly floated down. He first put the 2 golden talisman and a total of 6 silver fragments into the square-inch object. Finally, he carefully picked up the green wooden box that was emitting a warm aura. Even if he only held it gently, Chunpingan felt an inexplicable sense of security. He put the small wooden box with unknown contents into his sleeve, but did not hide the square-inch object. Chunpingan breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the side kept her eyes wide open, staring at the sword immortal who was killing demons and showing great magical powers. Her master, who secretly taught her magic, had said that there were many old immortals in the world who had reached the peak of cultivation and looked like a child. Those were the real immortals who were free and unfettered, completely unrestrained by heaven and earth. She had seen many strange things today, but the immortal who looked like a teenager in front of her had the most strange things about him. For example, there was a talisman in the world that was taken back after it was used up. Although her master was half a Jianghu man and half an immortal on the mountain, he had never heard of such a thing before. Chunpingan had a good impression of the girl as he walked to the front door of the city god hall and was about to completely break the magic restriction with the deity drum-beating style. He turned his head and asked softly, "It's very dangerous here. Why did you come in earlier?" "Wow, the immortal is talking to me. The key point is that he is quite friendly." The girl was very happy. She shook her wrist, and the bells sounded melodiously. "Immortal Lord, the 4 bells on me can protect me. My master said that even if an immortal of the cave-dwelling realm wants to kill me, I can still hold on for a while. But there is a big problem. Don't tell anyone about this kind of secret that involves magic treasures." Chunpingan quickly waved his hand and interrupted the girl's silly words. He reminded her, "It's not good to stay here for long. You should leave quickly, and it's best if you leave the city immediately." The girl shook her head and said, "My parents are in the city. I won't go anywhere. Since I learned magic, I have to protect them." Chunpingan had to give up and didn't force it. He just asked the girl to stay a little further away and then began to rapidly punch the secret restriction. After 21 punches, the ice surface suddenly exploded. Black smoke rolled, mixed with countless wails, resentment, and hatred. Chunpingan used the cloud-steaming great swamp style to clear them all. Occasionally, there were fish that escaped the net, but the bell girl behind him helped to kill them. Chunpingan suddenly turned his head and looked at the east city wall. Although he couldn't see the city tower clearly, he seemed to feel some kind of gaze from there for a moment. It was most likely that the Xing Wang Pavilion's formation was destroyed, causing the great demon lord behind the scenes to discover his existence. Chunpingan was careful. Before stepping over the threshold, he took out his last remaining Yang Qi lantern-raising glyph. Chunpingan had just raised his foot when he noticed that the girl beside him wanted to say something, but stopped. Chunpingan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do you know there's something strange inside?" The girl was a bit embarrassed. She seemed to feel that she was too childish. But since the deity asked, she could only bite the bullet and say sullenly, "My parents said that when you enter the temple to burn incense, men on the left and women on the right. You men cross the threshold with your left foot. We cross the threshold with our right foot." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." His left foot stepped over the doorstep, following the floating light-raising talisman, walking to Lord Xingwang Chen, Wen's statue. However, without waiting for Chun Pingon to speak, Lord Xingwang spoke in a dignified manner, saying something that made the young girl furious. But because she was in awe of City God Shen's hundreds of years of power, the girl didn't dare to speak out. She could only curse in her heart. The little bits of gold that fell on the ground all flew back to the statue. From the time Chun Pingon broke the formation until he walked here, the statue's golden body was already 70 to 80% of the gold leaf. The pair of eyes of the statue gave off a faint golden glow. It was like a 30-foot-tall deity that was looking down on all life in the county. This city god Shen's first words were not very polite. "Young man, quickly hand over the iron official seal." Chun Pingon's expression was calm. He was about to take out the green wooden box that had the iron official seal on the outside melted away. At the same time, he explained, "The official seal has already been melted by my talisman." Chun Pingon only said half of what he wanted to say. "Don't talk nonsense." The Xingwang statue was enraged. Dust flew everywhere, and the golden fragments on the ground were almost completely sewn together. The statue was covered in gold, and it was indeed the golden Xingwang that was famous in many countries. The statue raised its leg high and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in front of me, just because you took care of a few small pieces of trash? If it wasn't for the three of them working together, and the betrayal of my subordinates, I wouldn't have been suppressed in the city god hall. How could they have the chance to be so presumptuous? Quickly hand over the iron official seal. Don't waste time. The situation is serious. I still have to go into the city to suppress the demons." Ooh. Before the formation was broken, City God Shen was busy maintaining the last bit of divinity. Also, with the filthy technique that isolated the world, the city god hall couldn't know what was happening outside. In his opinion, after the three big monsters and the big devil cultivator left, the other party wouldn't know the real mystery of this place. Thus, they wouldn't leave any important battle force behind. Therefore, the only thing that surprised City God about the young man with the box was how he broke the formation at the door. Could it be that he was a disciple of a sect who was proficient in Chi Men Dunjia and immortal formations? However, no matter what, the life and death of the hundreds of thousands of people in Ji County was closely related to the thing in the City God Pavilion. There couldn't be any mistakes. The giant statue stepped out of the altar and stepped on the blue stone floor 3 meters in front of Chun Pingon. It stepped on it and shattered the blue stone floor. It bent down and stretched out its hand. "Quickly hand over the official seal." Chun Pingon didn't move. He asked, "Others helped you. Is it so hard to say thank you?" The statue was obviously stunned. After a long time, it sighed and nodded. "I was too impatient. It was wrong. I really have to thank you for this." Chun Pingon took out the green wooden box. The iron official seal melted and became one with the soil of the civil official statue. However, this small wooden box was exposed. "I wonder if it's what you're looking for?" The statue slowly nodded. Chun Pingon threw the wooden box high up. The city god's statue reached out and caught it. It smiled and said, "It is this item." Chun Pingon turned and left. The young girl hurriedly followed. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled behind him. Chun Pingon knew that the situation was not good. He immediately circulated his chi. His real chi was like a fiery dragon. It traveled hundreds of miles in one go, passing through many acupoints of the Chi Mansion. The young girl who had just reached the threshold was dumbstruck. Turning his head, he saw one of Lord Xingwang's statue thighs stomping on the back of the sword immortal carrying the case. The young man's waist was bent, and he was about to kneel down. He forcefully held his breath, and only then was he not stepped into the ground by the 3-foot-tall statue. Chun Pingan's face flushed red. He said with a trembling voice, "You go first." The young girl didn't dare hesitate as she hurriedly flew out of the door and landed on the square. Turning her head to look, she saw that around the statue of Lord Xingwang there was thick smoke that was as black as ink. The smoke went in and out of the 7 orifices on the statue's face, and the eyes of the Lord Xingwang had also become a strange dark gold color. The young girl screamed, "Be careful! The city god is possessed." Chun Pingan bent his knees slightly. He gritted his teeth and bent his waist. The leg of the statue increased the strength on his back. He stood up straight little by little. He quickly patted the blade-strengthening gourd. At the same time, 2 golden pagoda demon-suppressing talismans slid out from his sleeves. He held them between his fingers. He lowered his head and inadvertently saw the pair of straw sandals on his feet. Chun Pingan suddenly felt very happy. This trip down the mountain was really exciting. He laughed and said, "First day, 15th day, follow me to kill the demon." (229) When Chun Pingan went to the city god's pavilion to check out the situation, Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng went to the county governor's mansion. The 2 of them were already mentally prepared to run into a wall. Unexpectedly, under the recommendation of his son, Lu Gaohua, the worried county governor Lu quickly received the bearded man and the young Taoist priest in the living room. Not only did he not ask them to leave, he did not even ask Su Yuanxia to show off her domineering bladesmanship, nor did he ask Zhang Shanfeng to fly around the courtyard with his peachwood sword. After hearing the 2 of them's report, he hesitated for a moment before allowing them to follow him to the main hall. The 2 of them were shocked. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in the main hall. There were armored warriors who sat with their hands on their sabers, elderly civil officials who were pointing at the county city's geomancy map, and a few energetic men and women. At first glance, they could tell that they were cultivators. If they did not deliberately hide their aura and breathing, they should be chi cultivators of the 3rd or 4th realm. Governor Lu gave them a general introduction. Most of them were unworldly experts from Yanji County. There were also foreigners who came after hearing the news. They were similar to Su Yuanxia and the rest. Su Yuanxia focused on an ordinary-looking man. His aura was calm and steady. He should be an expert who did not make a move. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. Zhang Shanfeng, on the other hand, took a few more glances at Taoist Chong Miao. The old Taoist priest was leisurely drinking tea. Behind him stood 2 brass strongmen who were 10 feet tall. Strongmen were the unique symbol of the Taoist talisman sect. Most of them did not have spiritual intelligence. They would only listen to their master's simplest orders, such as killing enemies. The high-grade brass strongmen's combat power was comparable to that of a martial artist of the 3rd realm. They should not be underestimated. They should not be seen as crude and stupid puppets. Governor Lu gave Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, who had arrived later, a rough overview of the current situation. Then, with some emotion, he clasped his hands and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help. If we can safely survive this disaster, Yanji County will definitely erect a monument for you and write it in the local annals." Almost everyone who was seated stood up to return the greeting and said some polite words that were duty-bound to be exchanged. Governor Lu walked to the side of the table. There were 2 maps on it. One was the map of the county city, and the other was the map of the 6 counties of the Colorful Robes Kingdom, including Yanji County. Governor Lu pointed at a place between Yanji County and the neighboring county. "I just received good news. General Ma and Old Immortal are personally watching over the city wall. 600 elite cavalry have already left the station and are moving towards our county city at top speed. They can enter the city and wait for orders at the latest. The 2,000 infantrymen should arrive outside the city after midnight. It was Governor Liu's first time dealing with this kind of incident. He was so anxious that his throat was smoking. In addition, he had been on the move all day and was on tenterhooks all day. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. He quickly took a cup of hot tea from the old advisor. The old advisor, who had been advising in the governor's mansion for many years, stood beside the table in place of Governor Liu. He pointed out one place at a time. The Xinguang Pavilion in the northeast, the Embroidery Lane in the north of the city, the Horse Head Bridge in the south, the Hanging Copper Tower in the west, and the Zhao Mansion in the middle. These 6 places are all strange. The Xinguang Pavilion has been urgently closed. The 2 immortal masters who snuck in have yet to come out. 6 people suddenly died in the Embroidery Lane. The 32 families of the local people have all moved out. Man-eating water demons have appeared under the Horse Head Bridge. It is unknown if they have flowed along the river to other parts of the city. It is quite troublesome. The Hanging Copper Tower, which was originally used to warn the immortals on the mountain, has collapsed. The old man guarding the tower has also died, suddenly. As for the Zhao Mansion, more than 10 people have gone crazy. They acted up inexplicably, like a plague. Even 2 Yamen runners who went in to check on the situation have gone crazy. As for us, at this point, Governor Liu coughed softly. The old advisor did not continue speaking. After all, it would not be good if word got out. It might affect the governor's reputation as an official. This was because the Zhao Mansion was in the same situation as the Xinguang Pavilion. The government had sent people to seal off the exits, forbidding the people in the mansion to go out. The old Taoist named Chong Miao put down his teacup and smiled. This is a serious matter. Lord Liu's actions are very bold. It is for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of people in the county city. I believe that after this, as long as the Zhao Mansion has a little conscience, they will be grateful for Lord Liu's decision today. The armored general who sat on the chair glanced at Taoist Chong Miao. The corner of his mouth twitched, full of sarcasm. Governor Liu was a little embarrassed. He said softly, "There's no need to be grateful. If you can understand a little, I'll be very relieved." He quickly changed the topic and sighed. Fortunately, the old immortal happened to pass by our county and observed the night sky. He discovered the abnormality of the yin qi above the county city. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark. If something were to happen and we were caught off guard by those demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unimaginable. Su Yuanxia asked, "That hanging copper pagoda, does it function like a beacon at the border? It can transmit signals to the immortals on the nearby mountains?" The armored general's face was gloomy. He nodded and said, "That's right. However, the demons are vicious and cunning. They made a vicious move, causing the county city to lose contact with the immortal Lingxi sect 900 miles away. The hanging copper pagoda originally used a secret technique to transmit messages. It's very mysterious. At most, the Lingxi sect would know about it in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Now, the flying sword is sending messages. The speed is acceptable, but the price is a little expensive." The armored general glanced at the smug Taoist Chong Miao from the corner of his eye. No matter how he looked at him, he was asking for a beating. He actually asked for 100,000 taels of silver for the most common flying sword message. Did he really think that he didn't know the market price of the relay station on the mountain? He probably asked Governor Liu to fork out a lot of money to hire the 2 bronze strongmen. The general was General Ma's assistant. They had been on the battlefield together for many years. Although he used to dislike the bookworm Governor Liu, when he saw this famous scholar of colorful clothes nation running forward, he didn't hide under his bed in fear. Instead, he tried his best to maintain the situation. This changed his impression of this civil official. On the other hand, he had an extremely bad impression of the old Taoist who took advantage of the situation. You're just an unorthodox Taoist whose family's foundation is in Yenji County City. What right do you have to raise the price? If the county city is destroyed, even if Taoist Chong Miao can escape and abandon his family, disciples, and ancestral foundation, aren't you afraid that he'll end up with nothing? Su Yuanxia asked, Governor Liu, may I ask when the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect will arrive in Yenji County? How many of them will arrive? The county governor smiled. Fortunately, there's a 1,000-year-old phoenix in the Lingxi sect's mountain gate. It was once the mount of the Lingxi sect's founding ancestor. After the ancestor passed away, the phoenix never left the mountain. Every generation of sect masters can ask it to do something. The phoenix can carry 5 to 6 immortal masters on its back. If there's no accident with the flying sword message, I believe that the Lingxi sect will arrive in the sky above the county city at noon tomorrow. Governor Liu sighed and suddenly raised his voice to encourage everyone. Therefore, we need everyone to help the county city hold on until the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect arrive. At the very least, we have to hold on until noon tomorrow. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng's eyes met. Their expressions were not relaxed. Zhang Shanfeng was more worried about Chen Pingan's trip to the city god pavilion. Would there be any accidents? There was a towering tower at the east gate of Yenji County. It was 2 stories high and had 3 layers of eaves. It looked like a coiling dragon and a crouching tiger. General Ma's armor was not new and shiny. Instead, it was very old. It was covered with cuts from swords and sabers. It was obvious that it was the favorite of this border general of the Colorful Robes Kingdom. In the past 100 years, the Colorful Robes Kingdom did not have many border wars. They only had occasional conflicts with the ancient Yu Kingdom in the north. Therefore, the military men on the battlefield had always valued military achievements. It was often the key to promotion in the army and promotion in the imperial court. If not for the fact that General Ma had no one to speak for him in the imperial court, he would have become a young leader of the Ministry of War. On the top floor of the tower, General Ma suddenly saw the old immortal looking in the direction of the city god pavilion for a long time. He thought that something unexpected had happened and asked, Elder Huang, has the demon inside started to appear and cause trouble? The old immortal with fluttering sleeves stroked his beard and smiled. It's okay. I have my ways of winning. The place we really need to pay attention to is the Zhao Manor in the center of the city. It's too close to the county governor's manor. If anything happens, the consequences will be severe. Fortunately, I met 2 good friends on this trip to the south. They are both leaders of the righteous immortals on the mountain. They originally wanted to travel to Lakeview Academy and discuss Taoism with the teachers. Now that things are urgent, they can't care about whether their journey will be delayed. I have already sent a message to the 2 of them, asking them to quickly reinforce Yenji County. I think they will be here soon. When the time comes, General Ma and I will work together to guard the east gate of the city. One of my old friends will keep an eye on the Zhao Manor and protect the county governor's manor at the same time. General Ma cupped his hands and said gratefully, if Elder Huang had not discovered the clues and quickly informed us, the people of the county governor's manor would have been in great trouble. Elder Huang, you are still willing to take the risk and help us. I am a rough man. I can't say beautiful words, but I will definitely remember them. The old immortal shook his head and smiled. If cultivating on the mountain is to achieve Taoism and ascend without caring about the suffering of the people, then what is the point of cultivating as an immortal? Why do you want immortality? General Ma hammered his chest armor with his fist and then gave him a thumbs up. He said with sincere admiration, Elder Huang, just based on this sentence, you are really cultivating. Speaking of this, the middle-aged general said indignantly, as for those immortal masters in the colorful clothes nation who only know how to fish for compliments, especially those in the capital. Humph, they are really shameless. All they do is ask for money from the imperial court and build immortal pavilions and tall buildings, wasting people's money. Sigh, it's better not to talk about it. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. The old immortal put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Which river in the world is not filled with mud and sand? General Ma, you don't have to be too resentful. Since things are like this, just be yourself first. The general nodded and agreed. He admired the old immortal beside him, who was profound in Taoism and compassionate at the same time. Immortals didn't just exist in the heavenly paradises on the mountain. There were also immortals at the foot of the mountain. The old immortal used his abilities again and squinted his eyes to look towards the city god's pavilion. Because they were too far away, he couldn't see clearly. If only old Demon Me was here. He knew a bit of mountain view, so he should be able to see everything clearly from such a distance. However, he had sensed the destruction of the city god's pavilion's secret technique formation. There was definitely someone who overestimated himself trying to be a hero. It didn't matter. He already had a backup plan in place. The Golden City God and the civil and martial deities on both sides had been secretly tampered with by old Demon Me. He didn't hesitate to pay a huge price and use the special incense that had lasted for over 20 years to unknowingly corrupt them. Because of this, old Demon Me shamelessly demanded 3 spirit artifacts from the 3 of them. Only then did he stop. That was why the city god's pavilion's little disturbance couldn't affect the final flow of a great river. After 30 years of scheming, the 4 powers worked together. How could they fail at the last moment? Unless a 10th realm land immortal descended from the heavens and suddenly declared that he would protect Yenji County City, they would not stop. However, they had already figured out the movements of the Divine Grandeur Sect, the Lakeview Academy, and the other major immortal sections. It was impossible for a 10th realm chi cultivator to appear out of nowhere. Moreover, the big shots who had reached the nascent soul realm had always been elusive. To put it bluntly, even if they really saw the situation here, as long as they were not from a reputable sect and were righteous ancestors, they might not be willing to get involved. The situation was already set. The outcome was already decided. The old immortal smiled inwardly. He really wanted to turn around and pat the general's shoulder. He laughed and teased him. "Old Brother Ma, your eyesight isn't too good. I'm not some righteous immortal master, but one of those heretical demons that you all speak of. The 2 most famous immortal masters in the capital of the Rainbow Robes Nation are both my direct disciples. These heretical cultivators were originally rats in the mud of the fields. Their goal was to not open for business for 3 years. Once they opened, they would eat for 3 years. After this matter, they would obtain the magic treasure. At worst, they would go into seclusion for another 20 to 30 years and head to a place further south. There, they would secretly plan for an even bigger business. After that, they would be good men again. Perhaps one day, they would become an existence like the White Emperor City of the Central Plains, although the world knew that he was a demonic cultivator. Who would dare to call him a demon to his face? Most of the cultivators in the upper 5 realms wouldn't dare. However, the old immortal only thought about such a wonderful thing for the sake of amusement. The old immortal looked to the south, then turned his head to the north. He was a bit hesitant. After this matter was settled, taking refuge in the south would definitely be the safest. If he went to the north according to the agreement, he would have to seek riches and honor amidst danger. However, as long as he could survive to the end, he would obtain great riches and honor. According to the request of the little ancestor surnamed Fu, the group of people from the Divine Grandeur Sect went to find the temple. However, halfway there, the fortune of the mountains and rivers changed greatly. It turned from turbid to clear. The old Taoist leading the group, Zhao Lu, was greatly astonished. He decided to go to the temple first. In the end, he discovered that the golden body of the mountain god surnamed Qin had already shattered and completely disappeared. An unexpected surprise was that the group actually picked up a golden body fragment from the ruins. Even Zhao Lu was greatly shocked. He first took care of the golden body fragment and carefully stored it away. Although it was destined to be handed over to the sect, he could touch and study it when he was free. After that, the old Taoist returned to the small town. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to go to the old mansion alone to repair his relationship with Yang Huang, who had been reduced to a servant ghost. Once Yang Huang and his wife took this opportunity, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished by the divine grandeur sect. Not only did they protect the array formation of the old mansion, but they also had a chance to increase their realm, perhaps with Yang Huang's outstanding talent. After the female ghost tree was no longer a burden to him, he would become a rogue cultivator in the middle 5 realms. He could completely foresee the scene of the future. For example, Yang Huang's personality wasn't pedantic. In his early years, he was very popular in the divine grandeur sect. Moreover, he was a native of the colorful clothes nation. With a little manipulation, perhaps Yang Huang or his wife would be able to take advantage of the situation and become a legitimate mountain god granted by the imperial court. If it was the latter, it would be terrifying. The husband and wife were both in the cave realm. If they didn't curry favor with each other, it was very likely that the divine grandeur sect would push the boat with the current and give them goodwill. At that time, what would Zhao Lu do? At that time, it would be useless even if he kowtowed and admitted his mistake. He might as well lower his posture now and take the initiative to show goodwill. Zhao Lu had already made up his mind. He no longer hesitated in his heart and openly went to the old mansion to congratulate the husband and wife. He admitted his mistake and apologized to them. He drank 3 cups of wine as punishment and gave them a low-grade but very likable spiritual tool. Yang Huang was also a clever person. It hadn't been long since they shed all pretense of cordiality. Now that Zhao Lu was carrying a bramble to ask for forgiveness, he was very polite and enthusiastic. He drank the wine and even accepted the spiritual tool. However, after drinking, he was half drunk. Yang Huang began to curse Zhao Lu again. In the end, even the female ghost couldn't stand it anymore. After persuading him for a long time, Yang Huang didn't listen. Zhao Lu didn't say anything at the table and just endured it. After that, Zhao Lu stayed in the old mansion and sent a message to the divine grandeur sect disciples in the small town. Then, the group stayed for another day. The atmosphere was harmonious and harmonious. When Zhao Lu left, he knew that all of Yang Huang's actions were just for show. In his heart, he only looked down on him. Yang Huang was more of a smart person who would rather scold a gentleman than provoke a villain. However, Zhao Lu's trip was not in vain. The relationship between the two was already very satisfactory. They were far from being friends. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. However, they would no longer be enemies. In the future, if they managed things well and put in more effort to come to Yanji County, there might even be a chance for them to become acquaintances on the surface. Zhao Lu led the group back to the north with mixed feelings. However, after just a few dozen miles of mountain roads, Zhao Lu noticed that something was wrong in Yanji County. However, this old immortal master of the divine grandeur sect was silent and only hurried on. That night, the group slept outdoors on the peak of the mountain. The young third realm sword cultivator found the old Taoist standing at the edge of the cliff and asked softly, "Master, there's obviously a demonic aura in Yanji County. It's quite big. Since it dares to be so brazen in the county, it's definitely not an ordinary demon. Should we hurry over and take a look?" Zhao Lu chuckled and said, "Even you can see that the demonic aura there is soaring to the sky. I'm not blind." The young man carefully digested the meaning of his master's words. He asked tentatively, "Then should we send a message to the sect by flying sword? Just say that we need reinforcements." The old man squinted and looked at the night sky above Yenji County. He said slowly, "Uncle Master Fu wanted us to suppress the Qin mountain god. Now that the mountain god temple has collapsed, we've also retrieved 3 fragments of the golden body. You guys have gained a lot from this trip down the mountain, far surpassing your peers. How many Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms have seen so many golden body fragments of the mountain gods? You'll definitely be able to come up with a good evaluation for this outer sect inspection. If you're lucky, you might even get a good evaluation." The old man turned his head and said softly, sheeping, "You must know that for good things in the world, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Once you and I choose to send a message by flying sword, the sect will send people to Colorful Robe's country to carefully investigate this matter. When we compare the time, we'll shrink back and be easily exposed. As for these words, it's only because you're my proudest disciple that I'm willing to pour my heart out to you. Remember not to spread this to anyone else." The young swordsman was sincerely convinced. He lowered his voice and said, "Master is wise. Your plan is flawless." Zhao Lu turned around and looked at the bonfire in the distance. The 3 disciples of the divine grandeur sect were sleeping cross-legged. The youngest one among them was unconscious. When he breathed in and out, wisps of mist hung around his ears and nose. On the other hand, the brother and sister who had entered the sect earlier than him were not as good as the youngest one. The old man frowned and said in a low voice, "We still have to inform that wimpy kid about this matter. This child has sharp senses. Don't be fooled by his pretense that he doesn't know anything. In fact, we can deceive the siblings, but we can't deceive him if we don't make it clear, and he spills the beans when he returns to the sect. It'll be a disaster." The young swordsman nodded. Zhao Lu turned his head to look at his direct disciple with a smile and said amiably, "Sheeping, it's not easy to stop that mischievous brat. Didn't you secretly hide a golden body fragment? This is against the rules. Once it's discovered, the sect will punish you severely. Take it out. Master will help you give it to him. Let's see if he dares to accept this hot potato. If he accepts it, then we will be on the same side. When we return to the mountain, we can take care of each other in the future. Master can be considered as paving the way for you and building a bridge for you. If he doesn't accept it, Master is the person who led you on this journey and has the responsibility of investigating. After this, I will have to submit a document to the outer sect. Within the rules, if I want to discuss that child's backer, no one can find fault with it." Then the old Taoist opened his palm and extended it to the young swordsman. "Take it out." The young swordsman's face turned pale in an instant, but he quickly squeezed out a smile. He didn't hide it, nor did he look unwilling. Soon, he handed the largest golden shard to the old Taoist. Zhao Lu put away the golden shard and smiled. "Oh, it's not small. 1 piece is worth 2 pieces. It seems that the kid's luck is pretty good. He picked up such a big bargain." The young swordsman's face stiffened. He forced a smile and said, "I originally wanted to return to the sect and give it as a birthday gift on Master's birthday next month." The old Taoist nodded and patted the young swordsman's shoulder. "You're considerate." Then the young swordsman quietly returned to the bonfire and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and kept a smile on his face. The old Taoist sat alone on the edge of the cliff and practiced qi. After a long silence, he suddenly mocked himself in a low voice. "There's no hope for the great Tao. I can only rely on these little tricks. It's really tragic." The scholar Lu Qicheng left the city from the east gate and walked along the official road. After walking for 10 miles, he stopped to rest outside the courier station. Commoners who didn't have scholarly honors weren't qualified to sit inside. There was a tea stall outside the courier station. The scholar ordered a bowl of hot tea and drank it to warm his stomach. He whispered, as if he was talking to himself, "Don't you always brag about how powerful you are? You really don't care about such a big mess? That Miss Lu is a good girl. She gives me money to spend. She doesn't even blink when she takes out the money. She also hugs and hugs me. She really solved a big problem for me. Otherwise, do you really want me to be a beggar or sell my— But if I starve to death, you won't be any better. What? To have a master like me, is it your bad luck from 8 lifetimes? Why don't you say that if I didn't enter the grave of desolation by mistake and accidentally break the 1,000-year-old formation and save you from the prison, you would have a chance to see the light of day again? Do you know that because of your existence, I don't even dare to utilize my full strength when I'm galloping through the flowers now, and I only dare to touch them and kiss them? Otherwise, wouldn't I be benefiting an old geezer like you? Bullsh asterisk T immortal, hiding your head and tail like a stray dog. Even I was punched to the ground, and you didn't dare to show your head. You're the only immortal above the jade pudding? I'm the golden elixir immortal. I heard that the golden elixir immortals are real immortals. Every day, when they have nothing to do, they fly around in the sky. Occasionally, they land on the ground to drink wine. When the emperor sees them, they have to be respectful. The owner of the tea stall looked at them from afar and was worried. That poor scholar couldn't be a fool, right? Why was she nagging and talking to herself? It doesn't matter if he's a fool, but he better have money on him. The scholar stared and said, "What? What's the golden elixir realm? Do you believe that I won't let you go after I finish drinking my tea and let out a fart? In the future, we'll go our separate ways? Don't expose me when you're scolding me. So what if I'm an illegitimate child? Even if I have no mother to raise me, I'm still better than an old pervert like you. You're already so old, and you still insist on wearing that pink Taoist robe. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're really shameless. Why don't you beg me to buy you a few boxes of rouge and face powder? Damn you." Again, the scholar's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and in the end, it was almost inaudible even to himself. His eyes gradually became murky, and then they suddenly became bright and full of spirit, as if he was possessed by a god. His entire person, from inside to outside, had a completely different aura. He was no longer that poor scholar, but more like an incognito emperor on a private visit. Scholar Lu's face was full of smiles. He stretched out his hand and shakily raised the teacup. After drinking the last mouthful of tea, he stood up, took out a large number of copper coins, and threw them on the table. Then he strode away. At first, his footsteps were a little shaky. Drinking tea was like drinking fine wine. His eyes were a little tipsy. However, as he walked, his footsteps became steadier and steadier. Finally, the scholar crossed the official road into the farmland where the rapeseed flowers were blooming. There was no one around. He shook his shoulder, and the knot of the bag automatically opened. It fell off his body and hovered in the air. A beautiful Taoist robe with exquisite embroidery floated out of the bag. It was really pink. The scholar's outer robe also unbuttoned and fell off by itself. It happened to be in the position of the pink Taoist robe. Then it lay down obediently in the bag. In addition to the gorgeous Taoist robe that did not conform to the secular rules, there was also a golden hairpin in the bag. It slowly floated to the top of the scholar's head and pinned itself on his hair bun. Then the bag flashed and disappeared. Apparently, it had disappeared into the object. Of course, it could also be an object that was close at hand. It could even be an object that was known as the wonderful small cave in the legend. The scholar spread out his hands and looked up at the sky with an intoxicated smile. The pink Taoist robe gave people a feeling of joy. It suddenly spread out and came behind the scholar. It was as if there was a maid waiting on him. The scholar didn't need to do anything. The robe was put on him just like that. Scholar Lu Chicheng, who was already handsome, was really handsome after putting on the Taoist robe. The elegant scholar strode forward. His footsteps were in the air. He was free and unfettered. Step by step, he ascended to the sky and went straight into the clouds. He sang loudly, 1,000 years in the tomb, 1,000 years in the world. The earth under his feet was full of foreign yellow flowers. 2:30. In the governor's manor, the old aide pulled Lu Gaohua to the back door of the official residence. Lu Gaohua saw a carriage ready for a long journey. The old man extended his hand and said with a smile, "Young master, please get in." A woman lifted the curtain, looking like a weeping pear blossom. When she saw that it was her younger brother, Lu Gaohua, she was slightly relieved. She put down the curtain and leaned against the wall of the carriage, missing her husband. Lu Gaohua was confused. "Uncle Song, what are you doing?" The old man said, seriously, "The governor wants me to escort you out of the city." Lu Gaohua was anxious. "Why are we leaving the city at this time? Is Yanji County really going to face a great disaster?" "Uncle Song, the more it's like this, the more I can't leave here. What if something happens to father?" The old aide, who had been in the governor's manor for many years, laughed. "If something really happens, what can a weak scholar like you do?" Lu Gaohua was speechless. The old man urged, "Young master, let's go. Eldest miss is still waiting." Lu Gaohua shook his head. "I'm not leaving. If I want to leave, let my sister leave alone." Before Lu Gaohua finished speaking, he suddenly ran to the back door. However, his vision blurred, and he found that the old man was blocking the door. When Lu Gaohua stopped, the old man smiled like an old fox and sized up the young man in front of him. "Uncle Song has been in the Jianghu and knows a bit of showy martial arts. Do you want to get in the carriage yourself, or do you want me to knock you out and put you in the carriage? To be honest, Uncle Song is a bag of old bones. Do you have the heart to carry someone around?" Lu Gaohua stiffened his neck. "Knock me out." The old aide sighed. "Your father knows your bad temper. He originally wanted me to tell you something, but I was afraid of hurting the relationship between you and your father, so I deliberately hid it and didn't mention it. Now that you're like this, I can only tell you the truth. Your father wants to tell you, Lu Gaohua, in the past 20 years, you haven't done anything to make your father happy. Don't stay in the mansion and be an eyesore. Okay?" Lu Gaohua's eyes were red, and his lips trembled. Lu Gaohua was silent for a moment and said weakly, "Where's my sister?" The old aide shook his head and said, "We can't deal with it for the time being. You and First Miss can go first. I've already sent someone to find Second Mississippi." Lu Gaohua was going to be stubborn again. The thin old man was also anxious. He stomped his foot and said angrily, "My young master Lu, I really don't want to criticize you. You're a big man, yet you're so wishy-washy. How can you accomplish great things?" Lu Gaohua felt wronged and said, "Father and mother don't care, and younger sister doesn't care either. It would be strange if a heartless bastard like me could accomplish anything great." The old man choked on his words and said angrily, "Go, go, go. Let's go quickly." Lu Gaohua was at a loss. He felt that whatever he did was wrong. At this time, he felt the heavy burden in his heart in the past. For example, his father was busy with official business and moral essays. He liked to talk to outsiders and was willing to play chess with the house's guests for an afternoon. He was never stingy with his praise for all the children of his good friends. He was only indifferent to him, his own son. Especially when he failed to pass the imperial examinations, he would use words to stab him. Only now did he realize that these things weren't a big deal. The old man sighed and said, "Let's go. You'll only cause trouble if you stay here. You'll make your parents worry. For nothing." Lu Gaohua smiled sadly. "Then let's go." The old man nodded. He waited until Lu Gaohua sat in the carriage. The old man drove the carriage slowly out of the tightly shut streets. The sound of horse hooves rang out as they headed towards the south of the city. Along the way, they looked left and right at the scenery of the city. Most of the streets were still bustling as usual. Tourists weaved together, and shops stood in great numbers. It was extraordinarily lively. They were completely unaware that danger had already enveloped the entire city. Life and death were on the line. According to what General Ma said, the demons had come with such great fanfare. They must have come prepared. In the worst-case scenario, it wouldn't just be a few hundred people dying. In the history of the beautiful Robe's kingdom, the imperial court had defined many disasters as plagues. They had harmed tens of thousands of people. Among them were the evil formations of the demonic path or some filthy magical treasures that had gone out of control. The people who died from these kinds of accidents often had their bones exposed to the sun. They didn't dare to collect the bodies for burial. The plague that had affected Yanji County in the past was like this, resulting in the large-scale mass grave of several hundred li. If the sky really collapsed, how could the ignorant commoners escape? Unless there was a tall person who could withstand it. If not, then they could only wait for death. The old man felt a little emotional. The actions of the governor's residence and Governor Lu this time had made him, as an old aide, look at them in a new light. It was true that Governor Lu had spent money to hire Taoist Chong Miao to send a message on a flying sword. The consonant sect would definitely send reinforcements. It was also true that the rainbow wand could carry people on the wind and travel south quickly. However, Governor Lu had lied about how fast it could travel. The rainbow wand could indeed reach Yanji County by tomorrow afternoon, if it flew alone. However, if it carried 2 or 3 people, it might not even reach the northern border of Yanji County by night. Why did Governor Lu lie? Because as the head official of a county, Governor Lu needed people to stand up in times of danger. If these people could hold on until the rainbow wand arrived, that would be the best outcome. If they could hold on until tomorrow afternoon, then those who had shown their faces and formed a personal grudge against the demons would have no way out. They could only live and die with the county. If the great demon lurking in the city did not make a move and did not cause trouble by tomorrow afternoon, then it would be fine. Governor Lu would still have a way to force them to show themselves. If Yanji County took the initiative to declare war, the demons could still wait patiently until the day after tomorrow. By then, the county would be in a good position to receive reinforcements from all directions, especially when the immortal masters of the consonant sect were about to arrive. Governor Lu was even less worried about the situation. That was why it was said that when a scholar was at his wit's end, he could be ruthless and have a bellyful of evil tricks. This was also the first time the old man truly met his advisor, Governor Lu. Not only was the old man not disappointed, he even felt that it was worth drinking to his heart's content. Unfortunately, the chances of that happening were slim. Before tricking the young master, Lu Gaohua, to the back door, the old man had a heartfelt conversation with Governor Lu. Governor Lu said that if the calamity in Yanji County ended with the death of 100 or 200 people, he would definitely run if he could. However, if many innocent people were going to die, he would not run. At that time, the scholar in official robes pointed at his chest and said that something was wrong there. He also said that he had read so many books of the saints and could be considered old friends with them. If he lived in this world, he would not have the face to flip through books in the future and would not be able to see his old friends. If I don't read books in this lifetime, what's the point of living? Yanji County's parents, who had never experienced war and smoke in their lives, were actually trembling when they said those sincere words. Their faces were pale, and their legs were shaking. They could not hide it no matter how hard they tried. He let the old aide see everything clearly, saying such bold words with such a cowardly attitude. It was quite comical. However, the old advisor could not laugh, nor did he find it funny. Some of the scholars who became officials were indeed different from those poor scholars who believed that they were born at the wrong time and that they were not given the opportunity to do so. The old man who acted as the coachman collected his thoughts and sped up the horses' hooves as they left the city. The old man could not help but look back. He did not know where the naughty disciple he had secretly taken in had gone to play. He could not find her no matter how hard he tried. He only hoped that she would not cause trouble. The calamity in Yenji County was not something she could mess up. The old man shook his head and said helplessly, "The Jianghu waters are muddy, and the winds are strong on the mountain. It is not easy to survive anywhere. Is it so hard to find a place to eat?" There was a rice shop in the north of Yenji County that had been open for more than 20 years. The owner of the shop was a tall and thin old man who was silent all year round. The two workers in the shop who were rooted in the county with the old man did not like to joke either. However, they often went to the city god pavilion to burn incense, which made the neighbors have a good impression of them. In addition, the rice shop sold rice and mountain delicacies at low prices, so business was good. Today, two foreigners came to the rice shop. They were a middle-aged couple who looked simple and honest. The shop had closed early. One of the young workers that the shop had recruited at the end of last winter explained that the shopkeeper's distant relatives had come. No one found it strange. It was normal for relatives who had not visited for so many years to chat after seeing each other. After the shop closed, the owner and the couple sat at the table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes and a fragrant smell. The three workers in the shop gathered together and cracked melon seeds. They clearly did not have the qualifications to sit. The man who had come from afar reached out and grabbed a greasy chicken leg. He gnawed on it madly while holding a wine pot in one hand. When he tilted his head back, half of the wine spilled out. The woman tilted her head slightly, pinched the skin under her chin with 2 fingers and tore it lightly. She actually tore off a thin piece of skin and threw it heavily on the table. Only then did she lean back on the chair and let out a heavy breath. "This bullshit thing. It's really torturous to wear. I can't even breathe properly. And it actually costs 30 snowflakes." The 3 workers in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman who had torn off her disguise was really ugly. The 3 brothers looked at each other and smiled. They felt that the woman had bought that face worth 30 snowflakes. As the woman spoke, she reached out with her other hand and tore off a second piece of skin and threw it on the table. The 3 of them were stunned. They swallowed their saliva. This old woman was really good looking. The 3 of them began to pray for a third face. When the woman raised her hand again, the 3 of them wailed inwardly. It was actually an ugly freak. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman threw them a coquettish glance and said sweetly, "That's all. Big sister looks like this. Am I pretty?" The owner of the shop said unhappily, "Hurry up and get to the point." The man raised his chin, indicating that the woman should continue. He was busy with his wine and meat. The woman took out a small mirror and tidied up her hair. "Languid," she said. "Old demon me, we came to split the spoils with you." The old man picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and chewed on it. He frowned and said, "We haven't even gotten the spoils yet, and you're already thinking about splitting the spoils? Is there something wrong with the 2 of you?" The woman lowered the mirror slightly and said with a charming smile, "You and Fairy Luli are very close. You've been friends for over 100 years. Of course we know that. However, the ship is about to sink. Old demon me, you can't drown with him, right?" The old man called Old Demon me put down his chopsticks. "What do you mean? It's really beautiful. As expected of a high-quality product worth 80 snow coins. It's just that you're too cowardly. I offered you 200 snow coins, but you didn't even dare to make me a face that's 70 to 80% similar to Xiaoliang's." The woman put down the mirror and tore off another piece of skin, revealing an old, freckled face. The man's mouth was full of oil. He said with a smile, "That's right, that's right. If it's 70 to 80% similar to Xiaoliang or Su Jia, let alone 200 snow coins, I'd even be willing to pay 500. At night, I'd be hugging Fairy He or Fairy Sue and rolling in bed. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a heavenly life. I'd be able to keep the lights on all night. Ew. The woman rolled her eyes at the man and continued, a little sword immortal surnamed Fu from the Divine Edict sect has also joined the Spirit Rhinoceros Sex expedition to the south. She's young, but her heirs are bigger than the heavens. On the way south, the two ancestors of the Spirit Rhinoceros sect treated her like a bodhisattva. The old man put down his chopsticks and said with a heavy expression, "Really?" The woman nodded and said, "If not, we'd like to break up ahead of time. What good would it do us to leave you behind? We won't do things that harm others without benefiting ourselves. If we're too careless in doing business, our business won't last long." The old man asked a crucial question. "How do you know that the people of the Divine Edict sect are involved? Do you have spies in the Spirit Rhinoceros sect? And their seniority isn't low either?" The woman asked in return, "Is that strange?" The old man sneered and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "So you're doing business up in the mountains. Admirable, admirable." The man threw the chicken drumstick on the ground and interrupted loudly, "Up in the mountains? That's awesome, isn't it? What's the big deal about our little squabbles?" The woman said bluntly, "Old demon me, that's how it is. Give me a definite answer. If you're determined to stay with Elder Luli, we'll leave as soon as we finish our meal. That business with the Spirit Rhinoceros sect is enough for us to make a fortune. If you're willing to work with us, then we'll work together. After killing Elder Luli, we'll activate the formation in advance, seize the treasure in the chaos, and run." The old man hesitated. The man wiped his mouth. "After killing Elder Luli, not only will his glazed lamp belong to you, you can also take whatever you find on this old friend of yours. However, that seal must belong to us." Old demon me muttered to himself for a moment. Wait a moment. He turned his head to look at the youngest disciple. "Throw a copper coin and divine your fortune." The young shop assistant had handsome features, red lips, and white teeth. He smiled brilliantly and took out a handful of copper coins. He squatted on the ground and raised his head to ask, "Old me, are there any benefits?" The old man said indifferently, "You won't have to wear those women's clothes every night." The other two disciples' expressions remained the same. They smiled at each other. The young man blushed slightly and said coyly, "What kind of benefits are these?" "Old me, why don't you change to something else?" The old man thought for a moment. "I'll give you 10%. The young man with the feminine voice asked, "Will this disciple still have the life to spend the benefits?" Old demon me coldly glanced at the two disciples who had been in the sect for a long time. He nodded at the young man. "Yes." The young man smiled charmingly. He bit his finger and smeared his blood on the copper coins. Finally, he threw them out. After examining them for a moment, he raised his head and said in pleasant surprise, "Great!" Old demon me felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He looked at the couple. "I'll have my disciple activate the formation in advance. The three of us will deal with Elder Lee together. We'll end this quickly. What do you think?" The woman slowly withdrew her gaze from the handsome young man's face. She was in a good mood. "Sure." The man suddenly asked in a sinister voice, "Old demon me, you've been friends with Elder Lee for 100 years. Can you really bear to kill him?" Old demon me picked up some food with his chopsticks. "I'll give you an immortal's glazed lamp to kill your wife. Will you do it?" The man was resentful. The woman wasn't sad at all. She took out her bronze mirror and looked it over. "If I'm worth a glazed lamp in this heartless bastard's eyes, then I'll have lived a good life." Outside the city god's hall, a young girl stood at the back door of the first hall, trembling with fear. She didn't even dare to stand in the small plaza between the wealth god's hall and the Taisway hall. This was because the battle in the city god's hall was turning the heavens and earth upside down. The deity in her heart was first stepped on in the back by the demonized city god, Shunwon. Then she saw that the young deity was even more powerful. He straightened his back in an instant, forcing the city god to take 2 steps back. Afterwards, the renowned Golden City god of the beautiful robes nation erupted with astonishing battle prowess. He ran around the spacious hall as if he was flying, chasing after the sword immortal with the case. During this time, he threw out 21 punches, and it was still that strange fist dance that could break through magical restrictions. The Golden City god had clearly been beaten to the point where he had fallen into the demonic path. His golden dust scattered throughout the hall, and countless cracks appeared on his clay idol. Wisps of black smoke seeped out. However, the Golden City god let out a loud roar and formed a strange hand seal that the young girl didn't recognize. Not only did the golden dust return to the surface of the idol, even the cracks instantly closed up. The city god's eyes were pitch black and emitted a sinister aura. If one looked into his eyes, they would feel a chill run down their spines. However, apart from that, his golden body was still dazzling and dazzling. He was 3 zhang tall, and each of his punches caused the walls to cave in. Every step he took shattered the tiles on the ground. He was just like a dignified deity that presided over the heavens, vanquishing demons in the mortal realm. The Silver Bell girl was filled with worry. Could the invincible Golden City god really be defeated by someone? She was also a bit confused. Why didn't the old immortal bring out his 2 golden talisman? He didn't even want to use his flying sword. Instead, he only fought with the Golden City god in close combat. He had already used many different fist techniques. There were a few times when she saw the immortal carrying the box being sent flying from one side of the city god palace to the other. Listening to the sounds, he should have been sent flying into the wall by the Golden City god. Later on, the Golden City god simply tore down a pillar of the hall. He didn't care if the city god palace would collapse. He used it as a weapon and wantonly smashed it. When the immortals fought, the earth shook. The young girl was shocked to the core. Her palms were full of sweat as she silently cheered for him. Although the old immortal was temporarily at a disadvantage, he was still fighting valiantly. For example, he used his arms to block above his head and forcefully blocked a huge pillar that smashed down on his head. The pillar suddenly broke, and his knees sank into the ground. The young girl hurriedly closed one of her eyes and turned her head. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. She thought that it must be very painful. Another time, he was kicked out of the hall, and his whole body rolled more than 10 times on the square. The Golden City god stood behind the door of the hall with a cold smile. He curled his finger at Chun Pingon, and Chun Pingon got up and rushed into the hall. In less than half an hour, the city god palace was torn apart by the Golden City god. 5 to 6 pillars were torn down, and the hall that had experienced hundreds of years of ups and downs completely collapsed. Dust covered the sky. The Golden City god pulled out the last red pillar. The wall on the left was not as broken as the wall on the right. Instead, the entire wall collapsed outwards. Chun Pingon stood on the wall. His sleeves were already torn to shreds. He turned his head and lightly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chun Pingon treated the Golden City god as the second Ma Kuxuan. Through the battle, he used it to train his body and soul. He probably couldn't win with just his fists. It seemed that the statue could quickly recover to its peak state in the city god palace, no matter how badly it was beaten. This was too unreasonable. Chun Pingon glanced at the ruins from the corner of his eyes. He recalled the position where the Golden City god stood from the beginning to the end, and understood. The square-inch world was known as the wonderful Little Grotto Heaven, and it had the same effect. For example, Mr. Qi and Master Wan were in the Liju Grotto Heaven. As long as the scholarly sage was in the academy, and the military sage was in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, they would have the time and place to fight with others. Presumably, the city god of Yanji County was here, and it was also in line with this point. Chun Pingon took a deep breath and continued to charge forward. He wanted to try to lure the city god away from the city god palace. If possible, it would be best if he could lure him away from the entire city god pavilion area. However, things didn't always go as planned. Although the Golden City God had turned into a demon and its intelligence was chaotic, it instinctively refused to leave the ruined city god palace. Even if Chun Pingon used injuries as bait twice and threw himself out of the city god palace, the Golden City God would at most use sections of the pillars as weapons and crazily smash them at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon didn't want to continue wasting time here. He had to go to the governor's office as soon as possible and expose the mastermind who was pretending to be mysterious. It was only at this moment that the true satisfaction of this great battle was fully displayed. Chun Pingon kept punching, and at the same time, Chu Yi and Chu Wu in the sword-strengthening gourd also flew toward the Golden City God. Above the City God Palace ruins, White Rainbow E and Jade Green 15, two flying swords, along with Chun Pingon's punches, wrapped around the tall Golden City God statue. The girl with the silver bell was dazzled, and her mouth was agape. In the end, Chun Pingon took out a golden pagoda demon-suppressing talisman, paying the price of a golden talisman that was completely dark. Only then was he able to suppress it. The golden body cracked, and in the end, only a dozen pieces of the golden body and that small green wooden box were left. Chun Pingon silently kept those things and touched the blood on his face. He walked beside the girl and smiled. "What is your name?" The girl was startled. "Lu Gaoxin." Chun Pingon said, "Happy?" The girl's face was a little red, and she explained, "Gao as in high place, Xian as in warm. It's not Xing as in happy." When her parents gave her this name, it meant that in the future she would be able to outshine others and have a fragrance at the highest place. The girl's appearance was pretty, and her state of mind was pure. She did not want to be entangled in this matter. The immortal in front of her had just finished his battle with the possessed Golden City God and needed to rest. Chun Pingon originally wanted to say that this name was very good and that it was very similar to his name, but in the end, it was not happy, so he could only swallow the words back into his stomach. Chun Pingon suddenly felt a little apprehensive and asked doubtfully, "You can't be Lu Gaohua's sister, right?" The girl's eyes brightened. "Why? Does the immortal know my brother?" Chun Pingon smiled. "We just met not long ago. Just in time, I'm going to the county governor's office to tell your father that the old immortal is the main culprit." The girl did not go to the high platform in the middle of the lake that night, so she did not see the faces of the old immortal and the colorful female ghost. Chun Pingon had already rushed to the high wall, and the girl hurriedly followed behind. The two of them jumped on roofs and ran on walls one after another. Although the girl's body was also tempered, she was still far from Chun Pingon, and soon she was out of breath. Chun Pingon stood on a raised roof and let her rest for a while. Lu Gaoxin carefully said, "Old sword immortal, why don't you fly on your sword? You can take me to my house with you. It'll be faster." It's fine if she randomly called him a sword immortal, but calling him an old sword immortal? Chun Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry, and simply ignored her. When the girl's breathing returned to normal, he took the lead and ran wildly on the roofs of the county city. The girl thought that this old immortal sword immortal really did not take the normal path. Moreover, his temper was always good. Previously, when she was talking, she secretly looked at him a few times. He looked quite handsome and did not look old at all. 231. Chun Pingon's forceful charge was met with a wave of precise and orderly arrows. The personal troops that General Ma had placed in the county governor's mansion were all elite soldiers brought back from the border. They had amazing physical strength and were experienced on the battlefield. Even when facing a person from the mountain, they still cooperated well. Chun Pingon flew up from the roof ridge and landed in the depths of the county governor's mansion. In the short process of a few blinks of an eye, he had to use his hands to push aside two aggressive and extremely accurate arrows. The girl with silver bells shouted loudly, "I am the county governor's daughter, Lu Gaoxin. The old immortal is an ally who has come to help. Please put down your bows and arrows." Chun Pingon's figure landed at the entrance of the main hall of the official residence. Without turning his head, he took 2 steps sideways and reached out to grab an arrow that was shot from behind him. The arrow was engraved with ancient cloud patterns, and there were 3 tiny grooves on it. Radiance flowed between them. Chun Pingon casually threw the arrow to the ground and said in a deep voice, "Hero Su, Zhongshan, are you in the main hall?" The old man who revealed his supernatural power on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night is the mastermind behind the city god pavilion's disaster this time. The bearded man took the lead and flew out. The armored general and Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng followed closely behind. A brass strongman over 10 feet tall charged over with large strides. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon had no choice but to extend his palm to block the fist. The brass strongman that Taoist Chong Miao had painstakingly created with talismans had extraordinary strength. Although its grade was not high, its battle prowess was comparable to a pure martial artist at the peak of the second realm. However, after Chun Pingon blocked the fist with his 5 fingers, the joints of its body trembled violently, producing a series of hissing sounds. It was unable to advance even an inch. Governor Lu also ran out of the main door and looked up. When he saw the girl with silver bells standing on the wall, he immediately shouted, "It's my daughter! It's my daughter, Lu Gaoxin. Warriors, don't hurt her by accident." The big bearded swordsman hurriedly explained to the people beside him, "It's our friend. His name is Chun Pingon. Previously, he went to investigate the city god pavilion." The armored general nodded. He raised his arm and made a military gesture. The archers hidden everywhere didn't immediately put away the bows in their hands, only pressing down on the arrowheads. At the same time, the arrowheads shrank back into the shape of a crescent moon. It was almost exactly the same, not even the change in arc difference. Su Yuanxia, who had traveled to many countries, was very attentive. After seeing this scene, she immediately gasped in admiration. She had never thought that a place like the Colorful Robes country, which was filled with a scholarly atmosphere, would have such a well-trained army of tigers and wolves. General Ma, who was currently in charge of overseeing the east gate of the city, was definitely a great talent in managing an army. Taoist Chong Miao made a gesture to summon back the brass strongman that had failed to start the battle. His expression was ugly as he sneered. "Old Immortal Huang is the mastermind? Ha ha ha, you yellow-mouthed, white-toothed young man. I think you're the evil one who wants to fish in troubled waters." The old Taoist in bright Taoist robes turned his head and said to Governor Lu and the military general, "If old Immortal Huang, whose Tao is exceedingly powerful, is the mastermind with ulterior motives, then why are we still plotting here? Besides, if old Immortal Huang is the mastermind, why would he take off his pants to fart and take the initiative to warn us?" Governor Lu muttered, "That doesn't make sense." The general said something fair for the young man. "Evil spirits are the best at taking risks. They can't be judged with common sense. It's best that we don't believe anyone so easily. We might as well listen to what the young man has to say first." The young girl Lu Gaoxin jumped off the wall and ran all the way. Her movements were full of spiritual aura, especially the tinkling of the silver bells. Waves of golden ripples rippled around her body. She was clearly a cultivator who had reached a higher level. Governor Lu didn't have time to ponder why his daughter had turned into a flying immortal. When his youngest daughter came to his side, he immediately asked anxiously, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "You brat, the county city is in chaos now." Why are you running around? Nonsense. Lu Gaoxin pointed at Qin Pingan, old immortal. She suddenly realized that she had said something wrong. This was because when they were on the road, the old immortal, who had an earth-shattering flying sword technique, had specifically told her not to talk too much about the battle at the city god's pavilion. He was still unwilling to reveal his identity at the moment, in case the prefectural governor's manor also had a fiendish demon spy causing mischief. Lu Gaoxin hurriedly made up for it. Young hero Qin Pingan and I encountered a female ghost with withered bones in the city god pavilion. It was the Tsai Talisman Beauty, who first appeared on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. She was one of the demons who had brought disaster to the county city. Young hero Chun and I managed to subdue her with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, Lord City God and the 2 civil and military officials had turned into demons. Black smoke surged from their 7 orifices, and they wanted to kill us. Fortunately, an old immortal who knew how to use a flying sword appeared out of nowhere and saved us. However, the old immortal was also seriously injured. He wanted us to first inform him that the fellow with the surname Huang and his allies were scheming to obtain a magic weapon. He wanted me to pass a message to Father that we must not invite a wolf into our house. The old immortal also said that, if necessary, he would definitely take action again after he had recuperated his sea of qi and natal flying sword to help us slay the demons. Qin Pingan looked calm. In his heart, he was praising the young girl for her quick thinking, compared to Zhu Lu on Qiduan Mountain and the group of Zhenghu men and women in front of the dilapidated temple. The young girl named Lu Gaoxin with silver bells was indeed much better. Everyone quickly returned to the main hall. Before they could take their seats, armored soldiers covered in blood entered. It was said that there were many people in the county city who seemed to have fallen into a demonic state. They began to kill people in a frenzy. Regardless of whether it was their relatives, friends, or neighbors, none of them were spared. These people in the county city who seemed to be purely martial artists who had gone mad had one thing in common: blood oozed out of their eyes. Moreover, their bodies were quite strong, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Many government officials, soldiers, and constables had already been injured. Not only that, there were several places in the county city where there were stone arch bridges and secluded alleys. Almost at the same time, scarlet lights appeared. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the grass and trees withered, and the fishes turned up their bellies white. The atmosphere in the main hall was solemn. Governor Lu forced himself to calm down and began to arrange the troops. In addition to sending people to the east gate of the city to inform General Ma to be careful of old immortal Huang, everyone in the hall formed teams of 2 and went to various strange places together to prevent accidents. If they found any demonic people or otherworldly items, they could be executed immediately. In addition, all the officials in the governor's mansion had to leave their official residences and inform the people in the county to return home immediately. Once they were discovered, they would be punished severely for violating the night law. The bearded swordsmen Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng were in the same group. One was purely a martial artist, and the other was a Taoist priest. Taoist Chong Miao and the armored general were in the same group. At Lu Gaoxin's request, she followed Qin Pingan. No matter how selfless Governor Lu was, he would not let his precious daughter take risks. Fortunately, the Jianghu warrior volunteered to assist Qin Pingan to go to the gate of the Zhao mansion. Governor Lu reminded Lu Gaoxin not to be impulsive and to listen to the orders of the 2 masters. Of course, Lu Gaoxin was overjoyed and agreed readily. Governor Lu was afraid that she would not take it seriously, so he held her back and reminded her again. The young girl was getting impatient. Suddenly, the old sword immortal, who did not look old beside her, said, "Miss Lu, don't let the governor worry." Lu Gaoxin was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and saw that Qin Pingan was not angry or annoyed, nor was he taking advantage of his seniority. It was as if he simply wanted her to do a better job. Although Lu Gaoxin did not understand, she still patiently bid farewell to her father and promised that she would not act on impulse. Governor Lu was slightly relieved. Finally, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and thanked Chen Pingan and the martial artist. He said sincerely, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to take care of my daughter." The two of them returned the gesture. The three of them rushed to the Zhao mansion, which was only 2 streets away from the governor's mansion. The martial artist, surnamed Dou, looked up at the sky and shook his head. He lamented, whether it's the immortals or demons on the mountain, deep down, they never take human lives seriously. They shouldn't be like this. Chen Pingan did not know how to answer, so he could only keep silent. When the three of them arrived outside the Zhao mansion, there were already demonic men and women with blood oozing out of their eyes who were rushing out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they ran swiftly. The machete men and archers outside were mostly constables of the county city and yamen runners of the governor's mansion. They usually dealt with big thieves and small thieves, so they had never seen such a scene. Most of them were pale, and the accuracy of their arrows was unsightly. Moreover, the demonic servants and maids of the Zhao mansion were still able to continue forward, even if they were hit by arrows. Chen Pingan saw with his own eyes a youth whose face was covered in blood being shot in the chest by a powerful arrow from a distance of 20 steps. His entire body was sent flying by the huge penetrating force. After falling backward, he struggled to stand up. More than half of the arrow was still in his chest. He spat out blood as he continued to rush forward. The poor formation of the archers, constables, and machete men was almost destroyed at the first charge. They could only engage in close combat with the fearless demonic men. If Chen Pingan and the other two had not arrived just in time, the endless stream of people of the Zhao mansion would have scattered everywhere, forming a disaster similar to a swarm of locusts. Chen Pingan did not know if there was a way to deal with the demonic men, so he used his fists and feet to send the demonic men of the Zhao mansion flying back to the gate. Lu Gaoxin's bell rang loudly, and the golden flowers scattered in all directions. As long as the demonic men were touched by the golden flowers, their bodies would fester and turn into a pool of blood and pus. The stench of blood filled the air. After the machete man, surnamed Dou, unsheathed his saber, the blade bloomed with a dazzling snow-white light. With every slash, the demonic men, women, and children were split in half. The macheteman's machete skills were extraordinary. He had clearly reached the grandmaster realm of returning to simplicity. He was straightforward, and his moves were straightforward without any sloppiness. However, compared to the machete man of the bearded machete man, Su Yuanxia's machete skills, this man's machete skills lacked the rough aura of the battlefield and had a touch of the acme of perfection. It was very likely that he was a martial arts grandmaster who was on his way to the 4th realm. From this, it could be seen that the concealment in the main hall of the official residence was more of the so-called "the real man does not show his face" in Jianghu. After Lu Gaoxin blocked a wave of demonic qi in the Zhao mansion, she found that the ground around her was covered in blood and broken limbs. She suddenly squatted down and vomited. A red light flashed in the Zhao mansion, emitting a thick, gloomy aura. Chen Pingan saw that there was no danger at the entrance of the Zhao mansion for the time being. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and swiftly flew over the high wall like a swallow, heading straight for the origin of the red light. Following the traces of the red light, Chen Pingan arrived at an elegant and quiet courtyard. There was a private library that was 3 stories high. A young master in white was sitting on the steps outside the library. He sat in a lazy posture, with his elbow resting on the armrest of the chair. He rested his chin on one hand and held an ancient book in the other, yawning. The extraordinarily handsome young master squinted at Chen Pingan and said with a smile, "Why did you come so late? This young master has an extraordinary bearing. Are you an immortal cultivator on the mountain, or a grandmaster's disciple who travels the Jianghu? Sitting up straight, the young master of the Zhao mansion dipped his finger in his saliva and gently turned a page of the book. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed between the pages. The red light converged into a thick rope, twisting and turning in the air like a python. It circled around the high wall of the courtyard and was about to rush into the mansion, trying to attach itself to the people in the mansion. Chun Pingon patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. The scarlet python was cut in half. The young master in white raised his eyebrows. "Oh, a little sword immortal? Impressive. I heard that sword immortals in the lower 5 levels have great killing power, but their physical strength is easily exhausted. A few breaths of sword chi can be dazzling, but it is easy for it to disappear. I wonder if you are more powerful." Ooh. The young master in white held a book in one hand and flipped through an ancient book to the end with the other. Dozens of small scarlet snakes, as thick as thumbs, rushed into the sky from the library and were about to scatter in all directions. However, the young master in white saw that the young man who was about to hang the wine gourd was still in the mood to take off the wine gourd and drink a mouthful of wine. Before the young master of the Zhao mansion sneered, he could not laugh anymore, because those little red snakes, called crimson drill in the sky, were instantly sliced into pieces by a wisp of crisscrossing white light. Then he felt a chill between his eyebrows and suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He died with his eyes wide open. It turned out that his head was pierced by the flying sword from between his eyebrows. The wisp of sword chi that had seeped into his body and spirit also destroyed all his vitality in an instant with lightning speed. When Chun Pingon put away the wine gourd, the 2 flying swords, Chu Yi and Chu Wu, slowly returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. On the other side of the courtyard wall, the machete man surnamed Do stood on the wall. After seeing this scene, he saluted Chun Pingon with clasped hands. Chun Pingon thought of something and said to the machete man, "Tell Lu Gaoxin that I have to go to the Earth Temple immediately. I will be back soon." The machete man laughed heartily and said, "There is no big problem here. There are only a few cats and dogs. Immortal Master Chun, don't worry." Chun Pingon felt a little helpless. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but he did not expect that the machete man would still see him kill the enemy with his flying sword. He nodded at the machete man, and then his figure disappeared quickly. Chun Pingon sprinted all the way and leaped over a wall. Finally, he followed the voice of the ripples that appeared in his heart lake and followed that person's instructions. He came to an empty earth temple and looked up. Inside the earth temple, there was an elegant scholar waving at him with a smile on his face. However, his figure was swaying like the last bit of light that would be extinguished with the slightest breeze. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and then rushed over. The deity stood in the dimly lit doorway, while Chun Pingon stood outside the slightly brighter doorway. The scholar bowed first, and then stood up with a smile. "This is the second time we meet. I am Shen Wan, the Lord Xingwang of Yanji County. I have been watching over the city for hundreds of years. Today's result is the result of the past. I have neglected my duty first. If you did not break the restriction and successfully stop me from falling into the demonic path, the upright Lord Xingwang of Tsai Nation might have become an accomplice to the evildoer and become a murderer who harms the people in his jurisdiction. I want to thank you." Speaking of this, the scholar smiled and said, "Previously, I did not know that I was about to fall into the demonic path. Therefore, I made a fool of myself. This time, I want to thank you not only for helping me not to go out and harm the people, but also for your sincerity and willingness to take the initiative to return the green wooden box." When he entered the Xingwang Hall, the young man returned the wooden box. It was a good deed. A good deed. He clearly had a fengsuan item, but when he handed over the wooden box, he did not take it out from the fengsuan item, but directly took it out from his sleeve. This meant that the young man in front of him believed that the wooden box belonged to the Xing Wang Hall from the beginning. This was another good deed. A good deed. Chun Pingan looked at Xing Wang carefully. He could no longer see any traces of him falling into the demonic path. He was slightly relieved. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Previously in the Xing Wang Hall, in order to protect myself, I had no choice but to break Lord Xing Wang's golden body." Lord Xing Wang, who was no longer in the form of a Lord Xing Wang, waved his hand and changed the topic. He asked, "Little immortal, are you a scholar?" Chun Pingan was a little embarrassed and shook his head. "I am not a scholar. Now, I only know how to flip through books and take notes. I hope to know more words and learn more about how to be a person." Xing Wang smiled and asked, "Do you know the use of the golden body fragments?" Chun Pingan still shook his head. He really did not know. Xing Wang said softly, "Those golden body fragments must be kept well. The gods in the world who enjoy the worship of the gods, whether it is the mountain gods or us, the Xing Wang and the civil and military temples, all have the golden body. First, the imperial court conferred the title and created the statue. Then, the gods themselves nurtured the little divine light. However, the golden body is also divided into high and low ranks, similar to the officialdom. Generally, the golden body of the 5 mountain gods is of the highest quality, followed by the great river god and Lord Xing Wang of the capital, and so on. That green wooden box contains the Xing Wang of Tsai Country's Tuaji County's seal of Tsai Country, which was personally engraved by a great celestial master of the celestial master residence of Longhu Mountain. It is an extremely powerful instrument that contains the mighty power of heaven. However, it can only be used with the 5 Thunder Mantra, although I am the current Lord Xing Wang of Yanji County. As a god, I am unable to use the Thunder Mantra. In fact, when the Celestial Master Residence bestowed this item, it had more of a symbolic meaning to help protect the feng shui of the county. It was not for the Qi cultivators of Tsai Country or Lord Xing Wang to use the seal to show off. If it was not for this little celestial master seal that deterred the demons, and the early formation of the mass grave outside the city, with heavy resentment, they would have rushed into Yanji County long ago. Chun Pingan thought for a while and asked, "Do you need me to help you hand it to Governor Liu, or hand it to the Emperor of Tsai Country?" Lord Xing Wang, Shunwen, looked carefully at the pair of clear eyes. He waved his sleeves and laughed loudly. The teachings of the saints, the divine weapon of heaven and earth, can only be held by the virtuous. (232) I wish everyone a happy and peaceful New Year. Just like Little Ping and in this novel, I wish you all a happy and peaceful New Year. I wish you all the best in this new year. The Golden City God's words carried a lot of weight. Even the gentlemen chosen by the Confucian Academy would not dare to call themselves virtuous. The 3 immortality of a scholar was to establish virtue, make contributions, and speak. With virtue as the head, it was the most difficult. Most scholars could only settle for the next best thing in their lives, and they would even retreat again and again. However, Chun Pingan's knowledge was still shallow. He could not understand the deeper meaning behind Shun Wen's words as a scholar, and not as the Golden City God. Chun Pingan naturally liked the green wooden box that made him feel at ease. Now that he knew that it contained a seal personally carved by the palm imprint Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, he liked it even more. Who didn't like good things in the world? Chun Pingan liked it very much. However, liking was one thing, but it did not mean that he could take what others liked. This had nothing to do with how fast Chun Pingan's punches were, how high his martial arts realm was, or how many flying swords he had. This was actually what the Confucian Academy advocated. It was just that Chun Pingan did not know the truth yet. Shunwen smiled and said, "Just take the seal Seeing that the little immortal master in front of him was a little confused, the Golden City god Shun was even happier. After hundreds of years of exposure to incense, he had seen all kinds of prayers, demands, and ignorance from pilgrims, as well as suffering, piety, and helplessness in worldly affairs. Shun had changed from a pure official who only knew how to serve his country to someone who understood worldly affairs more and more. Occasionally, even a clay bodhisattva would get angry. He was angry at those men and women who only knew how to burn incense and pray to gods, but not themselves. He was angry at those filthy rich and unruly people. He would also lament their misfortune and be angry at those who did not strive. Many things and people appeared in his mind one by one as he was about to disappear. The Golden City god Shun looked at the young man standing outside the door with mixed feelings. Shun suddenly took a deep breath, and his scattered and ethereal figure stabilized a little. He said, "Shun has a final request. You can consider whether you want to do it or not. Shun does not dare to force you." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "The Golden City god can just say it." Shun asked, "If a wise monarch appears in Colorful Robe's country in the future, will you be able to help? Even if it's just a little bit of help, such as a drought or a flood, you're not far from here. Can you use your divine ability to help the people of the Beautiful Robe's nation safely survive the natural disaster? Every time is better." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Lord Xingwang, don't worry. Regardless of whether the Colorful Clothes Empire's emperor is wise or not, as long as I hear that the Colorful Clothes Empire is in trouble, I will definitely take the initiative to come here. But let me say this first, I will only do what I can. I hope Lord Xingwang can understand." Wen's face was filled with relief as he muttered, "Very good. This is very good." In truth, this Golden City god felt guilty because he was scheming against others. Shun firmly believed that as long as the young man in front of him cultivated the great Tao and didn't make any major mistakes, he would definitely have a bright future. At that time, as long as the young man had feelings for the Beautiful Robe's nation, the later he acted, the higher his realm, and the more beneficial it would be for the Beautiful Robe's nation. Shun looked at the gloomy sky outside the Earth Temple and felt bitter in his heart. Shun can only do this much for the Beautiful Robe's nation. Shun came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Previously, I only talked about half of the golden body fragments. I talked about the origin and grade. As for the use, it's a little similar to the dragon slaying technique. It's extremely useful, but the threshold is very high. If it's an ordinary person, holding hundreds of golden body fragments in their hands would probably be meaningless. However, if the person who has the fragments has friends who walk the path of the divine path, that would be a genuine priceless treasure. It's an innate spirit weapon in the world, an extremely rare and precious one. Or, if it's given by the monarch of a country to the gods of their own mountains and rivers, it would definitely be considered a top gift in the world. Taking a step back, when you reach a place near the top of the mountain, you can sell it to knowledgeable people who need it. For example, great cultivators of the Golden Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm. You can ask for a sky-high price. No matter how much you ask, it wouldn't be excessive." Chun Pingon's expression was solemn as he memorized everything. Shun smiled and said, "Please extend your hand." Chun Pingon was a little dazed as he extended his hand. Shun extended his hand and dug into his chest. After clenching his fist, he extended it towards Chun Pingon. Releasing his fist, he gently placed an item in Chun Pingon's palm. It was a golden item the size of a goose egg. Chun Pingon raised his head and blinked his eyes. Shun smiled and said, "In the ruins of the ancient battlefield, countless military cultivators painstakingly searched for the spirits of the battlefield. They were actually looking for the heroic spirits of heroes and war gods. Shun was born a scholar. After my death, I was conferred the title of city god. of this place by the emperor of the colorful robes country. I have a golden body, and its appearance is decent. It's not the city god of the capital city of the dynasty. However, this golden body, guts, it's not inferior to any city god of the continent. At this moment, Shunwen seemed to have returned to his youth. He studied hard for more than 10 years. He was a carp that jumped over the dragon's gate. He was a farmer in the morning and ascended to the emperor's hall in the evening. He was in high spirits. As the top scholar, he led the way in the palace. He was not doing it to bring glory to his family, but to bring joy to all the families. After Shinwen handed over the golden body guts, he seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. After hundreds of years of conscientious protection, he could finally have a good rest. Chun Pingon did not retract his hand for a long time. Shinwen laughed loudly and extended a finger. He gently tapped on the guts and said with a smile, "I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but my heart is as one. Little immortal teacher, read more books in the future." Chun Pingon solemnly kept the golden body guts and placed them together with the green wooden box into the Fengzuan item. The youth bowed as a scholar's junior. Shunwen returned the greeting as a scholar of the same generation. Chun Pingon remembered something. He stepped into the earth temple and took out the seal of mountains and rivers. He said softly, "Lord City God, my name is Chun Pingon. I came from Dali's Longquan County. Mr. Chi gave me this seal. He said that when I saw mountains and rivers, I could stamp on a map. Previously, the Yin energy at the mass grave was very heavy. I asked someone from the county governor's office to get a map and put it on the map. In the end, it seemed like the fate of the mountains and rivers were reversed. Now, the demons are causing trouble in Yenji County City. Is it still useful? Can it suppress the evil energy they create?" Wen's expression was solemn. He asked, "Can I take it?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Of course." Wen carefully took the seal of mountains and rivers with both hands. Then with one in each hand, he raised it high above his head. He looked at the seal script at the bottom of the seal and the slightly faded red seal. Wen took a deep breath and put down his arms. He asked, "Did that mister tell you that there is a flaw in this pair of invaluable artifacts? Every time you seal it, the spiritual energy will dissipate a little. In the end, the spiritual energy will be used up and it will become the most ordinary seal?" "Ooh." Chun Pingon scratched his head and grinned. He said, "Mr. Chi didn't tell me this." Shunwen asked again, "Aren't you afraid that your spiritual energy will be greatly damaged after you seal it?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm not squandering it. Previously, I saw these words in a travel book about mountains and rivers that was printed in Yenji County. It was called "The River is Clear and the Sea is Clear, the Time is Abundant." I liked it very much and even carved it on a bamboo slip. Besides, I think this is also Mr. Chi's original intention for giving me the seal. If Mr. Chi were here, he would definitely do the same." Shunwen sighed. "It's a pity that the demons are causing trouble this time. They're using evil arts to bewitch people and spread plagues. This has great significance for the seal of the landscape seal, but it's not very useful in the current dangerous situation. Chun Pingon, keep the seal well. I still say the same thing. If there's a wise ruler in Colorful Clothes Nation in the future, when you pass by Colorful Clothes Nation, you can ask the emperor for a map of the capital. Once you seal it, it'll benefit you for at least 100 years. Keep it well. Remember, and treasure it well. Don't take it out so easily, and let others see it." Chun Pingon was somewhat disappointed. He could only put the seal away again. Seeing this scene, Shunwen did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be such a stupid child? The hillmen were all businessmen. They all pursued small capital and huge profits. They did not care about the losses and gains in front of them, but they also planned far ahead. They planned for thousands of miles and thousands of years. In the end, They still wanted to make a huge profit. Shun Wen's figure became more and more illusory. He said solemnly, Chun Pingon, this time the demons are causing mischief. Just like what you said, it's within your power. It's enough. Chun Pingon nodded his head. He took down his wine gourd and looked at the sky with Lord Xing Wang. Shenwen suddenly asked Dali Longquan County? The counties of Aquarius Continent usually do not have the word dragon in their name. Chun Pingon laughed. My hometown used to be the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Later on, the Grotto Heaven shattered and fell to the ground. Hence, it was renamed Longquan County. Oh, Shenwen was startled. He probed, the Mr. Chi you are talking about. Is it Mr. Chi from Cliff Academy, the disciple that Saint is most proud of? Chun Pingon nodded. His expression dimmed. It's that Mr. Chi. Shunwen stared blankly at the young man from Dali. Straw sandals, wine gourd, flying sword, seal, pure and innocent heart. His name was Chun Pingon. Shun Wen's mouth was dry. Chun Pingon, then are you Mr. Chi's direct disciple? Chun Pingon was hesitant. In the end, he decided to speak the truth. Mr. Chi was not willing to accept me as his disciple. But later on, I met old Master Sheng. It seems that Mr. Chi wanted to accept me as his disciple, but at that time, I felt that I was not even a scholar. I did not agree to be his disciple. Old Master Sheng was not angry. He was drunk. When I was carrying him, the old man patted my head and urged me to drink. Chun Pingon smiled and raised the wine gourd in his hand. He smiled brightly and said, so now I drink. The scholar Shinwen felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was not just one lightning strike on his head, but wave after wave. Qi Jingchun, Qi Jingchuan's junior brother, old Master Sheng, old Master Sheng's closed-door disciple. The young man rejected him. Shunwen was dumbstruck. Chun Pingon stared blankly at Lord City God. Could it be that he had said something wrong? He could only secretly drink a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. Shenwen suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he almost cried. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder hard. Good, good, good. Others will definitely not understand the matters of us scholars. That's right. That's right. Shunwen retracted his hand. He put his hands behind his back and strode out of the temple. Wonderful, wonderful. Scholar, scholar. Shinwen turned around and smiled. He gave a thumbs up. Well done. After Shinwen stepped out of the door, the last bit of divine aura dissipated. He laughed loudly and disappeared between heaven and earth. His entire figure shattered into pieces. Chun Pingon was a little sad. He put the wine gourd on his waist and looked at the place where the scholar from Dali Kingdom disappeared. He whispered softly, everything is fine. Everything is fine. After the white-clothed young master was killed, no one else in the Zhao mansion fell into a demonic state. Although Lu Gaoxin was vomiting nonstop, she was still unwilling to return to the peaceful county governor's mansion. She accompanied the master of the Jianghu surnamed Dou to search for the missing fish. When they came to a firewood hut, the door was tightly shut. The machete man frowned and kicked it open. He found a boy who was 8 or 9 years old inside. Behind him was a pile of firewood. The machete man said indifferently, "Move. Once you fall into a demonic state, you can't be saved." The boy pursed his lips and shook his head hard. The macheteman's face was cold. He strode forward and pushed the boy's head back. The boy crashed into the wall. The machete man used his long knife to push aside 2 bundles of firewood. There was a sallow and emaciated girl inside. She was tied up tightly with rope. One of her eye sockets was bleeding nonstop. The other eye socket was no different from a normal person's. The girl's lips were pale and slightly trembling. The machete man raised his knife and was about to strike when the boy struggled to get up. He picked up a hatchet and rushed to the girl. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill him, I'll kill you." The Zhao Manor was indeed the #1 aristocratic family in Yanji County. Even the servants and children of the Zhao Manor could understand the language of the entire continent. The machete man sneered and said, "You don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that your bullsh *T kindness today may cause the deaths of thousands of people?" The boy was thin, and his clothes were thin. He had a determined look in his eyes and said, "I don't care. I want to protect Wan Wan." The machete man kicked the boy who was holding the hatchet and sent a gust of knife energy toward the poor girl. A silver bell rang out, and the saber aura shattered the many golden flowers that flew over. The bladesman's hand paused for a moment, but the edge of the saber still left an inch-long wound on the girl's forehead. The machete man was not angry when his knife was blocked. He turned and stared at the girl and asked, "Lu Gaoxin, can you save her?" Others may not know the consequences of becoming a demon, but as an accomplished qi cultivator, how can you not know? Why, when the situation is beyond saving, are you going to personally execute this girl? Lu Gaoxin's face was pale, and her lips trembled. "I can't bear to—" The machete man snorted. "I think it's because I killed those demons outside the Zhao mansion too quickly. Miss Lu didn't see them gnawing on the flesh of the commoners." "Lu Gaoxin." The boy struggled to get up again. He was in so much pain that he could not hold the knife steadily. The tip of the knife trembled. The boy screamed at the machete man. "Bastard! Kill me first if you dare." The machete man sneered. "What's the point of killing you?" He was about to strike again. Lu Gaoxin's eyes were red. She turned away and could not bear to watch. Someone outside the door said, "Wait a moment." The machete man thought for a moment and sheathed his knife. He turned and smiled at the person. "Since the immortal master has spoken, I won't do anything unnecessary." It turned out to be Chun Pingon, who had returned to the Zhao mansion. He nodded at the machete man. Chun Pingon walked quickly into the woodshed and squatted in front of the girl. He found that the girl seemed to be fighting against the demon in her body. Even though her eyes were bleeding and she was in so much pain, she still kept her lips tightly shut and did not make a sound. The girl tried her best to open her normal eye. Her eyes were full of pleading. If one could live, who would be willing to die? Especially a child of this age. Chun Pingon looked at the stubborn girl and patted her head gently. He said warmly, "Don't be afraid. Cry out when you're in pain. It's okay. It's okay." The girl raised her head. Half of her face was bleeding. She looked at the unfamiliar young man, who was smiling, and cried out loud. Some grievances, no matter how big or small, could only be understood by those who had suffered the same grievances. Otherwise, no matter how kind others were, they would not be able to make people feel at ease. Chun Pingon helped her untie the rope and turned around. He squatted and turned his head. "Come, I'll carry you to a safe place. Someone will save you." After putting 2 cold hands on his shoulders, Chun Pingon smiled at the boy with the machete. "Please tie us together with a rope. I'm afraid that something will happen to Wan Yidong, and I won't be able to take care of her. You have to be quick. Can you do it?" "Yes." The boy threw away the hatchet and wiped away his tears. He hurriedly ran to Chun Pingon and the little girl's side and deftly tied them together. Chun Pingon slowly stood up and said to Lu Gaoxin and the machete man surnamed Do, "I'll take the girl to the governor's mansion first. We can't delay any longer. Let's see if there are any experts there who can save her. You two take the boy. If there are any problems in the Zhao mansion, Lu Gaoxin, you can let him stay outside. Is that okay?" "Ooh." The machete man smiled. "This is a small matter. Let Miss Lu take him out first. I can search the Zhao mansion alone." Chun Pingon turned to the boy and said, "Be careful. No matter what the result is, I'll come and tell you. Is that okay?" The boy raised his arm to wipe his tears and nodded vigorously. Chun Pingon carried the cold girl on his back and leaped out of the woodshed. He leaped over the wall and landed on the high wall of the county governor's mansion after a few light jumps. This time they recognized Chun Pingan's face. The hidden elite guards did not draw their bows and shoot. They allowed Chun Pingan to enter the mansion and quickly headed for the meeting hall. Lu Gaoxin took the boy out of the gate of the Zhao mansion. The boy asked uneasily, "Fairy sister, can your friend really save Wan Wan?" It was the first time Lu Gaoxin was called fairy sister. She was not used to it. She forced a smile and said, "I'm not a fairy sister. Don't worry. That fairy is the real mountain fairy. He will save the girl. But if he doesn't save her, you can't blame him. Do you understand?" The boy nodded while crying. Lu Gaoxin rubbed the boy's head and sighed softly. After Chun Pingan entered the main hall, apart from Governor Lu, there were two other Qi refinement warriors who were in charge of holding down the fort. One of them was an old woman with a sword in her hand. There was a cloth bag hanging from her waist. He did not know what was in it. The other was an old man with a silver brush hanging from his waist. It was said that he was an itinerant cultivator near Yanji County. He was at the third realm and had never joined a celestial clan in his life. He had only reached where he was today through luck and hard work. Qi refinement warriors at the third realm might not even dare to breathe loudly when they walked in Longquan County, but it was enough for them to command the wind and clouds in small countries. Chun Pingan explained the general situation to the three of them. He had already untied the rope and placed the girl carefully on a chair. He asked, "Is there any way to save this child?" The old woman was displeased, but when she saw that Governor Lu did not say anything, she did not want to steal the limelight either. She only snorted coldly and remained where she was. She just closed her eyes and chose to ignore it. On the other hand, the old man quickly walked to the side of the chair and crouched down. He extended his hand and pried open the girl's bloodied eyelid. He said with a heavy voice, "The little girl has good talent. She was born with a pair of yin and yang eyes. She can see the flow of spiritual qi in the world of the living with a single glance, and she can see ghosts and other worldly items at night with a single glance. Originally, there was hope for her to embark on the path of cultivation, but a bright pearl was covered in dust. She did not meet a talent scout, which was why she suffered this disaster. This yin's eye has become a habitat for dense demonic qi. What a small mass grave." The old man took the girl's pulse as he raised his head and carefully stared at the bloodstains around her eyes. The little girl's desire to live is very strong. Right now, she urgently needs a miracle pill that is filled with yang qi. No, even if it's a low-grade pill that is suitable for the illness, it won't be able to get rid of the accumulated miasma in this yin's eye after swallowing it. It's difficult. Right now, I only have a single spring breeze pill that can strengthen her foundation. It can only temporarily help her maintain her life. What she truly needs is a talisman, and it has to be a talisman of an extremely high grade that can draw in the spiritual qi of the yang eye and channel it into the yin's eye, allowing yin and yang to complement each other. The little girl will only have hope of surviving if she relies on her own willpower and luck. However, where can you find a talisman like this? Even if the little girl has my pill to extend her life, she can't delay it any longer. As the old man spoke, he took out a small red sandalwood box from his sleeve. After opening it, a fragrant green pill was revealed. He fed it to the girl without any hesitation. Chun Pingan, who was squatting by the side, asked softly, "Senior, will a yang lantern lighting talisman work?" The old man was pleasantly surprised at first. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, why not? There are millions of talisman in the world. This yang lantern lighting talisman is of an extremely high grade and is one of the best talismans that is suitable for the illness. Moreover, it has an immediate effect. But do you really have it? And not a fake one? You have to know that there are many qi refinement warriors in the world who are blinded by greed. There are many imitations of this talisman. They use shoddy products to pass off as high-quality ones. Most of them used the Yang borrowing talisman to make up the numbers and sell it at 100 times the price. Chun Pingan said in a low voice, "I have one with me." Chun Pingan stood up. "I'll be back soon." The old man did not find it strange. He only reminded him, "You have to hurry." Qi refinement warriors would never reveal their family's wealth in front of outsiders. Governor Lu lowered his head and bent over to take a look at the girl's miserable state. Very quickly, he retracted his gaze and went to the table to look at the situation map. The old woman with the long sword in her arms opened her eyes. She glanced at the back of the young man and sneered. Chun Pingan hurriedly found a secluded corridor and sat cross-legged with his back against the pillar. From the flying sword 15, the small wind and snow, all that Li Shishin gave him, and a golden talisman floated out. From the battle with Ma Kushuan in the small street, to the battle with the withered bone gorgeous ghost in the city god palace, and the golden city god, who was possessed by the devil, Chun Pingan's body and spirit were already at the end of their rope. Just like what Lu Gaoxin thought, he needed to rest and recuperate. For example, the first half of the journey on the mountain road was light and easy. However, the further he went, the more difficult it would be. In the last half of the journey, even if it was just one more step, it would be difficult for him to walk. Chun Pingan took a deep breath and bent down, holding the small wind and snow all engraved with the words "with spirit." His vision was a bit blurry. Chun Pingan gently shook his head. Thinking back to when he was an apprentice of the dragon kiln in his hometown, he was most afraid of the slightest error when it came to burning porcelain. A slight error could mean that the porcelain in his hand would become a decoration in the emperor's house, or a pile of broken porcelain pieces from an old porcelain mountain that was worse than mud. Chun Pingan tried his best to breathe steadily. He began to draw talismans with his martial qi. The qi of a qi cultivator could be endlessly circulating. Although drawing talismans required one to complete it in one go, it was still much easier for a pure martial qi cultivator to draw talismans. On the other hand, Chun Pingan, whose longevity bridge had long been shattered, had to consume a great deal of energy to draw a talisman that was full of spirituality. It was not at all as easy as the 21-punching divine man's drumming style. He could not draw talismans too fast or too slow. In a secluded corridor that no one knew about, the young man held the small snow wind awl and bent over to draw talismans. His strokes were steady, but his 7 orifices were slowly bleeding. Chun Pingan did not think about whether it was worth it to spend a golden talisman that he had already roughly known its value for a girl he had never met before. Whether he would feel heartache after the event, the miser Chun Pingan would definitely feel it, but that was also a matter of the event. He would think about it when the time came. At most, he would just drink to relieve his boredom. A young, light-lighting talisman drawn on the golden talisman paper was done. Chun Pingan wiped off the bloodstains and rushed to the main hall of the official residence. When he handed the talisman to the old man was stunned. He took the talisman with both hands with a look of disbelief. The heavy and abundant qi was almost about to rush out of the golden talisman paper. The old man asked in an uncertain tone, "Then I'll use it." Chun Pingan nodded and smiled. "Use it." The old man squatted down and clamped the young, light-lighting talisman with 2 fingers. He shouted, "Rise." The golden talisman remained motionless, without the slightest movement. The old man was ashamed, and his face flushed. He mobilized all the qi in his body and shouted again, "Rise." The golden talisman suddenly burst into flames. However, it did not burn to ashes. Instead, a large ball of golden light emerged. Governor Lu, who did not know the real mystery, clicked his tongue in admiration. The old woman holding the sword was also staring so hard that her eyeballs almost popped out. The old man did not dare to relax. He forced himself to circulate his qi and raised his other hand. He put 2 fingers together and pointed at the ball of golden light that flowed like water. His lips moved slightly, divide yin and yang, merge water and fire. Go. The golden light went to the girl's yin eye that was constantly bleeding. Most of the golden light majestically merged into the girl's yang eye. Soon, one could clearly see that there seemed to be a small bridge built by a golden thread between the two eyes. The golden light slowly flowed from the left eye to the right eye. The girl was in so much pain that her teeth broke through her lips. She pressed her hands on the chair's armrest. Her thin body shook violently and her face was extremely distorted. Chun Pingon gently grabbed the girl's hand. Regardless of whether she could hear him or not, he always comforted her softly. Hold on. You can definitely survive. Everything is important to survive. Believe that as long as you survive, you will have everything. The old woman could not hold back her kindness. She walked behind the old man and Chun Pingon. She lowered her head and carefully looked at the flow of the golden thread near the girl's nose. The old woman smiled and said, "You are indeed a sword immortal who has achieved great success in cultivation." The old woman's face was wrinkled like chicken skin. She was very old, but at this moment, her eyes were charming like an enchanting woman. She had already noticed the instant change in the young man with the box. However, she laughed loudly as she flew out. She threw away the sword in her arms and stopped at the door. She took down the cloth bag by her waist and raised her hand. She said in a sweet voice, "Sword immortal, do you feel that the chi in your body has stagnated? Hee, don't be nervous. This is the great snow pass that I specially prepared for you. It is odorless and tasteless. It is very easy for those below the Dragon Gate realm to fall for it. It is not embarrassing. Furthermore, it has only been half an hour. Your chi has frozen, and your chi cannot be controlled. Yes, your soul also feels like it has frozen. You can no longer control your flying sword with your mind. Of course, you only need to endure for half an hour before you can continue being a sword immortal. As a Realm 3 Chi refinement warrior, the old man was worlds apart from the Realm 5 Dragon Gate realm. He had already been hit. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The moment the old woman was sent flying, his head tilted and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Fortunately, the matter with the girl was over. Otherwise, both of them would have died. Of course, this was the result of the old woman being extremely careful. Her true target was the young man with the box. The young sword immortal's head could be exchanged for a Xian-class Dharma treasure from the ancient Yu Kingdom's royal treasury. It was in her hands. The old woman tore off the skin covering her face and threw it far away, revealing the face of a mature beauty. Not only that, after her body contorted, she returned to her normal form. She was graceful and charming. She was the chi refinement warrior of the ancient Yu Kingdom, Lady Snake Scorpion. She specialized in using poison. She turned her head and smiled. "Brother Doe, it's your turn. My body is weak. If it were not for the strong physique of the Manor Lord, I would have been able to withstand 2 stabs from the Sword Immortal's flying sword. Even if the Sword Immortal is now an ordinary person, I would not be able to withstand it if he still has some trump cards hidden." The pugilistic grandmaster, surnamed Doe, slowly walked to the doorstep. The swordsman looked at the young man with the box, who stood up and said expressionlessly, "Chun Pingon, I'm sorry. Our imperial tutor needs your head. If we had only met in the pugilistic world, we might have had a drink. But now we can't, including you. The 3 people in the room will all die." Chun Pingon looked at the man and woman at the door. He twitched his mouth but did not say a word. He seemed to be referring to what he had said previously. The mountain was not righteous and was used to disregarding human lives. However, how much better was the foot of the mountain? The man laughed and unsheathed his saber. He strode through the doorstep. "I'll help you finish the wine in the wine flask at your waist." Governor Liu was at a loss. What was going on here? Chun Pingon remained standing in his original spot. Previously, Ma Kushwan's master, the sword cultivator from Marshall Mountain, had killed an ancient Yu Kingdom assassin. Now, two had come at once. He did not know if there was a fourth. Chun Pingon said, "Since you have already seen my family's wealth," after a slight pause, Chun Pingon suddenly laughed. "The first day, the 15th day. This time we can make our appearance more beautiful." The venomous woman from the ancient Yu Kingdom clicked her tongue. "Sword Immortal, you still want to struggle? Do you know that our Meow Meow Tower's owner, who is known as the Thousand Face, is very experienced in dealing with 5-realm mountain immortals? Usually, he might not be able to take advantage of you, but today it won't be difficult for him to break your neck in half an hour." Chun Pingon could not be bothered with the sarcastic woman. He quietly recuperated his chi. A resplendent white beam and a dark green beam flew out of the blade's strengthening gourd and hovered near Chun Pingon's shoulders. The woman was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How can you still summon your flying sword?" Even the swordsman, who was used to great storms, had to stop in his tracks. He switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. Chun Pingon looked around and asked the two flying swords with a smile, "Then let's go together. Let's kill the one who talks the most first. I'll deal with the one who talks the least." The owner of the Meow Meow Tower, who was famous for his assassination skills, did not want to advance rashly. Chun Pingon had already charged forward. Every step he took caused the ground to shatter. At the same time, the snow-white and dark green beams drew two beautiful arcs in the air of the main hall and passed by the swordsman in an instant. The woman screamed. With a tap of her toes, she leaped into the air and wanted to escape. She did not want to see that young monster again in her life. The woman's graceful figure in the air paused twice, one in front and one behind. Then she fell to the ground. Blood slowly seeped out of her chest and between her eyebrows. The machete man roared. Holding the machete with both hands, the man whose momentum had reached its peak retreated instead of advancing. Spiritual light suddenly flashed on his legs, and his whole body flew backward. His body directly hit the screen wall outside the door and crashed through a wall. Covered in dust, the top assassin's palms were shining. He was also supported by talismans. With a heavy slap on the ground, his body instantly disappeared. Chun Pingon slowed down and walked to the threshold. He looked around and finally pointed in a direction in the distance. There, Chu Yi and Chu Wu, who were flying close to the ground, flew toward the direction Chun Pingon pointed, almost at the same time. The floor was made of hard bricks, but ripples appeared. After a while, it finally calmed down. Only then did Chun Pingon cover his mouth with his hand. He leaned his shoulder against the door frame and swallowed the blood that surged up to his throat. He took off the blade's strengthening gourd, and the two flying swords flew back. Chun Pingon took a sip of the wine. It was 8 coins per caddy, and it tasted pretty good. He wondered how Yenji County's specialty wine, which cost 10 taels per caddy, would taste like. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.